हेलो एवरीवन, गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव कमोडिटी एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का इस सेशन। फिलहाल के लिए देखोगे कमोडिटी मार्केट ऑलमोस्ट फ्लैट ही ओपन है, ऑलमोस्ट फ्लैट राइट नाउ। इंडियन मार्केट भी मुझे लग रहा है शायद फ्लैट ही ओपन होगा। एक मोमेंटम मार्केट अपसाइड पे ही चला गया था, एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बनाया था थोड़ा बहुत, लास्ट क्लोजिंग के वक्त एक सेलिंग आ गई थी, अदरवाइज तो पूरा अपसाइड ही लग रहा था। प्लान क्या कर सकते हैं, मैं एक लेवल फिर से रीड्रॉ कर देता हूँ दोनों ही जगह। 12:30 पे अभी लंदन सेशन ओपन होगा। देन इवनिंग पे अगर बात करें, 5:30 न्यूयॉर्क सेशन, 7 PM यूएस मार्केट और 8 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री। फोरकास्ट देखें तो लास्ट टाइम -0.9 था, इस बार -1.9 है। लास्ट टाइम से और कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, मतलब बुलिश है फोरकास्ट क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री का फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस, क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस के लिए। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में बाकी यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस कल वाला ही है, इसको अभी भी रेजिस्टेंस मान के चलते हैं। कल न्यूज़ आई थी, दैट इज ईरान और यूएस के बीच में सीज फायर तो हो गया है। का लास्ट डेट थी एक्चुअली सीज फायर की, दैट इज ऑलरेडी डन। नीड टू सी कुछ और अपडेट आएगा वहां से। 5 मिनट है इंडियन मार्केट की ओपनिंग पे। White House cancelling Vice President JD Vance's Tuesday trip for Iran talks. सीज फायर हुआ है वो यूएस ने खुद ही किया है अपनी ओर से लाइक कोई इसमें कोई इनकी मीटिंग हुई नहीं शायद पाकिस्तान में. Based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, not unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Marshal Asif Munir and Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representative can come up with a unified proposal. I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respect remain ready and avail, and will therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussion are concluded one way or the other. वन साइडेड कह सकते हैं उसको, वन साइडेड सीज फायर बाय द यूनाइटेड स्टेट. ओके, इंडियन मार्केट ओपन नाउ. बिटकॉइन को देखते हैं एक बार. मैं पहले कमोडिटी को देख रहा हूँ फिर देखते हैं बिटकॉइन को. ठीक है, कल निफ्टी अपने रेजिस्टेंस जहां पर मार्केट था वहां से गिर के नीचे ही आ गया था ऑलरेडी. हल्का सा गैप डाउन हुआ है 122 पॉइंट. निफ्टी एंड बैंक निफ्टी बोथ. वॉलेटिलिटी इन द फर्स्ट कैंडल नीड टू सी होल्ड करता है या फिर नहीं. पायरी थी निफ्टी में, मोमेंटम अच्छा था. गोल्ड और सिल्वर थोड़ा सा पॉजिटिव है इंट्राडे बिकॉज ऑफ द न्यूज़. बिटकॉइन 77 चल रहा है. एक बार देख लेते हैं 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम एंड 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम. 15 मिनट एंड 1 आवर. 1 आवर में देख लेता हूँ. इसमें एक रेजिस्टेंस था वो 74 75 वाला, उसके तो ऊपर ही चला गया प्राइस ऑलरेडी. कंसोलिडेट कर रहा है अगर डेली टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे उस जोन के आसपास. ब्रेकआउट करने की कोशिश करी थी बट फेक था शायद. ठीक है, निफ्टी साइडवेज ही लग रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। कॉल पुट के प्रीमियम देखोगे अटक गए हैं बिल्कुल फर्स्ट 1 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर। देखते हैं कुछ मूव आता है तो बिटकॉइन थोड़ा सा ऊपर आता है तो क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग का प्लान रखेंगे इस एरिया से। वापस से कल का ही जोन है, नीचे का ही टारगेट है। कल गया नहीं था एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे। वापस से 8000 की रेंज में आ गया प्राइस। निफ्टी में देख रहे हो तो 24,500 के कॉल पे नज़र रखना। 24,500 का कॉल अप्रोक्सीमेटली 150 टू 160 के बीच में। 150 के नीचे अगर एक ब्रेकडाउन कर गया प्रॉपरली, दो तीन कैंडल क्लोज कर देता है तो इस पे एक सेलिंग हो जाएगी, नहीं तो ये सपोर्ट जोन है एक ठीक ठाक। तो मुझे कुछ खास नज़र नहीं आ रहा, मैंने काफ़ी चेक कर लिया निफ्टी। मैं अभी नियर बाय इंट्राडे में लगता नहीं है कोई रेजिस्टेंस प्रॉपरली मिलेगा। मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस मार्केट जब तक क्रिएट नहीं करता, आई डोंट थिंक सो। एक पॉसिबिलिटी जरूर बन सकती है 300 के आसपास एक रेजिस्टेंस नया क्रिएट हो, है नहीं अभी वैसे। नेचुरल गैस स्टिल होल्डिंग, फर्स्ट 15 मिनट की कैंडल के अंदर ही है। इम्पोर्टेंट है निफ्टी, सॉरी नेचुरल गैस में डे लो के नीचे अगर कैंडल क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे आती है तो मुझे लग रहा है ये रेजिस्टेंस बन जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली, विदाउट ब्रेकिंग द हाई ऑफ नेचुरल गैस।
AI?
Yeah, I mean, China is more than a contender, I think, in many respects.
Says he will act independently, rejecting claims he would be a sock puppet. We'll have more on his Senate appearance next. This is Bloomberg.
यूरोपियन मार्केट भी नेगेटिव ही क्लोज हुए थे कल कंप्लीटली। एशियन मार्केट में देखोगे निकेई के छोड़ के सारे नेगेटिव हैं अभी भी। अभी क्रूड ऑयल में ना प्राइस 8550 के ऊपर नहीं जाना चाहिए, पहले प्राइस को नीचे आना जरूरी है। एक बार 8360 के नीचे आ जाए फिर ऊपर जाए तो बेटर है। अगर ये डायरेक्टली ऊपर चला गया 8550 के ऊपर और क्लोज कर दिया स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे, तो फिर ये इतना बड़ा मोमेंटम करेगा नहीं। उस केस में डे लो सपोर्ट बन जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली। सो इफ प्राइस वांट टू फॉल बिग, it need to be first move on a downward 8365 at least के नीचे। नेचुरल गैस का भी सही है। नेचुरल गैस एक बार अगर डे हाई के ऊपर निकल जाए तो बेटर है। अगर ये 254 के नीचे आ गया क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे विदाउट अप डे हाई ब्रेक किए हुए, तो फिर ये रेजिस्टेंस क्रिएट हो जाएगा इसका डे हाई। बाकी अगर ऐसा नहीं होता, डे हाई के ऊपर एक कैंडल और क्लोज कर देता है, तो फिर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, फिर यहाँ पर कोई रेजिस्टेंस नहीं, जस्ट नीचे सपोर्ट इंटैक्ट रहेगा। मूव के लिए ज़रूरी है क्रूड ऑयल पहले नीचे आए फिर ऊपर जाए 8365 के नीचे पहले आए फिर जाए पुल बैक में, rather देन डायरेक्टली ऊपर जाए। एंड सेम फॉर नेचुरल गैस। नेचुरल गैस पहले ऊपर जाए 255.5 के ऊपर, देन डाउन साइड आए तो बेटर है। निफ्टी का मैंने बताया था 24,500 का कॉल का ध्यान रखना, प्रीमियम का। 150 टू 160 सपोर्ट रेंज है। 150 के नीचे ब्रेक हो गया तो थोड़ा बड़ा फॉल कर सकता है ये कॉल ऑप्शन, अदरवाइज इट इज़ अ सपोर्ट जोन फॉर निफ्टी 24,500 कॉल ऑप्शन। ये 24,500 का कॉल कंसोलिडेशन तो कर रहा है, लेट्स सी।
undermine the longer-term objectives countries have to use these resources to invest in, health, education, infrastructure, and all the other development spending needs have. So our advice is, of course, to some degree, there is a need to try and smooth the effect of the shock, but any such intervention should be temporary and targeted at the poorest, and to stay on course in terms of the medium-term objectives countries have set for themselves.
That was IMF Africa Director Baby Selassie. Our Chief Africa Correspondent Jennifer Zabazaja joins us from Johannesburg. I mean, it was interesting to hear him paint this picture of African economies perhaps finally seeing some tailwinds, some positive growth momentum, but then, of course, now being hit by the secondary effects of the Iran war.
Exactly, Jumana. And he wanted to preface this by saying that, right? Because that's an important starting point to say this is where the economies were prior to this shock. And that helps sort of contextualize where they are at right now. And as you heard him saying there is a bit of concern, especially when you do look at the Eastern Seaboard. We've talked about this quite a bit and some of the concern around the pressures around currencies and, of course, the stockpiles of oil that they have. But then also remittances is a factor that we've heard many governments also talking about. Now, what was interesting about Abebe's comments was that we really wanted to get to what he thinks this crisis is really going to mean for the fund's assistance into a number of economies. And what he said is the fund right now is involved in about 24 or 25 countries. And the discussions last week was really with a number of countries that do have programs and potentially are looking to potentially forward some of those programs that they have or assistance that they have, and others that maybe don't have programs and maybe are seeking some emergency assistance or technical assistance. And so he says it's quite likely that the fund may need to step in because of some of the uncertainty at this point. But he really did want to reiterate that despite all of this, not every debt crisis, as he put it to me, doesn't have to be the end of the world, especially if you look at where the region had been prior to this shock. We have seen debt vulnerabilities increase since the pandemic, but actually debt had stabilized prior to the Iran war. And so potentially we are looking at a situation in which, yes, there are more countries that may need assistance, but potentially it's not sort of a crisis to raise alarms about. Now, just finally, I did want to push him a bit on Senegal because there's been a lot of focus on Senegal. We had some Bloomberg reporting out last week that there was standing room only in a meeting between investors and the fund about Senegal. Of course, we know that their program just a few years ago had been postponed or actually declined, or it was postponed because of some misreported debt from the prior administration. And what Selassie actually said about this, he again reiterated he called it commendable, this new government being able to come forward and be transparent about this debt that had been misreported. And he still believes that there is some positive momentum for the government to see a new program potentially coming forward with the fund. Now, where progress stands really is with the government. They need to come up with some sort of program and some fiscal adjustments internally to meet some of the requirements of the fund. And at that point, they'll pass it back on to the IMF, and hopefully they get closer to some sort of new program.
Jen, thank you so much. Jennifer Zabazaja, our Chief Africa Correspondent in Johannesburg. Now, coming up, new satellite data reveals the true scale of damage from the strikes in Iran. We'll have more next. This is Bloomberg.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot. Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation. Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jumana Bersachi in Dubai. Satellite data is now revealing the full scale of damage from U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran after weeks of fighting. Today's Bloomberg Big Take looks at how thousands of buildings have been hit with damage spreading well beyond military sites into residential and commercial areas. For more, let's bring in our Middle East editor, Patrick Sykes. Patrick, talk us through what this satellite data reveals about the extent of the damage that has been leveled on Iran throughout the course of this war.
Yeah, this is some really interesting new data from Oregon State University. For me, the main takeaway was that while military targets have, of course, been a key part of the kinds of targets that have been hit during the war, they're by no means all, let alone a majority of the buildings that have been damaged or destroyed in the course of it. There's also significant shares of about 20 to 25% in the capital, Tehran, as well for buildings that are industrial or commercial or entirely civilian, like residential, for example. Industry, that includes things like petrochemicals or steel works, which we know have been deliberately targeted as a way to kind of squeeze the Islamic Republic's ability to hold on to those economic lifelines. But on the civilian side and commercial, that kind of thing, it points to just how hard it is to draw a clean line between military targeting and the civilian areas that are often butting right up alongside it.
Yeah, I think one of the areas that has been overlooked with the intensity of the news flow is just the economic hardship that Iran was under even before the war started. I remember, back in November, the Iranian president was warning about water shortages on back of a drought. We know that there's been spiraling inflation in the country as well. This just adds to Iran's economic costs, doesn't it?
For sure, yeah, and the scale of the damage is huge, right? I think the Iranian government itself has put it at over $200 billion. And in terms of the scope as well, I mean, you've had buildings here in mainly Tehran, the capital, the economic hub of the country, but also Isfahan, which besides being a significant cultural, historical city, former capital of the empire and so on, is also an industrial hub. And then along the coast, there's lots of military targets along that Persian Gulf coast, places like Bandar Abbas, Bushehr. That's, we assume, related to things like the IRGC's naval capacities, but those are also points for trade, right, with the ports involved as well. And then the other takeaway, I think, just looking at the map, is that the east of the country, the east of Iran, has been relatively spared. Most of the buildings damaged or destroyed have been the west. That makes sense because it's obviously closer to that western border from which the strikes can happen from a distance. But it just points to, I think, yeah, the scope across the whole of the country, capital, industrial hubs, they're going to have to recover in the wake of this.
Yeah, and it's also perhaps, an imperative for negotiations actually to take place so that they can get some form of an economic relief. Patrick, thank you so much. That was Bloomberg's Middle East editor, Patrick Sykes. Well, sticking with the topic of Iran, we walked in this morning to news that President Trump has announced an indefinite ceasefire, and that is linked to Iran coming back on a response to a deal. No real firm commitment of further round of negotiations. J.D. Vance didn't end up traveling to Islamabad. And so the reaction this morning has been a little bit mixed. Yesterday, we saw Wall Street close lower on back of all of those developments. This morning, things are looking up. S&P futures up 0.4%. The Nasdaq up 0.5%. But the handover from Asia has been a lot more cautious today. And you can see that also with the European markets expressing a bit of cautiousness as well as we head into that session, down 0.4%. And then oil still very close to, well, Brent is very close to triple digits again, sitting at $98.50. And the focus there really is still on the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But that was it for Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Joanna Bersecci in Dubai. Stay with me for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, "Succession starts now."
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it's happening. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Caracas, Venezuela, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from Dubai, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Joanna Bersecci here with your top stories. U.S. futures rise and the dollar weakens as President Trump extends the Middle East ceasefire indefinitely, but Iran has yet to agree to take part in more peace talks. Bloomberg learns that unauthorized people have gained access to Mythos, Anthropic's most powerful and potentially dangerous AI model. Plus, President Trump's Fed chair nominee Kevin Warsh repeatedly pledges independence but dodges questions about his views on rates. Let's get you up to speed on the market reaction today to the news of a ceasefire, an indefinite ceasefire in this part of the world. The S&P futures actually in the green, up 0.4%. Though I will say we ended up in negative territory yesterday when it became apparent that the Islamabad talks were not going to happen. We have yet to receive a formal response from the Iranian side to the ceasefire. So some cautiousness prevailing in Asia today, down 0.8%. European markets also leaning towards negative territory. But let's switch over because we are seeing an uplift for commodities. Brent, no surprise this morning, up 98.5 is where we're at, up about 0.1%. Effectively, the strait is still being blockaded by both sides, and reports just a few minutes ago of another boat being shot at. So keeping a close eye on developments there. USD slipping a bit in trading this morning, down 15 basis points, and then two-year yields keeping there a close eye on Kevin Warsh's testimony yesterday, really managing to navigate the line between, on one hand, appeasing Trump, who had selected him for that position, on the other hand, appeasing investors about the Fed's central bank independence. We've got about 13 basis points of rate cuts priced in for this year. As for your main risk events to watch out for today, we've got UK CPI coming up, CPI and RPI at 7 a.m. UK time, so that's in about an hour's time. Keep an eye out there for any inflationary signals that have come through from the Iran war. Later on, ECB President Christine Lagarde will be speaking at 6:30 p.m. this afternoon. And then it is still in the middle of earnings season. We've got some key U.S. earnings coming through today in the shapes of Boeing, so watch out for that. And, of course, Tesla, too, so one of the big Magnificent Seven names to be reporting. And with that, let's get you started.
ओके जो कॉल मैंने बताया था आप लोगों को स्टिल साइडवेज 24,500 का कॉल अभी भी साइडवेज रुका हुआ है 150 टू 160 का सपोर्ट था मॉर्निंग पे आया वहीं अटक गया 150 के नीचे ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो अच्छा सेल ऑफ आएगा टिल देन इट इज ऑन सपोर्ट 150 टू 160 24,500 कॉल निफ्टी मैंने बता दिया आपको क्रूड ऑयल में एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड बन सकता है वापस ऊपर से बट उसके लिए प्राइस को पहले एक बार 8,360 के नीचे आना पड़ेगा फिर ऊपर जाए तो बेटर है अगर डायरेक्टली ऊपर चला गया 8,550 के ऊपर तो फिर कोई बड़ा टारगेट मिलेगा नहीं फिर ये आज का लो सपोर्ट की तरह कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा सो बेस्ट है कि ये पहले थोड़ा नीचे आए फिर ऊपर जाए 8,365 के नीचे एटलीस्ट एक दो कैंडल इनफ है बाकी नेचुरल गैस लोअर एंड पे काफ़ी सपोर्ट है इसमें भी अगर प्राइस डे हाई के ऊपर निकलने की कोशिश तो कर रहा है अभी क्लोजिंग नहीं आई है 254 के नीचे क्लोज हो गया तो डे हाई रेजिस्टेंस बन जाएगा बिफोर इट क्रॉसिंग द डे हाई के ऊपर निकलने से पहले अगर 254 के नीचे अगर आ जाता है क्लोजिंग बेसिस पर इवन वन सिंगल कैंडल ऐसा नहीं हुआ तो फिर डे हाई इज नॉट बिकम अ रेजिस्टेंस
You look at the Treasury yields because we did have the confirmation hearing yesterday of Kevin Warsh and he said he doesn't believe in forward guidance. Again, that's another layer of uncertainty that bond investors will have to grapple with. He did say, though, that he will protect the Fed independence. And here you can see the 2-year yield pulling up higher. 10-year yield is under pressure. Brent crude is now just south of $100 a barrel and the dollar is under a bit of pressure as well. And I want to show you what's happening, particularly what's showing up in Asia when it comes to the bond and FX market in China and Japan as well. Because China, you look at the yuan, is now close to a 3-year high. Bank stocks are hitting a record. If you flip the board and take a look at this chart, its yields, Chinese bonds have been on a tear. So you take a look at the white line, it shows you Chinese CGB yields versus Japan's JGB yields. And it's starting to turn negative, meaning Chinese yields are now lower than Japanese yields. Chinese bonds are becoming more expensive than Japanese bonds. On the flip side, you look at the FX, right? CNH, JPY continuing to climb. The yen has been weakening, just hovering south of 160, and the fear of intervention from the BOJ is the only thing that's preventing it from weakening even further. And it really shows you that the narrative here that has emerged is that Chinese fixed income has emerged along with the yuan as that true safe haven amid the volatility that we are seeing in the Iran war. And we are seeing that yen carry trade also starting to take hold once again as the dollar continue to gain against the Japanese yen.
Mimin Lo in Hong Kong, thank you for the comprehensive update on how these markets are reacting. So let's go back to that geopolitical news. President Trump says he is extending the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely, even as plans for a fresh round of peace talks collapse. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed to shipping, with Iran saying it won't reopen the vital waterway while the U.S. maintains its own blockade. For more, I'm joined by Paul Wallace, Bloomberg's managing editor for MENA Economy and Government. So, the ceasefire has been extended, I guess, indefinitely. Where does this leave us, Paul?
Jumana, it leaves us in a pretty precarious situation, I think. Yes, it has been extended, and thus the two countries are not returning to war for the time being, and that is going to be a huge relief to most people in the region. However, the two sides are clearly far apart on many issues. Let's call it the double blockade. I'm talking about both Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the US's blockade of Iranian ports. They're big issues over that. And then we've got the longer term issues, which they're yet to resolve, related to Iran's nuclear program, its missile program, and its support for militant groups around the Middle East. So even though we did get this extension late yesterday from President Trump, there's little to suggest that the two warring countries are any closer to a deal that will formally end the war that's roiled this war that's just roiled the region and the global economy in the past 6-7 weeks.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. I mean, the strait is still effectively closed, effectively shut, and even dangerous, with the latest reports emerging that there's been, again, reported gunfire around the strait. Meanwhile, Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron are continuing a diplomatic push to restore free transit through the strait. What are the plans there?
So this is something that Europe and many of its allies, excluding the US, are trying to do. Obviously, this war has caused big rifts between the US and some of its closest allies, not least those in Europe. The Europeans essentially didn't want this war and think it's been a strategic error. But what they're trying to do, this is essentially a French and UK-led set of talks, is to come up with a naval mechanism to help ensure Hormuz is open or stays open once the conflict ends. Now, you might think that sounds a bit contradictory. Why would you need naval escorts of any kind once the conflict ends? And that is a big question that hasn't really been answered properly yet. But I think the feeling is that once we get to the point of let's say a formal sort of peace deal of some kind that goes beyond the ceasefire, there may still be tensions that make commercial vessels wary and nervous about going through the Strait of Hormuz. So it may need some kind of military presence from the French, the UK, and whoever else, maybe the Japanese and Italians, for example, and maybe some Gulf Arab states. So that's the basic thinking. But at the moment, I think the immediate problem is to get to a point where Iran says the strait is open and the US lifts its blockade of Iranian ports.
Yeah. And to be clear, what the French and the UK are proposing will only happen once the war is resolved. So, again, that's a big question mark in itself. Paul Wallace, Bloomberg's managing editor for MENA Economy and Government. Thank you. Well, President Trump's pick to lead the Federal Reserve has repeatedly promised to be independent. In testimony at his confirmation hearing, appearing before the Senate Banking Committee, Kevin Warsh dodged questions on where he saw rates going. He also said the president had never asked him to commit to any particular rate decision.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Let's bring in Bloomberg MLife strategist Mark Cranfield. So Kevin Warsh saying he's going to be an independent actor there. What stood out for investors from his testimony yesterday?
Oh, by far the most significant thing from a market's point of view was when he said he doesn't believe in forward guidance. Now, that's all very well, but the bond market, especially the Treasury market, has been fed a diet of forward guidance for the past 30 years. Alan Greenspan was the one that introduced it, and markets have been pricing based on that ever since that debate. And of course, we've even introduced the dot plots since then as well. So Mr. Walsh probably wants to dial back on the dot plots, and he wants each decision itself not to be as clear to the markets until the actual debate around that next FOMC decision happens. Now, that's certainly his view. That's an interesting way of looking at things. It will create more volatility in the bond market. We got a little bit of a taste of that yesterday, but that's nothing compared to what we can expect if he really goes ahead and decides there'll be no guidance at all. And he gives that instruction to the rest of the FOMC members as well. So what you will get in the market as we approach each decision is people will be tossing and turning in the market, trying to decide where they think the fair value is, and then we'll get the decision. There'll be a lot more volatility after that. Now, that's fine. Traders don't mind it. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent may have a completely different view. He wants to get long-term Treasury yields down below 4%. And if we go ahead with no guidance, it's going to be much more difficult. So it's one thing to say it, but to actually do it in practice could be a lot more difficult. Let's see how it plays out. But I suspect that if he tries it at his first FOMC, the market reaction will be pretty violent.
Yeah, to say the least. Bloomberg MLife strategist Mark Cranfield, thank you so much for the overview. So let's stick to Kevin Warsh. President Trump's showdown with Republican Senator Tom Tillis may leave Warsh's candidacy in a state of uncertainty and the fate of the Fed's leadership unclear. Now, Tillis has signaled that he's open to advancing Warsh's nomination if an ongoing criminal inquiry into the central bank is dropped and Congress launches its own investigation. For more, Laura Davison, Bloomberg's Washington Deputy Bureau Chief, joins us from Hong Kong. So, unpack all of this for us, because Senator Tillis seems to have offered an off-ramp to diffuse the standoff. Where does it leave things? And what are going to be the knock-on effects vis-a-vis the potential confirmation of Warsh?
Yeah, so Trump and the Justice Department launched this investigation into Jay Powell and allegations of financial mismanagement regarding the Fed's ongoing building renovation. And Tillis has said that he will not advance Warsh's nomination in the Senate until this probe is wrapped up. He has criticized this, saying that this is an attack on Powell for his beliefs about interest rates and is sort of a sham investigation. But Trump has said he won't do that. Even as recently as just a couple hours before this Warsh hearing in the Senate, he said that really doubled down on this probe, said he wanted to get to the bottom of it. And this is something that could really pose a problem for Warsh's nomination. Tillis is the swing vote on the Senate Banking Committee, which has to approve the nomination before it can go to the full Senate for a vote. There really aren't concerns among Republicans about Warsh's qualifications. If this investigation goes away, it's pretty clear that Warsh will be able to, quickly pass Senate confirmation. But right now you have, Trump and Tillis at loggerheads, and this sort of shows the limits of executive power that Trump still does have to work with Congress at least sometimes, and this is one of those cases.
So I guess that becomes a question of who will lead the Fed if the standoff continues indefinitely then?
Yeah, so the ironic thing here is the longer that Trump prolongs this investigation into Powell, the longer Powell is actually going to stay at the Fed. If his successor, Warsh, is not confirmed by the time that Powell's term is up in mid-May, Powell can continue to stay on as the chairman of the Federal Reserve until that time. So he could be on for weeks, if not months longer, if this standoff over the Fed investigation drags on. Also, Powell doesn't have to leave the central bank entirely. His term on the Board of Governors, which is a group of 7 board members, that lasts until 2028. And Powell has also said he's not going to leave the Fed until this investigation is wrapped up. So, Powell could be a fixture at the Fed for several months to come. And this, could really several Republican senators have pointed out to Trump that, if he wants to get his own person, his own appointee at the top of the central bank, he probably wants to move this investigation along. But Trump has not been swayed by those arguments. So there's, going to continue to be lots of drama surrounding Powell, Warsh, and Trump, likely for the weeks, if not months, to come.
Laura Davison, Bloomberg's Washington Deputy Bureau Chief, thank you so much for the overview there. Well, still ahead, Deutsche Telekom and T-Mobile said to be in talks for the biggest public M&A deal on record. More on that Bloomberg scoop later. And first, before that, Bloomberg learns that Anthropic's Mythos AI model has been accessed by unauthorized users. Details on that scoop next. This is Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Bloomberg has learned that a small group of unauthorized users have accessed Anthropic's new Mythos AI model, which the company itself warns is so powerful it could enable dangerous cyber attacks. To discuss more, I'm joined by Bloomberg intelligence analyst Matt Bloxham. Well, fascinating development over there. What do we know about who exactly has gained access to this tool?
Yeah, good morning. So what we understand is that a small group of users of an online discussion platform called Discord have gained access, and one of those users is actually an employee of a third-party company that works for Anthropic and is involved in testing various models. So they've kind of been able to kind of use that knowledge and various other online tools to kind of understand where this model might live online and how to gain access to it. So, you know, quite a kind of serious situation that Anthropic's facing in terms of this unauthorized access to its models.
And what are the potential risks here, Matt?
Yeah, so I mean, as you mentioned, this is a new model that Anthropic's got under developed called Mythos. It's incredibly powerful, and Anthropic itself has even said that it's got capabilities to kind of really deliver very significant cyber attacks. And so far, it's been limiting access to this model to a small group of very powerful software companies, including, for example, Apple, so that they can test its capabilities against their own systems. And once it is eventually released to the general public, that it doesn't cause or threaten massive risks to either kind of big software platforms, the internet in general, or in particular kind of big financial systems. So this is a very serious situation. I think so far we understand that this kind of the online users who've got access to it have not been trying to do anything malicious with it. They've just been looking to kind of play with it and explore with it. But it does, highlight a big vulnerability. And if this, if somebody did decide to kind of be quite malicious with this, then it could have very widespread consequences for the financial system or the internet at large if it happened before these big institutions are able to kind of test and fix any vulnerabilities that this platform unveils.
Yeah, and sort of let's stick with the AI theme. SpaceX says it has an agreement giving the right to acquire AI startup Cursor for $60 billion later this year. And what does the Elon Musk-run firm aim to achieve with this acquisition?
Yeah, so first up, let's remind everybody that SpaceX now includes xAI, which is Elon Musk's AI business, a bit like Anthropic or OpenAI. And one of the big developments we've seen happening that's been really popular in the AI world are AI coding assistants, helping software engineers to kind of develop much more sophisticated code much more quickly. And Elon Musk said a while back that he felt that XAI was kind of falling behind. You need to kind of essentially redesign the business from the ground up. And one of those areas that he feels is weak is on this AI coding, and that Cursor is one of a few startups that's really kind of making headway in this area. So this is an attempt by Elon Musk to kind of essentially shore up XAI's capabilities and inject into it this AI coding capability. But if a deal happens, it won't happen until after the company or SpaceX has gone public.
Bloomberg's Matthew Bloxham, thank you so much. Well, just in the last couple of minutes, we have a bit of news that seems to be impacting oil markets here. And this is, I should say, coming from Tasnim, which is a state-affiliated media in Iran. But essentially, they are saying that Iran has received some sign that the U.S. is ready to break the blockade. And to be clear, this is coming from Iranian state media. They are citing the Iranian envoy to the UN, that's Irvani, on this U.S. naval blockade, and indicating that they had received perhaps some signals from the U.S. that they're willing to lift the U.S. naval blockade. We're seeing oil dip on the back of that news. I should also just reiterate that it is unclear exactly when that signal came through, because what we know from President Trump, his own words, that Truth Social post overnight suggests that the U.S. naval blockade is going to stay in place. But this is Iranian media suggesting that they are getting signals pointing otherwise. Now, coming up, United Airlines slashes its forecast as jet fuel costs surge. More details next. This is Bloomberg.
गाइस वो जो कॉल ऑप्शन था 24,500 का 200 के आसपास है, इसमें हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लो। सेकंड टारगेट डे हाई का रखते हैं 230। ठीक है, हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक कर लेना। लगभग 30 पॉइंट मूव किया है। डे हाई इज द फाइनल टारगेट 233 के आसपास का देखते हैं इसमें मिलता है तो। एंड अगर इसके ऊपर सस्टेन किया तो फिर 300 रहेगा फाइनल टारगेट, विच इज़ फार अवे राइट नाउ, बट या दैट विल बी द। सो थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था 24,500 का कॉल ऑप्शन ऑन द सपोर्ट एरिया बिटवीन 150 टू 160। 160 पे आया, 160 से बाइंग चल रही है करंटली एट 200। लेट्स सी ये अपने डे हाई के टारगेट तक जाता है तो, अगर विच इज ऑलमोस्ट 50% ऑफ द कैपिटल, गिविंग 20% रिटर्न ऑन द कैपिटल, बाइंग ट्रेड बाय द वे। ठीक है, डे हाई मिलेगा तो ऑलमोस्ट 40 टू 50% रिटर्न आ जाएगा। एंड देन वी विल सी द फाइनल टारगेट ऑफ 300, दैट विल बी अप्रोक्सीमेटली 120%, 120 to 130% रिटर्न ऑन कैपिटल। सो जिन लोगों ने किया है भाई 24,500 का कॉल ऑप्शन, book the half profit and trail the remaining quantity for the target of day high 230 in 24,500 call option nifty। ठीक है, बाकी क्रूड ऑयल भी ठीक ठाक नीचे तो आ ही गया है। अब अगर ऊपर जाएगा तो एक सेलिंग ट्रेड बन जाएगा, नीचे आएगा तो बाइंग के लिए है ही प्राइस एग्जैक्टली ऑन सपोर्ट। ठीक है, बाकी नेचुरल गैस स्टिल स्ट्रगलिंग, नीचे नहीं आ रहा है अभी भी 254 के नीचे। 254 के नीचे एक कैंडल क्लोज करते तो बढ़िया, या फिर 255.5 के ऊपर निकल जाए तो फिर डे हाई से हम थोड़ा सा रेजिस्टेंस के तौर पे नहीं कंसिडर करेंगे। स्टिल साइडवेज बिटवीन द फर्स्ट 15 मिनट कैंडल। लेट्स सी 24,500 कहाँ तक मूव करता है। अब हाफ प्रॉफिट बुक जरूर कर लेना 24,500 के कॉल में। टारगेट नॉट रीच्ड येट बट हाफ मूव ऑलरेडी डन। ऑप्शन है, एक्सपायरी दूर है अभी, काफ़ी दूर, तो ज़्यादा कोई इशू नहीं आएगा।
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Live from Dubai today, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Giovanna Bersecci with your top stories. Brent, the dollar and U.S. Treasury yields dip on a report that Iran has received, quote, some sign the U.S. is ready to break its blockade, though there are no details about the timing. Bloomberg learns that unauthorized people have gained access to Mythos, Anthropic's most powerful and potentially dangerous AI model. Plus, President Trump's Fed chair nominee, Kevin Warsh, reportedly pledges independence, but dodges questions about his views on rates. Well, let's get you up to speed on these markets, digesting the news flow coming from the region and the fact that there is an indefinite ceasefire for the time being. But again, it's unclear where this all goes and if there is going to be another round of talks. Indeed, the Islamabad round of talks, at least this week, seem to have been postponed as well. So S&P futures up 0.6% just in the last few minutes. Tasnim, which is a local Iranian media, saying that they had received signals from the U.S. suggesting that they're willing to lift the naval blockade. No confirmation yet from the U.S. or indeed on timing as to when they received that signal. So bear that in mind. Asia Pacific, you can see the handover pretty negative today, down 0.5%. And European markets at one point were pointed to open up in negative territory. Now looks like they are basically flattish as we head into the session. As for oil, let's switch over. All of this has happened just in the last 5 minutes or so, but we're seeing oil slipping quite substantially now, down 1.2%, around $97 handle on that report. And let's see whether it actually does transpire that the blockade does get lifted. That could be a huge catalyst for oil and energy markets. The USD also losing a bit of ground here, down 0.2%. And then two-year yields have been in focus. We've rallied a little bit this morning, down 1.5 basis points. Again, if the blockade is lifted, it takes out some of that inflationary pressure. And on back of that, it takes out pressure from the Fed to hike rates. So that's the reaction function that we're seeing in two-year yields. Time now for your front page news. The FT reports that President Trump said he was extending the ceasefire with Iran at the request of Pakistan and because Iran's government was seriously fractured. The Wall Street Journal reports that investors are running full speed into stocks and loading up on risk despite the Iran crisis, with major U.S. indices back to pre-war levels and speculative bets surging. El País reports that President Trump waited until the last moment to announce the ceasefire extension with Iran on Tuesday night, mirroring his approach from 14 days earlier. And as ever, you can get a roundup of the stories you need to know to get your day going. In today's edition of Daybreak, terminal subscribers can go to DAYB Go. That is on the terminal. Now, turning to corporate M&A now. Bloomberg has learned that Germany's Deutsche Telekom is considering a full combination with its American arm T-Mobile. The move would rank as the largest ever public M&A deal. For more on Bloomberg's scoop, we can speak to our deals reporter, Manuel Bagori. Talk us through this potential deal and how much of a groundbreaking deal it could actually be given its scale.
Indeed, Giovanna, this would be a very transformative and significant deal in the telecoms industry, one that has been talked about for many years on and off and on again. And within this theme of consolidation in the telecoms industry, bear in mind that the carriers need a lot of potential investments in digital infra and potential improvements. So just combining them makes natural sense. But they have faced a lot of regulatory and political hurdles in the past. That's why we haven't seen any major or not that many major significant moves in the industry. Now, here is a different one in which we've got Deutsche Telekom, which already owns more than 50%, around 53% in T-Mobile US. And obviously, T-Mobile is a significant generator of revenues and profit into Deutsche Telekom. So combining the two would make a lot of sense. Now, among the hurdles that this transaction would face, definitely, as mentioned, they will have to align political and investors and other stakeholders as well.
Well, let's talk about that because, you're talking about two distinct countries here, Germany and the U.S. At what point could the politics actually disrupt the process?
That's a very good point, Giovanna. At any point is the short answer. I mean, the deal, as many others in the industry, that CEOs have been advocating for consolidation for decades. The problem is that they are so critical in terms of belonging to a sensitive and core industry in every and each country around the world that governments obviously are very sensitive when it comes to jobs, when it comes to access to sensitive data and technology and so on and so forth. So gaining government support from Berlin and Washington will be definitely critical, and the hurdles are high. But at some point, industry insiders believe that these moves will be unavoidable because it just makes a lot of commercial sense.
Bloomberg Deals reporter Manuel Bagori, thank you so much. Well, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says repairs have been completed on the Druzhba oil pipeline, allowing the resumption of Russian oil flows to Europe. The restoration of Druzhba marks a breakthrough in Brussels' efforts to release its 90 billion euro loan to Kyiv. For more, I'm joined by Greg Sullivan, Bloomberg's Russia economy and government editor. So how crucial is this loan for Ukraine?
Well, it's very significant for Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky did say that he spoke with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and that the resumption of flows should lead to the unlocking of this 90 billion euro loan. That's welcome news for Kyiv. European leaders are set to discuss this today, and it clearly fits a need that Kyiv has. Obviously, the economy has been hampered by more than 4 years of war defending itself against Russia's invasion. U.S. support has essentially dried up since President Donald Trump came back to office, and Kyiv only has enough money to cover its needs through June. So in order to keep defending itself against the Russian invasion and to keep functioning, this is very crucial. So obviously welcome news for Kyiv. I would also say it underscores the importance of the recent election in Hungary. Viktor Orban, the prime minister there, had been holding up this loan on condition that Druzhba flows resume. There's also another sanctions package that this could lead to help unblocking that Orban and Slovakia had been holding up.
And meanwhile, at the same time, Russia seems to be ramping up its own oil flows. Does this give Moscow more leverage as the world seeks Gulf alternatives? Is Russia really benefiting from the disruption in the Middle East right now?
Well, certainly there is more leverage that they have getting more oil to the market. Obviously, we've seen that they've been granted some sanctions exemptions from the U.S. as Trump tries to tame the surge in oil prices. For Russia itself, it's probably going to help ease some of the pressure. They have a widening budget deficit. They also have increased government spending and dwindling reserves, but they've been unable to take advantage of the surge in oil prices that they wanted to because these Ukrainian drone attacks on oil export facilities have really curbed their ability to sort of reap the benefits from that. All that being said, even if it does ease pressure on the budget deficit, it's unlikely to fix Russia's economic woes. The economy is really slowing under the weight of high interest rates that have been kept at near historic highs to try and tame war-driven inflation.
Greg Sullivan, Bloomberg's Russia economy and government editor, thank you so much for bringing us the latest on Ukraine and Russia. Now to some of the other top stories we're following this morning. ASM International is forecasting stronger than expected second quarter revenue, driven by continued investment in artificial intelligence. The Dutch chip equipment maker says revenue will be about 980 million euros for the 3 months to June, almost 100 million more than average analyst estimates. The company says growing AI adoption and rapidly scaling workloads are increasing demand for compute capacity. And CATL has shown off a new EV battery that recharges from 10% to 98% in just 6 minutes. The Chinese manufacturer has also unveiled another battery with a range of 1,000 kilometers on a single charge. The announcements came at the company's annual Tech Day ahead of the Beijing Auto Show. And BHP shares up as much as 1.9% in Australia after it confirmed it's finalized a deal with China's state-backed iron ore buyer. However, no details about pricing mechanisms, contract duration, or other terms were disclosed. The resolution allows BHP, one of the world's biggest iron ore suppliers, renewed access to its largest market after months of disruption. And coming up, new satellite data reveals the true scale of damage from strikes in Iran. We'll have more next. This is Bloomberg.
We should not deny that change is coming. And change is not coming just in data centers and AI. As a world, we are building infrastructure, we're building energy, we're doing energy transmission, we're building next-gen manufacturing, we're ramping defense, and we're doing this thing called AI and data.
Yes.
We will see the largest need for capital ever. And that's what we've seen so far this year. And so now to your specific question, it's about underwriting. There are a number of very strong US tech companies who run diversified businesses, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, who are interested in seeing these centers built and are interested in not consolidating the debt on their balance sheet. And to the extent they are prepared to lend their credit, one can lend against those types of things and make sensible underwriting decisions.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Season is here.
Certainly valuations have shifted quite significantly.
Maybe a bit of optimism.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We're talking about a move away from U.S. assets.
So much corporate issuance.
Let's get the reaction and context.
With the smartest insights.
We're observing what's happening in the Middle East.
The situation is volatile.
We're closely monitoring the impacts on supply chain and logistics.
Cross-border M&A, still such a difficult thing to get done in Europe.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now to some of the other stories we're following today. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's position is looking increasingly shaky after a former top Foreign Office official alleged that he was pressured by Starmer's office to approve Peter Mandelson's appointment as U.S. ambassador. Ollie Robbins was sacked by Starmer after it emerged that the Foreign Office had approved Mandelson even though he failed security vetting.
For my team in the Foreign Office, and certainly the handover briefing I was getting as I arrived at post, was what I felt was a generally dismissive attitude to his vetting clearance. The focus was on getting Mandelson out to Washington quickly. Despite this atmosphere, an atmosphere of pressure, the department completed developed vetting to the normal high standard. Because the vetting process is not there to determine fitness for office or reputational risk, it's there to protect national security.
The UK is giving energy regulator Ofgem new powers to clamp down on poorly performing utilities. Under the plans, Ofgem will be able to block bonuses for power company executives if they breach license conditions in ways that harm consumers. The regulator will also be allowed to enforce consumer protection laws directly without going through the courts. The war in Iran could wipe out most of UK Chancellor's fiscal buffer with a £16 billion hit to Britain's public finances. This is according to new research from the Resolution Foundation. The conflict would erase almost 3/4 of Rachel Reeves's headroom against her key fiscal rule under a, quote, severe but plausible scenario. Satellite data is now revealing the full scale of damage from U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran after weeks of war. Today's Bloomberg Big Take looks at how thousands of buildings have been hit, with damage spreading well beyond military sites into residential and commercial areas. For more, let's bring in our Middle East editor, Patrick Sykes. Patrick, what does this new satellite data reveal?
Hi there. Yeah, I think the main takeaway for me was that while military sites have definitely taken up the bulk of the buildings that have been damaged or destroyed in the course of this war, they're by no means the extent of those that have been hit, nor even a majority in some cases. In the capital, Tehran, for example, you're looking at 20 to 25% each of those buildings destroyed or damaged belong to commercial or civilian or industrial kinds of sites as well. So it's just pointing to the scope of that war and how it's sprawled far beyond what are obviously military targets for the US and Israel, and that in turn how it's going to ripple out, I think, even long after the conflict itself is finished.
Yeah. And does the imagery show where the damage is most concentrated and what sort of impact it's having?
Yeah, there's a clear skew in the capital, Tehran. That's clearly been the hardest hit part of the country. But you also see concentrations of strikes in Isfahan, further south, which is a big industrial hub as well as a historical and cultural one. And then secondly, along the Persian Gulf, you're looking at cities like Bandar Abbas and Bushehr. They presumably have been hit hard because of IRGC naval interests in the region as part of that US-Israeli effort to try and protect shipping or get the Strait open, or at least degrade Iran's ability to threaten it.
Patrick, even before the war started, Iran was facing a considerable amount of economic hardship, from water shortage to droughts to rising inflation to currency depreciation. You fast forward to today, after almost 8 weeks of war, and where does it leave the current situation?
You're looking at hundreds of billions of dollars worth of damage that Iran is going to have to reckon with on the day after any kind of peace deal is struck. And as things stand, all that repair work, all of that reconstruction will be all the harder for the fact that as of now, sanctions are very much still in place. I think that's why we see Iran pushing so hard in these negotiations for A, the lifting of sanctions so that it can benefit from some kind of inflow of capital in the future, and B, reparations, right? That could be in the form of these tolls that is talked about for the Strait of Hormuz, or the straight cash transfers. In the first round of negotiations in Islamabad, there was a lot of back and forth about unfreezing some of Iran's assets. So I think that's clearly why that economic point of the negotiations will be so key as Iran tries to address the extent of the devastation.
Yeah, for sure. Bloomberg's Middle East editor, Patrick Sykes, thank you so much. Well, spillovers from the Iran war are sending more African governments to the IMF for support as rising energy and food prices strain public finances. IMF Africa Director Baby Selassie told us that the region had been gaining momentum before the crisis, but that progress is now under threat.
It's important to contextualize where many economies in the region were on the eve of the crisis, which is, they've been rebuilding their economies, doing quite a lot of reforms and improving macroeconomic condition in the region. So just to give you a couple of examples, growth had accelerated last year to the highest level in almost 10 years at around 4.5%, and was expected to, accelerate even further this year. We had also seen inflation coming down to about 3.5%, fiscal deficits narrowing quite a bit, and debt levels stabilizing and even declining, uniquely around the world, relative to emerging markets or advanced countries. So the region really was on a strong momentum. What this crisis now means is that growth will be a little bit lower. We're projecting around 4.3%. But more importantly, I think some of the countries, particularly on the eastern seaboard, are already feeling quite a significant shock. I mean, remittances have been impacted from the region. We've also seen, of course, supply of oil declining and the price going up very sharply. And all of this is undermining the strong momentum that the region was hoping to build on. The risk, of course, is that the need to reallocate resources in the short term to try and defray some of the costs of the crisis will undermine the longer-term objectives countries have to use these resources to invest in, health, education, infrastructure, and all the other development spending needs have. So our advice is, of course, to some degree, there is a need to try and smooth the effect of the shock, but any such intervention should be temporary and targeted at the poorest, and to stay on course in terms of the medium-term objectives countries have set for themselves.
That was the IMF's Africa Director, Baby Selassie. All right, let's take a look at how markets are shaping up. Specifically Brent, we've had some downward pressure emerge in the last half an hour. At one point, we were down about 1.4%. Now we're down 0.8%. Some news coming from Iranian state media suggesting that Iran has received some signals that the U.S. is ready to break the blockades, though they have not given timing. And I will just say that the BBC ran a similar story yesterday, and since then we know in President Trump's Truth Social post that even though they've extended the ceasefire, the U.S. do plan on maintaining that U.S. naval blockade. So for all intents and purposes, what we know now is that the blockade is still effectively in place, though Iranian media are suggesting that they've received signals the U.S. are ready to lift it. Now, U.S. dollar slipping a little bit today on the news too, down 0.3%, and then two-year yields also down 1.5 basis points. Not just about geopolitical developments, but of course we were keeping a close eye on Kevin Warsh's Senate testimony yesterday, and the fine line he was treading between appeasing Trump and at the same time reassuring investors about central bank independence. So we're going to talk more about that in our chart section, which is coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The president never asked me to predetermine, commit, fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so.
Trump's Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh speaking at his confirmation hearing yesterday. And what's interesting is if you look at the front end of the U.S. yield curve, and this is specifically the two-year yield versus where the Fed funds effective rate is right now, you'll see that the market is not pricing in a series of rate cuts. Even though there's a little bit priced in for this year, there isn't an expectation that this potential new leadership at the Fed is going to be decisively or outright dovish. So just bear that in mind as we think about where things can go from here. And of course, the potential inflationary signals still to come through from the market in the next couple of months from the geopolitical situation over here. Switching over, this I thought was interesting as well. We've been talking about record highs for Wall Street indices, S&P, and this tells you that according to CFTC data, asset managers have a record net long now for the S&P. So that's of note as well. Positioning has turned. And then finally, an oil chart that I thought is worth flagging too, especially as we keep an eye on what is going to happen with the Straits. But this is floating oil storage, and it suggests that things have trimmed sharply, as you can imagine, in the last couple of weeks. Many of these Asian oil importers have been looking for new sources of energy that isn't necessarily being produced and pumped out through the Strait of Hormuz. There was a massive amount of floating oil storage. That has started to move lower. And so you've got to think the longer this effective closure goes on for, the more that stockpile of physical oil is going to be constrained. And so that will likely show up in markets. So something to think about in energy space, too. Now, to access, search, and save all of the Bloomberg Terminal charts used on this show and across Bloomberg TV, Terminal subscribers can use the function that is CHRT, so Chart TV Go, if you want to take a look at some of the key terminal charts that we've been looking at. And in terms of what to watch out for today, well, in a couple of minutes' time, we've got UK CPI and RPI coming up at 6:30 p.m. later this afternoon. Christine Lagarde will be speaking. And then, again, it is a very busy day in terms of earnings. Some of the highlights that we're watching out for today. Boeing, as you spoke about with Danny Lee. And then we also get Tesla as well. So kicking off some of the Magnificent Seven earning results, too. And the president for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD, will be on the pulse today to discuss rebuilding in the Middle East. You don't want to miss that. It is at 9:30 a.m. London time. The opening trade is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Some people would say that there's maybe a little bit of a bubble in AI. When you have companies with market caps of $5 trillion, you don't see any bubble there at all?
Whenever we have an acceleration in technology and people get excited about it, you have significant capital formation around new companies that are trying to capitalize on that opportunity. And, you know, we've seen this before through history, and you're seeing it now. It won't be a straight line. The opportunity set with AI is enormous. There will be winners and losers. And it's hard to pick the winners and losers now. And certainly a lot of the capital that's being deployed will not produce adequate returns. And a bunch of the capital that's being deployed will actually not produce any returns. But it's hard, it's hard to call the timing on these things. And the thing I'd point to just from a historical lens is in the fall of 1996, Alan Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance in stock markets, and the NASDAQ was at 1,300. And the NASDAQ peaked 3.5 years later at over 5,000. So, these things can go on for a long time, but ultimately, there are adjustments, there will be drawdowns, there'll be rebalancing, and just, it's hard to call it because the technology trend and the investment is real.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Wednesday the 22nd. Good morning, folks. What are we talking about? Well, Trump extending the Iranian ceasefire. There are no talks, though, and yes, the Strait of Hormuz remains firmly closed. Lufthansa cancels 20,000 flights to save fuel. United Airlines cuts its guidance. The cost of the conflict is starting to become clear. And Kevin Walsh says he is not a sock puppet, and that Trump has not demanded that he cut rates, Tom.
European markets are currently flat. We came in this morning, they were pointing negative, but then you had some lines out from Iran, at least the state news agency suggesting they were seeing some signs that the US might be ready to ease that naval blockade, and things turned around. US futures are pointing to gains on the S&P E-minis of 0.5% on oil. Slightly lower now at 0.5% lower and just below $98 a barrel on Brent. WTI is also a little softer in terms of pricing, down 0.8% at $88.92. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Wednesday morning, good morning. Okay, this is the situation as we now find it. We'll talk about the latest headlines in just a moment. But the left tail risk of a re-escalation of the kinetic conflict in the Gulf appears to have been removed. Trump has extended the ceasefire and removed that risk. So it looks like we're not going to see boots on the ground as a risk. The market can discount that. That's good news. That's upside kind of risk. However, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Oil prices are still elevated. Yes, they're ticking down a little bit on some kind of slightly unconvincing headlines that we are seeing right now that we don't really know kind of where they're going to take us. So we're going to see elevated oil prices, and the effect of that is starting to become clear, Tom.
And that's the point. The messaging around this has been so mixed from both sides. So I'll just quote from the Iranians on this that did move the markets, but it's paired some of the gains that we had seen in terms of European futures. We have received, I'm quoting, we have received some sign that they are ready, the Americans are ready to break the naval blockade. As soon as they break this blockade, I think that the next round of the negotiations will take place in Islamabad. So that is from the Tasman news agency. We'll keep across that, of course. But to your point, we are now in a situation where we have potentially a prolonged ceasefire, but deep question marks then about how long the Straits of Hormuz itself remains closed. And it's a reminder that the complexity's there and that resolving this could take some time. And that is the impact for the global economy. As Vitol says, 1 billion barrels of oil are now off the markets as a result of that. Just to remind it, the JCPOA, so the Iran nuclear deal that the Obama administration negotiated, took 20 months to negotiate in detailed discussions. This is potentially a longer time frame in terms of how you keep the Strait of Hormuz and how you manage to reopen it, and that seems to be a clear takeaway for the markets.
Trump has indicated that he has no intention of ending the blockade at this point in time. So while the Iranians can go, we think that we can restart talks if that happens, at the moment there doesn't seem to be any indication that that is going to happen. So we end up, to your point, with this stalemate of the Strait being closed, kind of nearly closed, almost completely closed. And that is something that is going to feed through into inflation and the corporate results that we're beginning to talk about.
And we have inflation data crossing from the UK right now. In terms of month-on-month, CPI coming in slightly above the survey, 0.7% for the UK in terms of month-on-month CPI for the month of March. Year-on-year, it's in line with the survey, 3.3%. That's above the February print of 3%. Services, interestingly, stickier once again, 4.5% on services. The survey had been for 4.3%. So we watch the pound currently at 135. You've seen a bit of a pop early in the session, but currently just up, just a shy of 0.1% at 135 on inflation data that's a little stickier than the survey.
OIS swaps, OIS, the swap is included in that, are basically pricing 40 basis points of hikes at this point in time. Is this a number that can shift that higher or lower, I think, is the key question that we'll be watching out for. You can break it down. You can go onto the terminal and break down exactly what the core components are of the CPI number. It gets filled out over a period of time. I'm waiting to see what the increase in diesel, petrol, lubricants, etc. has been within these numbers. You are seeing a corporate effect already beginning to show through. The airlines, unsurprisingly, are maybe one of the first places you look. Lufthansa announcing overnight that we're going to be seeing 20,000 summer short-haul flights being cancelled. Unsurprising that that is what we're going to see. Let's see if the other carriers around Europe do something similar. Michael O'Leary has talked about the fact that he's got kind of visibility into May, mid-May, but not beyond that. You've seen Scott Kirby over at United overnight as well, after the bell yesterday, lowering guidance at United. So we're going to be talking to him a little bit later on. I'm really interested to see what Scott has to say on his numbers. Alaska has completely withdrawn guidance. US carriers don't tend to hedge as much, Europeans do. But does that hedging work if there is no fuel available? Now, the European Union says there is fuel available in storage and it could release it, but it's not going to be in sufficient quantity really to deal with this crisis that the European airlines are likely now to face.
And just a reminder, jet fuel prices have doubled since the start of this conflict. Lufthansa saying that they think they can save about 40,000 tonnes of jet fuel on the back of these cuts to some of these routes. You have the analysis on one of the Bloomberg stories today suggesting that for the month of May alone, globally, airline carriers have cut about 3% of capacity. Do you expect that further to shrink the more this goes on, the longer this goes on, as airlines adjust? How can you put out 2026 forecasts with the uncertainty around the fuel price story right now.
So that's demand destruction that we are going to see. And clearly, I think airline prices are going to remain elevated as a result of it. But there's demand destruction. It's interesting. We're going to be speaking to the AkzoNobel CEO very, very shortly. They've got numbers out this morning. Middle East impact, raw material inflation versus pricing. They're basically recooking the 2021-2022 playbook that they saw when they raised prices aggressively. Middle East price increases announced to fully offset Middle East impact, they are saying. So price increases coming through in the paint sector and the coating sector. So that's where the kind of the inflationary component is. The airlines may be seeing some demand destruction as a result of this.
And on Akzo, some of their competitors have raised prices. You talk about 2022. It was a different economic backdrop then. So can their customers absorb those price increases? How is that going to filter through in terms of second round and third round effects? All of this has to be weighed up by central banks, of course. And we had the Senate Banking Committee scrutiny, of course, of Kevin Warsh yesterday. And there were two key takeaways. One, he committed to being independent, not going to be, quote unquote, the sock puppet of President Trump, but also saying he does want significant change at the Fed in terms of communication, in terms of the balance sheet. Didn't give a lot of details on the balance sheet question, something he's been quite consistent on in terms of wanting to shrink that. We know the Treasury is concerned about the pace of any shrinking of the balance sheet, but he really pushed on independence and the fact that he does want to see some structural change at the Fed.
Yeah, that sock puppet thing is going to stick, though, isn't it?
It's quite the line.
Yes.
Quite the line. But there's so much uncertainty about who is actually going to lead the Fed. He may get the votes, but then we come down to Tom Tillis and whether or not he allows this to go through.
So it was interesting. I don't often like to talk about our opposition, but Joe Conan on CNBC had an interview yesterday with President Trump, and Joe tried to present the argument that you basically let Congress handle the investigation into the cost overruns at the Fed in terms of the building projects, and therefore the Tillis vote can come back and you can clear Warsh to become the next Fed chair. The president was having absolutely none of it, because that's the argument that's now being raised. That you can, and Tillis is pushing this argument as well. Give it to Congress, let that investigation roll through.
That's the off-ramp.
That's the off-ramp. But the president would not take that off-ramp yesterday, which I think is interesting. And therefore, you also have to assume that when Warsh talks about the idea that he's not the sock puppet, and he says the president has not asked him to cut rates. The president, every day he talks about it almost. Rates are going to go lower when Kevin gets in.
The president's been pretty clear. He will be disappointed if the next Fed chair doesn't cut rates as soon as they get in.
OK, let's get back to those cost increases and price increases. Greg Pou-Guillaume is the AkzoNobel CEO. He's going to be joining us very shortly. We'll talk about what he is seeing in terms of what the business looks like right now as a result of the Gulf story. Patrick Brenner, Schroders multi-asset chief investment officer, joining us a little bit later. And we've got inflation data out of the UK this morning. There's plenty going on in the UK right now. Victoria Clark, Santander CIB UK chief economist, joining us later in the show.
Here's what else we are thinking about throughout the day then. Today, EU ambassadors will be meeting to discuss unblocking a much-needed €90 billion loan for Ukraine. At 12 p.m. UK time, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, will take PMQs in the House of Commons. No doubt more questions about Peter Mandelson and the fallout of that controversy. And 3 p.m. UK time, Eurozone consumer confidence will come through. We'll mark that for you, of course. 6:30 p.m. UK time, we're going to be hearing from Christine Lagarde of the ECB speaking in London. And later on the earnings front, Tesla, IBM and Boeing earnings as well.
OK, what else do you need to know this, Wednesday morning? Bloomberg has learned that Deutsche Telekom is considering a full combination with its American arm T-Mobile. The German telecommunications firm is already T-Mobile's biggest shareholder, with a roughly 53% stake. Such a deal would create the world's biggest wireless operator by market capitalization, surpassing China Mobile, which is currently valued at around $235 billion. The move would also rank as the largest ever public M&A deal. Let's get to the chip sector. ASM International is forecasting stronger than expected second quarter revenue, driven by continued investment in artificial intelligence. The Dutch chip equipment maker says revenue will be around €980 million for the 3 months to June. That's almost 100 million above the average analyst estimates. The company says growing AI adoption and rapidly scaling workloads are increasing demand for compute capacity. And Bloomberg has also learned that a small group of unauthorized users accessed Anthropic's new Mythos AI model, which the company itself warns could enable dangerous cyber attacks. According to a source and documentation viewed by Bloomberg News, users in a private online forum gained access on the same day that Anthropic announced a limited test release of the model. The group has been using Mythos regularly since then, though not for cybersecurity purposes. So when I saw this headline first thing this morning, I was like, that does not sound good, but it sounds like this is actually reasonably contained.
Yeah, well, Anthropic say they're looking at it. Of course, this is a third party. It seems like it's a third-party contractor for Anthropic that was one of the individuals in this Discord group. And this group, this private group on Discord, they basically search the internet and try and find access to models that have not been released, finding backdoors to do that. And it was a third-party contractor who apparently enabled that to happen. But importantly, to your point, on our reporting, this is not a group of people who want to use this for cybersecurity reasons. They're basically a bunch of geeks who want to understand how the models work before they're actually released and are playing around with them. So it doesn't seem like there's an immediate cybersecurity risk, but it does remind us that Anthropic and others building these frontier models need to make sure they have the
it's not 100% secure,
exactly.
the ring fence.
Yeah.
Okay. I read it, and it certainly, given the risks that we've been talking about, it sounded highly concerning. But as you say, maybe not so.
Coming up, Kevin Walsh facing a grilling from senators, someone who's talked about AI and what that will do to productivity and potentially allow for lower rates. Seeking confirmation, of course, as the Fed chair. We're going to get analysis on that contentious hearing. Plus, the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively shut despite President Trump's ceasefire extension. We'll discuss the risks ahead for energy and shipping. Up next, we're going to be joined by Catherine Nice, Chief European Economist at PGIM Fixed Income. If you have any questions of your own for our guests, do send them to us on IB plus BBTV Go. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it's happening. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Caracas, Venezuela, and this is Bloomberg.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
The
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in 1.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
It is 7:15. Good morning. We are 45 minutes from the opening trade. European futures pointing higher by 0.1% after 2 days of losses. President Trump saying he's extending the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely, even as plans for a fresh round of peace talks collapse. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed to shipping effectively, with Iran saying it will not reopen the vital waterway while the US maintains its own blockade. For more, we are joined by Bloomberg's Jumana Pescetti in Dubai. Jumana, there's been a lot to digest out of the region just in the last few hours. We've had an update, it seems, from the Iranian state news, which has led to a little bit of optimism in the markets. The ceasefire has been extended, but the strait is not reopened. Get us up to speed on what the situation currently is.
Another very busy 24 hours in the region. And remember, yesterday we spent the whole day pretty much ascertaining whether J.D. Vance was going to make the trip to Islamabad for a second round of talks. Clearly, that is not going to happen. And we found out in the middle of the night yesterday, President Trump putting up this Truth Social post saying that the ceasefire has now been extended. But again, with a big question mark, because there's ambiguity really over the timing or the new eventual deadline for the ceasefire. He says it will continue until Iran submits a new proposal and discussions are concluded one way or another. He says that they extended the ceasefire at the request of the Pakistani mediators. And of course, we know that Pakistan had been hustling really hard to bring the two sides back together again. But of note here is President Trump once again reiterated that the U.S. naval blockade is going to stay in place. And this has been one of the key conditions that the Iranian delegation have said needs to be lifted. The U.S. naval blockade would need to be lifted in order for them to return back to the negotiating table. And indeed, we heard from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi overnight. He put up a post saying blockading Iranian ports is an act of war. It's a violation of the ceasefire. And striking a commercial vessel is an even greater violation. A short while ago, we also heard from the Iranian ambassador to the UN. He was giving an interview to Iranian state television and said that unless the U.S. lift the naval blockade, then there is no hope of a second round of discussions. So we are in a situation now where, yes, on the surface, there has been a ceasefire extension, so that is good news. But at the same time, this is not a state of war. It is not a state of peace. There is not a final resolution. The strait is still closed, and there's still a reasonable chance that both sides can return back to hostilities. It wasn't just that long ago that President Trump said that the army is locked and loaded and ready to go. And equally, the Iranian side keep putting forward messages saying that they are ready and are preparing themselves to return back to the battleground again. So again, a lot of ambiguity about where we go from here.
Jumana, great update. Thanks very much indeed. Really useful stuff. Jumana Pescetti joining us out of Dubai with the latest. A lot of uncertainty still out there. So let's figure out what we do with it. Catherine Nice, Chief European Economist at PGIM Fixed Income, joining us now. Catherine, we seem to have, at least for now, and I hear what Jumana's saying about the possibility of conflict returning, but at least for now it appears that we have taken off the kind of extreme left tail risk, which is a resumption of the conflict. But we still have a Strait of Hormuz that is closed. What does that tell you? What are your models telling you about kind of where we are in this process, about the economic damage that is being done?
Yeah, I don't think a model is going to help you in this situation, I'm afraid. It's a very uncertain and unknowable thing. I think I would very much amplify the points that Jumana made, that it's sort of, on the one hand, it seems like, marginal good news overnight with having this extension. But on the other hand, the fact that these straits are being blocked now by the United States, this is, my understanding is that this is quite existential for the regime, in a different way economically, but that, the constraints are no less binding. And I don't think that we can completely rule out a return to, a kinetic situation there. I think what that means is that even in a best case scenario, because of this prolonged uncertainty, I think we can assume that there is going to be a pretty big risk premium baked into these energy prices, that they're not really going to go away anytime soon. And that means, higher for longer energy prices are going to be more impactful on inflation. You see that already in the UK numbers that just came out today.
Okay. I think we've got a slight problem with your... I can hear you, but I can't see you at the moment. So we'll carry on the conversation, but maybe put up some graphics. Catherine, let's talk a little bit about what the economic impact is going to be here. Whether or not we are... Is demand destruction the biggest risk, or is inflation the biggest risk right now? Or is it just a combination of the two? The bond market at the moment is painting a moderately kind of sanguine picture. The equity market's in its own little world, but the bond market is taking a slightly more cautious view. What is your assessment of what the bond market is signaling about what comes next?
Well, I'm not sure I would look at the bond market for signals, because I think I'm a little bit confused by some of the market pricing out there. But my assessment would be that it really depends on where you're looking. If you're looking in Europe, if you're looking at the UK and the euro area, I think that a weaker real economy is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of containing the inflation problem from this shock. And so I don't expect to see a repeat of what we saw in 2022, which was eye-watering inflation. But the real economy, actually a lot more resilient than would have been expected. But I would contrast that with the US, where, yes, labor markets are definitely easing. You can see that in some of the vacancy unemployment ratio. But generally speaking, the US economy continues to be pretty resilient. And inflationary pressure, even before this crisis hit, was building for, a range of different reasons. And so if you layer on top an additional, very large price level shock in terms of higher energy prices, I think there you're going to see the impact popping up a lot more on inflation, and the real economy, I think, is more likely to stay resilient. So a different picture depending on where you're looking.
And that's really interesting, Catherine. And yet traders are pricing in rate cuts still for the Fed, and yet rate hikes for the ECB.
Therein lies the puzzle. To be clear, my call is also for some marginal rises in ECB rates. I actually don't think that they are going to need to do very much to be able to signal, credibility and competence and, keeping a lid on this inflation problem. I think they have done extremely well in the last couple of weeks and months, just setting out their position and making it really clear what's their reaction function. So my expectation is there's going to be a lot more certainty and stability, despite the uncertainty of the situation, about how the ECB is going to react. Whereas we don't have that kind of certainty when it comes, for example, to the UK, or, even less, I would argue, in the US. We don't know who's going to be the chair of the FOMC. We don't understand the dynamics, how that's going to work. There's obviously going to be, differential views in the FOMC. That's natural. The macro signals are going in different directions. It's just very difficult to know where, is the path for rates in the US. So again, from that perspective, I think, I would have expected to see that difference, but that's not really what we're seeing in the market reaction so far, to your point.
Yeah. Well, Catherine, staying on the Fed, after listening to Kevin Warsh's testimony yesterday, are you more or less convinced about Fed independence?
So I take Warsh at his word that he's very committed to central bank independence. He came to the UK and did a review of the Bank of England. I think he is very committed to the role of these public institutions. My big takeaway from I mean, this was, definitely just my judgment, looking at it, different people will come to a different view, is that, maybe he could do a bit on rates, maybe he could do a bit on the balance sheet, but maybe the more important thing to watch is around reforms to the Fed, and what form that could look like. Both reforms in terms of just how the Fed itself functions, but also how it coordinates with other branches of government like the Treasury. That to me seems more impactful, more important, and certainly would have implications beyond, the immediate future.
Smaller balance sheet, do you think that's possible?
I think it is possible. It's probably, not going to be a whole heck of a lot smaller than where it is now. But some adjustments, I think, lower are definitely, feasible. I mean, even if you ask, the policymakers now who are looking at this, they never give you a number. Nobody really knows, where is the line, where is the inflection point where you could start to see stresses. And I think, the assessment is, let's stay miles away from that.
Okay.
But that suggests that there is a lot of, room for maneuver, and that it is possible to bring it a little bit lower. And there are sort of economic efficiency points that you can gain from having it lower. And that I think is the view that he has.
Catherine, we've run short of time. We really appreciate your insights this morning. Catherine Nice, Chief European Economist at PGIM Fixed Income. Coming up, we're going to speak to the CEO of Akzo Nobel. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Operators like ourselves, and then the customers land up going to the black market, and the black market don't pay tax, do whatever, and there's no customer, there's no responsible gaming, and the fiscals of these governments don't collect any money. So it's finding a balance between overtaxing and then not regulating. Anything from 15 to 25% of your net gaming revenue paid on tax is probably the right number. And when you start going above that, the metrics start becoming a bit more complicated for lots of the operators.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
30 minutes to go until the start of cash trading here in Europe. European futures pointing modestly higher, 0.2% to the upside. The FTSE 100 may be something of a laggard as we watch what happens with oil prices. What I think is interesting is that Nasdaq futures are up by 0.7%. S&P E-mini futures are up by 0.6%. So you're getting a stronger showing stateside this morning in terms of the outlook when it comes to equities.
Yeah, arguably more conviction when it comes to the dollar move as well. The Bloomberg dollar index down 0.2%. But as you're saying, oil prices are down this morning on the back of the geopolitics out of the Middle East. And we are therefore seeing a bit of a modest bid, a bit of a cautionary bid for bonds as well, guys. So you're seeing yields broadly lower across US Treasuries. Wait for gilts to reopen, of course, at 8 a.m. UK time. But across European sovereign debt, you're seeing a little bit of a move into the sovereign debt, of course, of Italy. BTPs, yields down 3 basis points on the 10-year there. Over in France, Oats seeing some money moving in as well. Yields down between 1 to 2 basis points. So there's the picture broadly across the bond markets. A little bit of easing in terms of yields lower, price up on sovereign debt in the Eurozone. Let's get to the corporate story right now and earnings with the impact, of course, in the Middle East filtering through. AkzoNobel announcing price increases to fully offset the impact from the Middle East conflict. The Dutch paints and coatings company maintained its full-year guidance of at least 1.47 billion euros adjusted EBITDA. I'm very pleased to say we're joined now by the CEO of the company, Greg Poux-Guillaume. Greg, good morning. Thank you for your time. What gives you the confidence to maintain the guidance in an environment of deep uncertainty and supply chain ruptures in the Middle East?
To start off, we had a very good Q1. We delivered 7% above consensus in terms of EBITDA. We beat on pretty much all the metrics. So good start to the year. And in terms of the Middle East conflict, we have some fairly conservative assumptions in terms of how our raw material basket is going to be impacted, essentially in the high teens. And we have already announced and discussed with our customers corresponding price increases to mitigate that full impact. So we feel that we're in good shape as we move into the second part of the year.
In terms of the raw material input for the Akzo business, where is the key pain point right now in terms of materials that are seeing price hikes or scarcity?
It's really interesting because a lot of observers think it's about oil, but it's actually more about the disruption of the chemical value chain than it is about oil. If you look at things like NAFTA, I think 30 or 40% of the world's NAFTA comes from within the Gulf. If you look at, and NAFTA is a component of things like epoxy resins. If you look at something like sulfur, where 30 or 40% of the world's sulfur comes from inside the Strait of Hormuz, sulfur is a component of TiO2, which is the pigment for paint. So there's quite a few things that are impacted, but at this point, it's more of a price issue than it is a supply issue. And once again, we're mitigating this price impact by passing on the impact to our customers.
Okay. This feels like the 21-22 playbook when you push prices up quite strongly into a market that was seeing strong demand. Gregory, are we in the same place as we were then? We were just talking to an economist about this. Back then, there was strong demand. Is there the demand to price on, to push on these price rises to consumers? Are consumers going to be willing to take them?
Well, we're doing this in a softer market. So clearly, it's not the same market as environment as in 21-22. But actually, we're not seeing at this point an impact on demand. We are keeping a close eye on it because if we see this conflict continuing for much longer and we stay in a world of higher inflation, then over time that does have an impact. But at this point, we're not seeing a whole lot of pre-buying, for example, in Q1. So we think our customers also have a view that there's a potential resolution over time, and this might be something that we carry for the full year, but not necessarily beyond.
Is there not a risk that what they're actually seeing is the risk of demand destruction, that they're worried about the economic outlook and therefore they're not pre-buying?
No, there hasn't been an inflection in terms of consumption. We're a really interesting company because we're 65% B2B and 35% B2C. So we're seeing not only the the deco customers, customer confidence locally, but we're also seeing the B2B aspect of it. And in both sides of the business, we had a slow January, February, and we had a really good March. And April is also looking pretty good. So I would struggle to reach the same conclusion as you.
Greg, do you have internal models factoring in how long the Strait of Hormuz could remain closed? 1 month, 3 months, 6 months? What is a kind of worst case scenario? When does it become less about price and more about actually access to these raw materials?
I mean, that's a fair point. Over time, right now, it's a price issue. Over time, it could be an access issue. In terms of assumptions, we've disclosed our assumptions. Actually, we're assuming Brent at 110 for the rest of the year. So we're making sure that we have assumptions that will not leave us short in terms of our discussions on mitigation through price.
Greg, you also have a fairly diverse geographical footprint. Are you seeing different markets reacting differently? Does America look different to Europe, to Asia? How would you break it down geographically?
Well, currently, Europe and the U.S. are rather soft. And if you look at Q1, Asia and Latin America did really well. So it's a little bit counterintuitive because some of those raw material impacts, you expect them to be more impactful in Asia than, for example, in the U.S. But the U.S. was already in a softer market, and Asia's continued to do well.
Are you looking, Greg, at any other efficiency measures within the business to mitigate some of this impact, whether it's cost savings or job cuts? Are you comfortable with headcount at this level?
No, we are. We're not looking at additional measures. We already have a fairly aggressive plan in terms of cost efficiency. It was a 3-year plan, which is concluding at the end of this year. We are more than on track. Actually, we're ahead of schedule and ahead of targets, and we'll complete that plan this year. What we don't want to do is to compensate for raw material impacts by structural measures. The structural measures are meant to deliver performance improvement, not to mitigate a raw material variation.
Greg, final quick question from me. I'm just kind of trying to break it down and kind of find out where the strength and the weakness potentially is in terms of the demand picture. Any industry? What are you seeing from an industrial point of view? Is the car what's happening in the car sector right now? What are you seeing in terms of what you're seeing in terms of maritime? Just can you give me a sense of whether or not it is kind of the demand picture looks even right now, whether or not you're seeing pockets of strength, pockets of weakness? You've given us some surprising geographical breakdowns. What's happening in terms of the industrial breakdown?
Well, let's see. Automotive is down. Automotive is struggling in general. Vehicle refinish, which is linked to people driving their car and dinging their car, has been depressed for about a year and a half. It mostly has to do with insurance premiums and purchasing power. It is resorbing and it's stabilizing, but we were expecting a pickup by the middle of the year, and right now we're seeing is a stabilization. If I take powder coatings, the architectural business, which is the powder coating for things like doors and frames and windows for construction, is actually picking up. The marine protective business, protective is things like it's for construction, fire protection and the likes, data centers. That's doing well. Marine is a bit has slowed down a little bit. Some of it has to do with the fact that marine is driven in part by dry dockings, and if you have 1,000 ships waiting to cross the Strait of Hormuz, they're not dry docking to get repainted. What am I missing in my overall picture? Packaging is okay, which is things like cans for beverages and food. And then if I look at the deco business, we had a good quarter in Q1. Latin America, Asia did really well, and Europe actually picked up speed in March and now in April.
Thanks for painting such a comprehensive picture. To excuse the pun, you're actually a really useful tell on what's happening with the global economy. Really interesting to hear what the business is doing right now. Gregory Pouguillon, the CEO of Akzo Nobel. Thank you, sir. Coming up, Kevin Walsh gets a grilling from senators as he seeks confirmation as Fed chair.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet? Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
We're going to take a closer look at those hearings. The next Fed chair potentially on deck yesterday. We'll talk more about it in a moment. This is Bloomberg.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders.
Great scoop on this. You've been reporting about an activist investor coming up and trying to shake things up. What's the latest?
We've been hearing that there was going to be an activist at some point. The question was who?
There is a convergence of technology and national security.
The United States is a big country. We're playing in the Northeast. That's an economy as big as the United Kingdom.
This is a really interesting space to watch. We're expecting more consolidation. As this is Bloomberg Deals at Bloomberg Invest, I want to talk about the broader deal and M&A environment.
This is a moment in time. We'll see how long we're here. It's far too early to call.
There is an underinvestment in what's going on in private markets because everyone's looking for additional AI cloud capacity, and it's very tough to build.
Everybody wants to get things going, and the IPO market is just one symptom of that. It is an early indicator of what we're going to see in the M&A market.
Let's go to Scarlett Fu, who's taking a closer look at drone companies. With ongoing conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine, there's renewed investor appetite for new names in the space. Excellent reporting.
I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The Fed missed its mark, and we are still dealing with the legacy of the policy errors in 2021 and 2022. That means a regime change in the conduct of policy. I think that means a different new inflation framework. Presidents want lower rates, but Fed independence is up to the Fed. Independence has to be earned. And it's earned by delivering on the promises, the commitments that the Fed has made. The president never asked me to predetermine, commit, fix, decide on any interest rate decision. No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Kevin Walsh on Capitol Hill yesterday. So President Trump's showdown with Republican Senator Tom Tillis leaves Walsh's candidacy in a state of uncertainty and the fate of the Fed's leadership unclear. Jay Powell meant to step down, of course, in May. Tillis has signalled he is open to advancing Walsh's nomination if an ongoing criminal inquiry into the central bank is dropped and Congress launches its own investigation. Something of an off-ramp then, potentially. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Balash Pence with the details. What do we know about this potential off-ramp? Is the president on board? Where do things stand in terms of getting Walsh into that seat?
Well, Tom Tillis did offer an off-ramp, as you said, Tom. He even framed it as such. He called it an off-ramp. But it is up to the president to take it. And Donald Trump, just a few hours before Kevin Walsh's testimony, doubled down and said it's important to see through the DOJ investigation. So it doesn't look like he's budging. It doesn't look like he's willing to take that off-ramp. And that's a problem because Tom Tillis remains that important swing vote to get the nomination out of committee and onto the Senate floor with less than a month remaining in Jay Powell's term. And without his support, that will not be happening. We will continue to see this impasse. So it does look like President Trump will need to decide whether he wants to focus on the investigation or whether he wants to get the nomination through as quickly as possible.
So as the next Fed chair to replace Jay Powell, going to be Jay Powell? I know he won't be chair, but he will be effective chair. Is that what we're looking at here?
That is possible, Guy. Paradoxically, it looks like the longer President Trump keeps up the investigation into Jay Powell, the longer he might continue to serve as the leader of the Fed. After his term as the Fed chair ends in May, he will continue on the Fed until 2028, and in that capacity, he can continue to lead the central bank until such time as there's a new Fed chair confirmed. And let's just be clear, nobody, even Tom Tillis, says that they have a problem with Kevin Walsh's qualifications or his policy proposals. The only thing keeping him from being confirmed is this investigation that the DOJ is pursuing. But unless the DOJ drops it, it is very possible that Jay Powell will remain in the Fed leadership position.
Balash, great stuff. It's interesting to see what's going to happen next, which is the most important thing for President Trump, the investigation or Kevin Walsh as Fed chair. We're about to find out. Balash Pence updating us on that. Let's talk about the markets and kind of where we are. We are 12 minutes away, 13 minutes away from the start of cash equity trading here in Europe. Let's get 3 minutes with Paul Dobson now, Bloomberg's executive editor for Asia markets. Paul, we have a ceasefire extension, but still a closed Strait of Hormuz. How do I price that in to global markets?
With difficulty, Guy. Good morning. But what we are seeing, and I think increasingly so, is signs that the market is very minded to take an optimistic, a glass half full perspective on things here. So, yes, we had a little bit of a setback at the end of the US day with the idea that we're not seeing J.D. Vance flying to Pakistan just yet. Then Trump came out and said that the ceasefire will be extended indefinitely. And the market is taking that not as some sort of sign that the US is softening, but more as a sign that it's waiting patiently for Iran to sort itself out, and that actually in Iran there's some sort of disagreement, which Trump alluded to, between more moderate and more hardline elements. The market is holding on to the hope that the sort of more moderate approach will win out and that we'll be able to get to some sort of an agreement. And so you still see that with stocks hanging on in there and crude oil prices holding with, Brent somewhere just around but below $100 a barrel as well.
Paul, there is this disconnect between the equity rally and what's happening on the inflation front. We got a reminder of that with the CPI out of the UK that came in slightly sticky, slightly higher than the forecasts. We were speaking to the CEO of Akzo Nobel, talking about pushing up prices. That's going to go through and feed through to their consumers. When does that gap close? When do the equity markets wake up to the inflation challenge, or are they right to look through it at this stage?
I think that there's two things. One, you're absolutely right to point out the real-world impacts are growing from the crisis pretty much every day. At the moment, Tom, we're not just seeing that in inflation readings, but we're seeing it in larger and larger companies talking about impacts to their production, talking about, cancelling flights if it's airline companies as well, and talking about the need to raise prices. So it is feeding now into the real economy. The market is looking through that and looking more to the optimism on the sort of tech side in particular, than it is sort of still seeing it as, they whisper the word transitory. Well, we've heard that from central bankers, of course, before, and it proved to be a lot longer and stickier than they had hoped for. The market is still looking on the bright side of things. But at some point, if we don't get a resolution and we don't get oil starting to flow through the markets again, then there will be a wake-up moment for the market.
What did you make of the Walsh hearings, Paul?
Yeah, interesting one, wasn't it? I mean, the biggest takeaway was probably the soundbite from Elizabeth Warren talking about accusing him of being a sock puppet and the fact that, he had to sort of write that out and deny it. I feel like Bloomberg Intelligence's analysis is quite an interesting one to think about here. They sort of see him more as a little bit on the hawkish side, talking about the needs to manage inflation in the economy. Talking a little bit less about the mandate on the employment side, and so they're thinking about it through that sort of a lens. What I would say more broadly, though, is that the Treasury market is getting increasingly unruffled, not only with the wash comments, but also with the war in the Middle East too. We're seeing implied volatility on that really falling down, and the yield range that we're seeing in the Treasuries market also slide. That's helping credit outperform and also boosting those equities.
Paul Dobson, Bloomberg's executive editor for Asia Markets. Paul, thank you. Let's get your stocks to watch this Wednesday and bring Chloe Melly. Chloe, what are you looking at?
Good morning, Tom. Let's start with some M&A this morning. So Deutsche Telekom is said to be considering a full combination with its American arm T-Mobile. So this would create a massive multinational telecom company and would actually also rank as the largest ever public M&A deal. So we should watch out for any kind of movement there. There are some challenges. So Bloomberg Intelligence analysts have noted there were potentially issues with limited synergies and regulatory hurdles, among other problems. So it might not be that smooth of a process getting there, so we'll be watching out for any developments with this M&A deal. Moving on to ASM, which could be moving higher today after a second quarter guidance beat estimate. So this really shows the continued demand, resilient demand for chip making equipment because of those billions and billions of dollars getting poured into the build out of AI data centers. And this really follows in the footsteps of what we saw from ASML earlier in the season and shows the strength across that sector. So we've already seen ASM shares hit those record highs, and that could be extended further. And finally, there is some pain, more pain to come for the airline industry. Lufthansa has said that it will cut 20,000 flights from its summer schedule to save on fuel costs. This is the latest airline to take some drastic steps to deal with those higher fuel costs. We had Alaska Air, for example, suspending its guidance, United also cutting its outlook. And for Lufthansa, there is this issue of higher fuel costs, but then also it is dealing with labor action. And so we have seen the shares, as we can see here, going up and down quite a bit over the last month, but today it might be more of a downward move for Lufthansa.
Chloe Melly, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we'll look at travel and leisure, that sector, again today on those updates out of the airline sector. We're also going to be watching some of the companies that supply into the data center space. ABB has actually raised its expectations, its forecast for the year, given the demand in terms of electrification tied to the data center build out. So again, supporting that narrative that the demand is still there as that infrastructure is built out. And then you do have European players that are benefiting on the back of this. There could be a read across from the likes of Schneider Electric, Siemens, who also play in a similar space.
It's interesting, isn't it? You're seeing initially, there has been a big focus on the chips recently, but initially it was kind of companies like Nvidia. That was where they got priced in. Then we moved on to the kind of the chip pricing story and what was happening there. And we're firmly now into the we don't have enough electrons trade, and that is the biggest problem that we face. So Asia Brown Boveri is going to benefit, as you say. There's plenty of other European names. So talking about Europe not having a sort of part of the tech trade, slightly erroneous. Quite a big part of the re-electrification trade or the electrification trade.
Yeah, is that being overlooked? Yeah. And to your point on the chip story, we've got a great piece on the Bloomberg terminal today, just pointing out, despite the rallies that we've seen in the likes of some of those memory chip providers like SK Hynix and Samsung and Micron over in the US, the valuations are actually looking pretty attractive versus the Nvidias of the world, or indeed the TSMCs on the foundry.
We were debating this yesterday, but are they cyclical? This is the question. Or are they in a super cycle? Can they avoid the cyclicality that normally faces them? Let's talk about what's happening here in London, or not happening here in London.
Cycles.
Nice. Tube strike, we got a sort of on-off tube strike this week, and that obviously is affecting people's ability to get to work. So I suspect, given the weather, we're going to see more people walking to work. I think you saw a little bit of this yesterday, though the strike hadn't started, but there was a pickup yesterday. A lot of bicycles, I suspect, on the London roads.
Cab drivers probably doing quite well. Uber drivers probably doing quite well. Fitness levels maybe picking up. There's a couple of cyclists on there. It's a beautiful day. This week's going to be just sunshine, glorious throughout this week. 20 degrees on Saturday, so we can embrace that.
So if you're going to pick a tube strike, the time to have a tube strike, this probably is. The weather kind of
mitigate some of the pain.
Yes, it was going to be raining hard out there. Different story.
Coming up, it is the start, of course, of trading this Wednesday. European futures right now, after 2 days of losses, pointing very modestly higher, a little shy of 0.2%. It's a slightly brighter picture when it comes to US futures. S&P E-mini is pointing higher by 0.6%. Oil is lower, down 0.8% on Brent at $97 a barrel. David Trade up next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. The stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets. And rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry-Ann in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Couple of minutes to go, and then we start cash equity trading here in Europe. Let's deal with some context, then give you an idea of where we're going to open this morning. This was the session yesterday over in the United States, the US session, an initial jump, this initial position here faded quite quickly towards the end of the session as the geopolitics maybe started to look a little bit rockier. We didn't know whether Vice President Vance was going to be going to Islamabad. It turns out he didn't go, and that's kind of the narrative that we priced in throughout the session. You did have some corporate results as well, which probably also fed that narrative as well. Look at United Airlines. Look at what we had out from Alaska as well, withdrawing guidance. So that was the picture over the United States. How does that translate into the picture here this morning? At the moment, US futures are actually more positive than European futures, so that's interesting in itself on the idea that we are going to see the ceasefire being extended. Europe is up by 0.2% on the stocks 50. FTSE's down a little bit. That's oil prices. DAX is up a little bit, but we're not seeing much movement initially in Europe, Tom.
We are starting to see the impact on the corporates as we've been discussing through this show, guys. So some of the individual stocks that we're focusing in on, the basket stocks around airlines. You've had the update from Lufthansa looking to cut 20,000 uneconomic routes over the summer period, hoping to save about 40,000 tons of jet fuel. On the deals front, Deutsche Telecom, interestingly, and this has been in the play for a number of years, but looking to take over T-Mobile, considering a full combination with its American arm T-Mobile, which is the biggest revenue driver for the business. So we're watching Deutsche Telekom in the session as well. And chip stocks, once again, the semis trade continues at pace, and we saw that again in the Asian session. So we watch those sectors and individual names, Guy.
Keep an eye on the electrification trade as well this morning. That's another factor we're going to watch into this market open, which is almost upon us. Here we go. Let me show you some numbers. We are expecting maybe a little turbulence in some of the oil names. FTSE 100 is not expected to go. In fact, European markets are not expected to go anywhere in a hurry this morning. FTSE 100 is up less than 0.1%. That's a little better than anticipated. We've had CPI out of the UK as well this morning. We'll get the gilts trade in just a moment. Stock 600 is up by 0.2%. Keep an eye on what happens with ABB out of Switzerland this morning. That could be an interesting trade. That could ripple through into names like Schneider, etc. in the French market. That will be a factor to watch. The DAX clearly has no news this morning. It's open. It's up by 0.4% and is outperforming this morning. We'll watch to see what AkzoNobel does this morning on the back of its numbers as well. It's talking about price rises offsetting maybe the effect coming through from the Middle East. CAC still not open. AEX still not open. We'll see how some of the chip stocks trade this morning. But Tom, at the moment, a reasonably muted start, slightly positive but muted start to the European trading session.
As we break down sector by sector, you're seeing basic resources currently at the top of the list. We've seen stronger silver prices and gold prices in the session today, so that's lifting that sector. Basic resources with gains of a little over 1%. Industrials are in the mix as well on the upside, up 0.8%. Tech, we talked about the semiconductor space and the fact that that trade continues. Tech up 0.4%. The electrification story as well in industrials and defence. Banks gaining 0.5% on the downside. Biggest losses coming through. Not surprisingly, this is an area we've been zeroing in on this morning, is travel and leisure, with the airline adjustments around the fuel price costs, and Finnish Air, for example, coming out and warning about the impact of higher fuel costs. So travel and leisure, the biggest loser across your sectors, down 0.5%, followed by media, consumer and health, all down between 0.3% and 0.4%. Health just down 0.2%. But the biggest losses, again, travel and leisure on the downside, down 0.6%. The biggest gains coming through for basic resources, up a little over 1%, Guy.
Axo's up quite strongly on the back of it passing through price rises, up by 4.5% on the back of this. The stock has been hit since the start of the conflict, so a little bit of better news maybe coming through in the paint sector. Coating sector. Schneider Electric is also higher, so we're maybe seeing a ripple effect coming through from ABB into some of the other electrification names. It's up by 3.1% this morning. On the downside, it's an interesting little mix in terms of where we're seeing the heavyweights. There's a few XDs. I think DNB's XD this morning, so just bear that in mind. But some of the airline stocks certainly are coming off a little bit in terms of what we're seeing. So I think I just saw Lufthansa down a little bit, but we'll come back to that in just a moment. Let me see if I can get that one up. So, no, that's Deutsche Telekom, actually. Wrong Deutsche. So we're seeing that stock potentially under a little bit of pressure as well on the M&A news that we're talking about with T-Mobile.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can get that across the line. Some scrutiny, no doubt, on the US side and the European side as to whether or not that can go through. Let's bring in Patrick Brenner, who's joining us around set right now, multi-asset CIO at Schroders. Patrick, good morning. You remain and maintain an overweight on equities. At what point does the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, what kind of time frame would derail that overweight view on stocks? As we look at what seems to be this disconnect between the equity rally and the inflation story.
Yeah, I think, look, we started the year positive equity, really on the view that earnings will deliver and will continue to drive equity higher. And fact is, we haven't changed that view.
A lot has changed since the start of the year.
A lot has changed, and we come to that. But I think when it comes to earnings, and when you look at the fundamentals, things haven't changed, right? Earnings have continued to deliver very strongly. They've been not only resilient, they've been remarkably strong. And I think this is really what we say at the beginning of the year, which is this is going to drive the market higher. And so far, we're sticking to that view that as long as the earnings are strong, we see no reason why equities should slow down.
Is that a this quarter story, though? As we look out to future quarters, given the margin squeeze that could be coming through, does that narrative start to erode the longer this Strait of Hormuz closure continues? Is that the risk?
I mean, it is clearly a risk, and I think we were talking about what has changed, and I think what has changed is probably at the beginning of the year. When we were looking at risk scenarios, all the risk scenarios were skewed more towards the inflationary risk. Today, we have to acknowledge that with the disruption in the Middle East, the risk between inflation and growth are more balanced. So I think clearly we have to acknowledge that. So it's a question of time. If we sit here again in 6 months' time and oil is still at 150, then probably our baseline view is going to be challenged. But for now, earnings are being delivered. We're seeing actually upgrades in earnings expectations. So we think still strong fundamentals which support the idea of a strong equity market.
Is that earnings story only limited, though, to what we're seeing in tech?
So there is no hiding from the fact that clearly the earnings story has been narrow, right? You're right, tech has been driven by tech, has been also driven by energy. But by itself, this is nothing really new, right? We've been in this environment for a long time. So we have to accept that part of the market, a narrow part of the market, is driving the market. It doesn't mean it's bad by itself. I think the second point is if you look outside of tech and energy, the rest of the sector, yes, we haven't seen upgrades, but we haven't seen downgrade neither, which I think is quite remarkable in such an environment. So I think it shows that the underlying data, the underlying economy are quite in a good shape.
Analysts don't tend to change their outlooks until they have enough information to do so and have stability of the information they're inputting to make those changes. Is that what we're just seeing here? There's too much volatility for analysts to change their guidance?
I mean, I'm not sure. If you look at Liberation Day, for example, you saw earnings downgrades during Liberation Day because investors or analysts were worried about tariff. If you look at soft data like CIO Confidence Index, we saw a big drop during Liberation Day. This time around, we haven't seen CIO really raising big concern. I'm not sure exactly what's the reason. We should ask
But they
them.
got it wrong last time. That was the problem. And is the problem this time that they're not going to make the changes because changes were made last time and they turned out to be erroneous?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a CIO, you need to manage expectation as well, right?
Yeah.
So I think I would say rather that potentially they've learned from the fact that actually, number one, the economy has the ability to adjust massively to external shocks.
Yeah.
Maybe CIO are more used to energy shocks than tariff shocks. That might be a reason.
Do you adjust the portfolio around the regional vulnerability to that energy shock? As in, do you lean into the US, then Europe, then Asia? How do you think about the regional spread that should be factored into a portfolio?
Yeah, so I think there's been a couple of changes we've done in the portfolio. So with the conflicts in the Middle East, when we look at the economic impact, we actually end up finding that probably the US is more immune than the rest of the world, both in terms of inflation and growth impact. The part of the world which is the most impacted, we think, are Asia and Europe. So there's probably the two regions where we'll be a bit more careful. The other changes in terms of asset allocation mix, what we've done, the term of change that we've done recently, is that we've taken profit on our commodity positive view, because we think that the energy market has become very binary. And because we want to express a more balanced view between inflation and growth risk, we've also closed our short duration view. And so we think that being long equity but neutral duration reflect better this idea of balance of risk between growth and inflation.
And you've added the UK and Canada.
So that's a good point. On the equity side, we like actually a barbell strategy. So on one hand of the barbell, we like the US market, the tech market, which is delivering in terms of earnings. But on the other side, we want complementarity. So we're looking for UK and actually Canadian equity, which are more sensitive to the energy-related stocks, but also have a more cyclical aspect. So we believe that having those two sides of the barbell brings a lot of complementarity in the portfolios.
Do you think it's reasonable that the Fed cuts rates, which is priced at the moment, and the ECB raises rates?
I mean, this is possible, but the current pricing seems quite excessive to us. So we will rather expect some kind of conversion between the ECB and the Fed. And that's why when it comes to the fixed income side, we have a preference for European duration rather than US duration. So while we're neutral overall on duration, we express a preference for European over US duration.
If the ECB does, if the ECB does hike rates, is there a danger that the ECB decides that actually it has an inflation mandate and not a growth mandate, and as a result of which it makes the European picture worse, that the growth picture in Europe is where the real risk lies right now from a market perspective, and that would be exacerbated if we do see action by the ECB?
I think that's clearly a risk, and that's why we think that the balance of risk now are more balanced between inflation and growth risk, because effectively if the ECB or other central bank hike aggressively, this will start to have an impact on growth. We're not in a situation where we think the economy can really digest massive hike from central bank, especially in Europe.
Is gold still a good hedge?
So I think we have to be careful here. We still like gold strategically in the portfolio, but we've said very clearly we don't see gold as a geopolitical hedge. We've seen clearly increasing correlation between gold and equity in March during the sell-off. So I think,
is it a dollar debasement story?
Exactly. I think the story around gold is you have to believe in the continuation of the dollar debasement, and to some extent some question mark around the sustainability of debt level across the DM market.
How much every day, and we'll do it later on, we'd see equity markets bouncing around all over the place, but the volume numbers underneath it are not being supported. What are you seeing in terms of the internals? How much are you trading? What are you doing right now? Are institutions just sitting this one out? Is it CTAs and hedge funds that are chasing this market? What do you see happening below the surface? And how does that affect what you're doing?
So on our side, we're really trying hard to avoid trading the daily headlines. We are, in general, trying to avoid overtrading and really try to stick to the fundamentals. So, this is where we think we have a hedge, and we're trying to avoid overtrading in an environment where headlines can move not from one day to the other, but from 1 hour to the other.
You said it's hard. Is it hard to
It is hard because, we are human, we're emotional, and when the market goes against you, it's hard to stick to your guns. But I think it is important in those difficult times not to panic, to stick to what you think you're good at and stick to the fundamentals in our cases.
Great to see you, Patrick. Thanks for stopping by to see us. We really appreciate it. Patrick Brenner, multi-asset CIO, joining us from Schroders. Quick look at how the market is trading this morning. Let's give you some individual names. Start off with the centre of gravity. Defence stocks are down, luxury is down, chips are definitely having a good day. ASML is up, ASMI is up. You're also seeing a big trade into ABB. Let's start with that chip trade, though. Chloe has more details on that.
Good morning, Guy. Indeed, ASM is, as expected, doing very well this morning. We're up almost 9% after second quarter guidance beat estimates. So this really underscores this continued resilient demand for chip-making equipment because of all of these big tech names investing so much in AI and pouring billions of dollars into the data center build-out. And so this is a really bright outlook for ASM, and we are up very strongly this morning. Another sector that is benefiting from this AI data center build-out is the electrification and data center equipment sector, including the likes of ABB, which this morning raises revenue expectations because of a surge in orders from data center customers. And so we are seeing that really drive the shares this morning and have that read across for the entire sector, with Siemens, Schneider Electric and Legrand also in the green this morning. Moving on to AkzoNobel, and the company, the paint maker, is also up actually quite strongly, up 5%. Its results beat expectations, and it said that it was also able to pass on the rising costs associated with the war in the Middle East to customers by hiking prices. And so this is seen as quite reassuring, and we are up quite strongly this morning. And finally, let's end with a downward move for Reckitt, which is down almost 6% after saying that it had weaker sales for its cold medicines in the US, and the war in the Middle East had also disrupted supplies in the region. So a less positive morning for Reckitt.
Chloe, thank you very much indeed. With the stocks on the move this morning, Chloe Melly. Coming up, German carrier Deutsche Telekom said to be weighing a full combination with its American arm T-Mobile. We'll bring you the details on what could be the largest ever public M&A deal. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gurr.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about the significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in one.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Earnings season is here.
Certainly valuations have shifted quite significantly.
Maybe a bit of optimism.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We're talking about a move away from U.S. assets.
So much corporate issuance.
Let's get the reaction and context.
With the smartest insights.
We're observing what's happening in the Middle East.
The situation is volatile.
We're closely monitoring the impacts on supply chain and logistics.
Cross-border M&A, still such a difficult thing to get done in Europe.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the opening trade. We are 16 minutes into today's session. Across the benchmark in Europe, you're seeing gains, modest gains of 0.2%. It's been a bit of a choppy session. US futures slightly brighter in terms of the picture they are painting. S&P E-mini is pointing to gains of 0.6%. The earnings story, there's been some optimism, there's been some positivity, particularly when it comes to companies in the tech space, and Europe is exposed and is benefiting as a result of that. One name is ASM International. Shares up almost 9% right now, hitting a record high this morning after the semi-equipment company reported first quarter revenue that beat estimates and projected sales for the second quarter that also exceeded analyst expectations. Joining us is Matt Bloxham, senior analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. What were the key takeaways from you for ASM? It seems to position them in a pretty robust place, right, as they look to the next quarter with this demand story.
So ASM, a manufacturer of the equipment that chip companies make to produce the chips, and kind of very much driven by that AI story, which continues to have really strong momentum. That's coming through both in the first quarter numbers, which a few percent ahead of expectations, but then this kind of second quarter earnings revenue guidance significantly above market expectations, maybe about a 10% beat. And I think analysts now kind of projecting that forward into a much stronger full year and upgraded profit expectations. So I think this kind of talks the story that the likes of ASM and ASML that are kind of producing the equipment that the likes of TSMC use to make the chips. It's a really strong place to be in the kind of value chain, and particularly as companies move to kind of ever more advanced chips with the lower number of nanometers, then actually these companies are really well positioned to deliver that product. So I think that we always have these questions about the AI bubble and whether it's kind of going to burst or anything, but I think right now this clearly demonstrates that there's still very strong demand for AI chips.
Stock's up 60% plus since the beginning of the year. Do I need to be concerned that mythos is out there in the wild, that others have got it?
I think we probably do need to be a little bit concerned, yeah. I mean, obviously, Mythos is this latest AI model from Anthropic, who have said themselves that it's incredibly good at cyber.
Finding
cyber
gaps in
exactly,
yeah.
And so, obviously, right now it's been very controlled in the release. Anthropic has given it to a small number of high-end software companies like Apple so that they can test it on their systems for vulnerabilities, so that when it does get formally released to the public, that any obvious kind of patches that need to be applied have been applied. Obviously, financial institutions are very concerned about this tool too, and they want to get their hands on it before it comes out live, so that they can test it. I think that so far this kind of leak of the tool of the platform to a small group of users on an online platform is worrying. They're not using it for malicious purposes right now, but if somebody were to decide to use it for malicious purposes at this point in time, given that none of these big institutions have been able to test it properly, it could create some systemic risk, I think.
Yeah, a lot of institutions, a lot of governments still clamouring to get access to Mythos. So we'll see how they fold that out as well and give that access. But it points to the demand that's there. I mean, particularly for Anthropic's products, and that ties into the ASM story, doesn't it? Because you can't run these models without the equipment that's going in and without the chips. And on the chip side, I mean, something Guy and I were talking about yesterday on the show was the semiconductor strength that we're seeing, particularly when it comes to memory, NAND, RAN and HBM, high bandwidth memory. And that seems to be unabated. I mean, it's just like the upside continues. The stocks are performing very well. The valuations are looking pretty reasonable on many metrics. So I guess the quick question is do you think that we pass cyclical now for these, because of the AI demand for these kind of chips? Where do you land on this debate, whether this is a super cycle or whether that cyclicality comes back?
Personally, I'd still be reluctant to give up the memory of the cyclicality of the memory stocks. And I think, there's an interesting story, kind of showing this disparity between the relative valuations of the likes of Samsung, down on 6 times earnings, and TSMC and Nvidia are kind of up in the kind of 18 to 20 times. And I think to kind of drive a big re-rating of something like Samsung, you would need to fully believe in that kind of super cycle story, and I think that's contingent on a lot more kind of robustness in the durability of the AI demand boost that we're seeing now. And I think a lot of investors are going to be cautious to kind of really lean into that in a big way, because they've been burnt so many times before.
It's horribly cyclical. That's what history tells you. But the question is it the demand slows down, or is it actually these guys just produce so much of what is out there, of what is demanded out there, that actually they just flood the market, and that's what causes the cyclicality? Which one?
And we're at that point now where memory companies are investing in additional capacity, and you potentially get into that step function again where suddenly there's a big glut of capacity, and we're back. And I said, that there's lots more competition in the memory chip space than there is, say, in the TSMC space. So the likes of TSMC are justifying a bigger multiple because they have a much stronger position in their marketplace, and obviously the likes of Samsung, also in lots of other product marketplaces like particularly smartphones and displays, and so you have to kind of take that into account in the multiple too.
It's really interesting because a lot of the upgrades at the moment in terms of the earnings expectations are coming from this space. So if you believe in the cyclicality story,
that's a problem.
You've got to look at that and maybe raise an eyebrow. Okay. Matt, great to see you. Great to see you back here. Matt Bloxham, senior analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us on the telecom. No, not the telecom stage, the technology. I'm going to do TMT now, which takes us back a while. We're going to go from technology to telecoms. DT, Deutsche Telekom share price. Let's take a look at what is happening here. Under a little bit of pressure, down by nearly 2%. Bloomberg understands that Deutsche Telekom is considering a full combination with its American arm, T-Mobile. Should we call it a recombination? I don't know. If approved, the deal would create a multinational telecom group and rank as the largest ever public M&A deal. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg Deals reporter Manuel Bagori. Why would DT do this? What is the upside for Deutsche Telekom?
Well, clearly, consolidation in the telecom space has been ongoing for years, decades actually, and the companies have realized and advocated that they need to consolidate to be able to keep up with investments and to be able to provide services as well for customers. Now they face a lot of regulatory hurdles, obstacles to overcome, and political backlash as well. Here we are again on another iteration of Deutsche Telekom, which already owns more than 53% in fact of T-Mobile US, trying to come up with a new proposal to combine the two companies, as our sources reveal. The idea is just simply to create a more simple and potentially nimble structure that can leverage these two global companies and at the same time potentially create more synergies and have more leverage for further investments.
Manuel, you talked about potentially some of the obstacles to this deal getting across the line. What is the likelihood right now that Deutsche Telekom can pull this off?
It is a very complicated transaction, Tom. Definitely, commercially, it makes a lot of sense, and that's why they've been holding on and off and on again talks over the years to try to combine the two or come up with some sort of transaction. Now the problem is the German government owns stake in Deutsche Telekom, and obviously we're talking about two companies that are very sizable, very incumbent players in their own market, so to speak, and that obviously have a lot of impact on consumers, and also they hold critical and very sensitive data and technology. So obviously the political hurdles will be very steep and hard to overcome, but then there will be a lot of regulatory scrutiny on things like antitrust potentially as well. Even if this being a cross-border deal, it should be less of a hurdle perhaps.
Well, great stuff. Thank you very much indeed for the update. Manuel Bagori joining us on the DT deal potentially over in the United States. We've talked earlier about what is happening in the airline sector, the travel sector, and we get more information on that now. Remember, we've seen Lufthansa cutting its capacity for the summer overnight. We've seen Alaska cutting its guidance. We've seen United Airlines reducing its guidance. Now we have another from Europe. TUI, the travel company, suspending its 2026 revenue guidance due to the uncertainty around the Iran war. It's suspending revenue guidance until conditions stabilize.
And travel and leisure as a sector is the biggest loser across your sectors right now, and that is part of the story, down 0.9%. Expect more on this front, you would expect. Coming up, we're going to talk macro. We're going to bring Victoria Clark, UK chief economist at Santander, as of course the Middle East war sends UK inflation high, at least on a month-by-month basis for the month of March. Her analysis is coming up. What does it mean for the BOE? That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Players is back to take a look under the hood of the business of Formula One.
Hi, I'm here to see Pierre Gasly.
Welcome to my workplace.
Do you feel pressure?
Massive pressure.
Ferrari is the best example that we can be very proud of the past to look after the future.
From the iconic brand setting the standard.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine Ferrari without racing?
No, and I say no, no, no.
To the newcomers forging ahead.
I grew up my whole life racing against the boys.
This global phenomenon continues to chart new territory.
This was a tennis court 8 days ago.
I can't even believe that. And the speed of the business has never moved faster.
My career might stop, but I'll still be driving something.
Yeah. Probably very fast.
Yeah.
This is so exciting!
This season, we're along for the ride.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars.
Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back. This is the opening trade. We are 30 minutes into today's session. You're seeing some very modest optimism in the European markets today after 2 days of losses, up 0.2%, presumably on the extension of this ceasefire. But the clarity about when the Strait of Hormuz opens remains zero. No certainty on that front at all. Some earnings stories coming through as well. Some on the upside, some on the downside. The forecast being cut for the travel and leisure sector. That's a bit of a drag. Across the German benchmark, you're seeing gains of 0.3%. So a solid day over in Germany. Flat on the CAC current over in France. A little bit weaker here in the UK. The FTSE 100 down 0.1%. Guy, what are you seeing?
OK, let's work our way through the numbers and get an idea of what's going on. Higher 333, lower 250. Reasonably balanced market this morning. But once again, I point you in the direction of what is happening with the volume numbers. This is not a market that is supported by big volume at the moment. Institutions appear to be trying to avoid trading the headlines. We heard about that earlier on in the show. And I think that is continuously evidenced by what we're seeing in terms of this data. Leaders and laggards, let's talk about the leaders first of all and get into what we are seeing. We're certainly seeing a big pickup in the chip space. Broadly, I would argue maybe the AI space. ASM International is up very strongly. Stocks up 60% plus since the beginning of the year on the back of what we're seeing in terms of chip demand. ASML is a beneficiary of that. We're seeing that feeding through, up by 1.52%. You've also got what we are seeing in terms of the coating sector. You're seeing AkzoNobel doing quite well, as you are also seeing ABB, Asia Brand Bavaria, the Swiss-Swedish engineering group, up by nearly 5% this morning. It's the electrification trade around what you're seeing around some of this AI trade that we're seeing elsewhere in the market this morning. So some connections on all the boards that we're looking at here. Reckitt's down by 6%. You are being punished in terms of what you are getting in terms of the numbers if you don't meet expectations. Essilor is down. Rolls-Royce is down by 2.56% as well. There's a bit of the airline sector in there. There's a bit of what you're seeing in terms of what we're getting around defence as well. But you're seeing names like TUI under pressure. The airline sector over the last 24 hours beginning to talk about the impact that it is seeing as a result of what we are seeing as a consequence of the lack of jet fuel that we're getting out there, Tom. OK, here's what else you need to know this morning. Of course, what is focusing on is the Middle East and what transpires in terms of any potential conversations between Iran and the US. President Trump saying he is extending the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed to shipping, as we've been discussing, with Iran saying it won't reopen the vital waterway while the US maintains its own blockade. The president also made cryptic comments about China possibly providing weapons to Iran, a move that would test a US red line on aiding Tehran during the war. EU ambassadors, meanwhile, are set to discuss the release of a previously blocked €90 billion loan to Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky says repairs have been completed on the Druzhba oil pipeline, allowing the resumption of Russian oil flows to Europe. That was a sticking point with Hungary's outgoing Prime Minister Viktor Orban. EU top diplomat Kaja Kallas says she expects a positive decision on the loan in, quote, the next 24 hours.
And Lufthansa is planning to cut 20,000 short-haul flights from its European summer schedule to save on jet fuel, which has doubled in price since the start of the Iran war. The cuts will amount to 1% of available seat kilometres and save around 40,000 tonnes of jet fuel. Lufthansa has taken some of the most drastic steps among global airlines since the conflict started, as it also contends with walkouts by pilots and cabin crew. Guy.
Tom, let's talk about what we're seeing in the UK right now. Front-end gilts down a little bit in terms of the yield that we are watching. You've got OIS pricing currently, I think, kind of around 40 basis points of hikes. That is the context with which we look at today's inflation data, accelerating in March as a surge in energy costs triggered by the Iran war started to come through and hit consumers. Consumer prices rose 3.3%. That's a headline number, up from 3% in the previous month. Critically, though, what you are seeing is elsewhere in the market actually some stability. The core number certainly looks much more stable. So should we be excited by today's data? Is it telling us anything that we didn't already know and giving us clues as to where the Bank of England goes next? Victoria Clark, UK Chief Economist at Santander Corporate and Investment Bank, joins us now around the table. Exciting data?
I'm not excited by the data, no, but that I'm pleased about, actually.
Yep.
Actually, I mean, I think we would have some problems if we were starting to see more evidence of the war creeping into some things at this point. So almost all of the rise in the CPI today, it's the big jump in petrol and diesel prices, up 8.7% over the month. And then you've got a bit from airfares, that's more about Easter timing, and then a big jump in heating oil, up 90%. This is all the stuff that we'd already seen, had sight of. I think on the goods inflation side, that's looking still pretty subdued. And there's still the same old services inflation, but that's not new news. That's the old news that we've been used to for a while.
So is the market overpricing rate hikes in the Bank of England?
I think it probably is. I think that at the moment, all we can see is that we've got this energy shock. And when I look at the labour market data, the release of yesterday, that tells me that the labour market is not strong. This is not a 2022 labour market. The wage dynamics are different. Employee bargaining power is much weaker on the private sector side. So you really shouldn't expect to see what is going to be an energy shock at first turn into something more permanent through wage increases. So I think at the moment the data that we have and the, the geopolitical situation is changing daily, but at the moment it tells me that this is more of an inflation shock that you could look through than the 2022 one. And our baseline actually is unchanged for this year in rates.
Does that suggest that 2026 is not a year of stagflation in the UK, but it is a year of weaker growth?
So I think we're going to get more inflation, for sure. I mean, obviously, that's the energy effect. I think that the labour market is struggling, and that's been struggling for a while for lots of other reasons, and this probably adds to that weakness. So if you like, there's that element. Now, the growth side, I think, is, that's been subdued. Then we had this good first quarter, which we typically do have, actually, in the UK, quirk of the UK statistics and other factors. And I think from here, I'm worried about growth going forward. It's, we've not seen the impact on the growth numbers yet. That's still to come. But, you don't get disruption like this across Europe, across airline fuel supply, the kind of sentiment impact as well, without some impact on growth. So I'm quite worried about the second half of the year.
OK, let's put a number on that. So as things stand, and with the BOE on hold, which is your forecast for this year, where does growth end up at this point?
So I've got the first quarter's grown strongly. The second quarter's a bit middling, and the third quarter down. So a contraction in the third quarter, and over the year in totality, you're going to end up probably around 0.5%. But that's a very up and down year. That 0.5% hides a whole variety of growth stories within it. And I think one of the things that's important to note is that for a while the private sector demand story. The private sector economy has been struggling, and fiscal policy, which is a whole different story, but that's obviously been helping drive demand.
It does make you wonder whether the Bank of England should be cutting rates at this point. Would that be a more realistic expectation maybe later this year?
So obviously at the moment it would be a very risky play because there's just much that they don't know, and the energy shock could get bigger, and that might make inflation move above, far above our baseline into a world where they do end up in this world.
But later this year?
But later this year, I mean, I certainly wouldn't rule it out, because if the demand shock gets big and it gets big quickly, you know, you've got to really look through that energy shock. The risk of second round stuff, if you've got big demand destruction, is lower. So, I mean, it's something that we've been talking to people about more and more, but I think that in that demand destruction environment, definitely don't rule that out. Back end of the year, though, rather than the data
when we have more
watching
information.
period. Exactly.
Do you think, you touched on fiscal, should markets be starting to think about more fiscal ambition from a government that's under pressure and a leader that's under pressure? Are they going to have to open the taps, even as constrained as the UK is? Should we start to think that maybe there's going to be more of a fiscal impulse?
Fiscal could go one of two ways, right? At the moment, you've got rates higher, you've got inflation higher. That's eaten well into the headroom that the Chancellor had. If she takes the really tough line, actually what she should be doing is lifting taxes or cutting spending at the next budget, and that would all, you know, squeeze the backdrop further. But of course, you know, the world is changing, politics may change as well, and all of that might mean that you have a different fiscal stance. And it may be that that's additional defence spending. It obviously may mean that you want more support there to manage some of the crisis shocks that are there on households. I think economists will tell you be very wary about doing that, but you can see that that might be appealing to the politicians.
If you raise taxes at this point in a growth slowdown environment, though, you've already seen the effect of, particularly on the corporate side, but increasingly elsewhere, of the effect of what that has done to growth.
Yeah.
Hasn't the household and corporate tolerance for tax hikes just reached a tipping point right now? How much further can you push it?
Do you get what happens?
Yeah.
What does the curve tell us about where we are in that kind of scenario?
I think tax increases are really difficult at this point. I do, because look, the IMF said it last week. The UK tax increases that are there and that are planned are very significant in the context of our peers. That's important. You know, the UK is trying to build credibility here. We're trying to get investment. I think that's challenging. The other place they can go if they want to stick to the fiscal rules that's laid out is, of course, on the spending side. And there is scope to do that, but that's much trickier for them to do, and there doesn't seem to be the will at the moment to do it. There's a lot of very difficult choices, which is what, you know, essentially what the gilt market's been saying the last few days is, you know, we've got this inflation problem, we've got this fiscal problem, you've got the politics thrown in. It's not very simple how you solve that in a way that gives you a determined view on fiscal sustainability in the UK.
Victoria, thank you very much indeed. Victoria Clark, UK Chief Economist at Santander Corporate and Investment Banking. Coming up, oil on the move over reports from Iran that the US is ready, or could be ready, to end its naval blockade. We're going to bring you the details and the latest. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Chevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Oil is a little weaker this morning after Iran's UN envoy said they had received, quote, some sign that the US is ready to end their naval blockade. This, according to Iran's semi-official Tasnim News. The report comes after President Trump said the US was going to maintain the blockade but will extend the ceasefire indefinitely. Let's bring in Stephen Stupczynski right now, who leads our Asia energy coverage. Stephen, get us up to speed on how traders are adjusting to the mixed messaging out of the Middle East.
You know, I think that of all the situations, worst case scenarios that they were planning for today, when today was supposed to end the ceasefire, this is one of the better scenarios, right? The ceasefire is indefinitely extended. The bad news, of course, is that Hormuz, a key conduit for about 1/5 of global oil and seaborne gas trade, remains shut. And it's unclear when that will open again. Now, we are around, high 90s, close to $100, but the traders were, looking at maybe 120 plus if the U.S. were to again begin attacks on Iran, like Trump had previously mentioned when the ceasefire would end. There's been a lot of fear that the longer that this conflict continues, while we are in a ceasefire, that it raises the risk that there could be an increase or a revitalization, a restart of attacks across the region, which could hit Saudi Arabia, Qatar's LNG export plant. Any other attacks across the region, like we saw last month, would increase prices and raise the risk that oil production and shipments of fuel from a lot of these countries could be disrupted far longer than even if Hormuz were to open again.
Stephen, there's some talk that Iranian tankers are getting out. They're hugging the Iranian coast, the Pakistani coast. They're getting out into open water. What do we know about this? How much oil is getting out?
There has been some analysis from Vortexa and other groups that are indicating that over, on April 20th, when the blockade was well in effect, 2 shipments of Iranian oil, which would be about 4 million barrels, was able to get through. They were dark, so they weren't signaling their AIS. This isn't a huge amount. There has been really a trickle of shipments, even the ones that have gone dark. It's just a very limited amount of shipments that have gone through compared to 135 shipments that we saw pre-war levels of all types of ships. I think one thing that should be noted that while there has been a few ships that have gotten through the blockade, the U.S. has increased their effort to a degree to pressure Iran and Tehran and their ability to ship oil and other products. They boarded an oil tanker for the first time in the last 24 hours off the coast of Sri Lanka. That does indicate that they are taking this somewhat seriously. Whether or not this will be the policy for all shipments and whether they're going to go after these dark vessels as well remains to be seen. But at least boarding that one ship does indicate that they are trying to accelerate their effort to hold back Iranian flows from the region.
Stephen, great stuff. Thanks for the update. Appreciate it. Stephen Stepczynski, who leads our Asia energy coverage. That takes us on to our next story. Lufthansa planning to cut 20,000 short-haul flights from its European summer schedule in order to save on jet fuel, which has doubled in price, remember, since the start of the Iran war. Europe's largest airline group says the cuts will amount to 1% of available seat kilometres and save around 40,000 tonnes of jet fuel. At the same time, TUI this morning has cut its guidance. You see the same thing from Alaska overnight. United Airlines has reduced its guidance as a result of what we're seeing around the jet fuel crisis. Perfect time, therefore, to bring in Bloomberg's managing editor for aviation, Benedict Campbell, who joins us from Berlin. Benny, is this just the start of it? How much more of this are we going to now see?
Well, if you look at the news over the last couple of days, and you've read out some of them, it does look like things are getting a little bit more dramatic. We had Alaska Airlines on Monday saying they are suspending their forecast, essentially. Then overnight, we had United Airlines cutting back its full-year guidance. And then you just mentioned the Lufthansa announcement from late last night saying they're also cutting out some seats. Add to that Finnair, who said this morning that there is a real risk that fuel availability will become an issue. TUI, the travel operator, saying they are suspending their forecast. So you take all that together, the picture is becoming a little bit more dramatic, shall we say. At this point, it doesn't look as if there is a real risk of fuel shortage, but it's the price of fuel that is really creating lots of issues for the airline industry in particular. United Airlines, for instance, said $340 million in extra cost in the quarter that they had to absorb as part of that. So overall, it really is biting them. It's really eating into the earnings, and we'll probably get more of that in the next couple of days. We have Southwest reporting, we have American Airlines reporting, so that sort of drumbeat will likely continue.
So more to come, Benny. Fewer options, arguably, for flyers, and presumably higher prices all round.
Yes, exactly. And annoyingly, at a time where people are still looking into their summer vacation, thinking about booking, it's potentially good news for some of the low-cost carriers like Ryanair, who are very well hedged. People are reconsidering those long-haul flights. So people might think about staying closer to home, taking those shorter trips, both in terms of duration and distance. So that might really change people's travel plans. Again, nobody quite knows what's going to happen. The news that we're getting out of the White House are sort of mercurial, and things could get easier very quickly, but it won't happen overnight. You still have refineries that are producing at much lower capacity. You have damaged equipment. You have a system that is essentially out of sync at the moment, and that is something that will probably last into the third quarter and maybe towards the end of the year, which is why you have a lot of airlines taking a far more cautious view of the rest of the year.
Benny, does Europe have any stores of jet fuel that can be brought online? Like, how much reserves exist in this part of the world?
There seems to be enough reserves. The airlines that we've spoken to so far, nobody's really coming out and saying we are sort of on the fringes of what we have. Things are getting tight. There is the perennial sort of competition, shall we say, between the military part of flying, which has obviously increased dramatically since the beginning of the war, and the civil part. And right now, more precedent is given to sort of military operations. So there might be some shortage over time, but for the time being, again, it's less the availability of fuel and more the cost of fuel that is really wreaking havoc to the industry.
What do you think, Benny, is the longer-term story for the industry? Is this an industry that works with governments to build out additional reserves and capacity longer term? Is it an industry that spends more on alternative jet fuels? What are the longer-term implications, do you think?
Well, I do think one thing that will happen is airlines will take a very hard look at the routes that they're flying. And you've already seen it over the last couple of weeks. They are weeding out capacity. They are taking a hard look at some of the flights that were sort of on the cusp of being profitable previously and now are deeply unprofitable. That, for the consumer, means fewer choices. Lufthansa, for instance, said they are cancelling their Frankfurt to Stavanger flight in Norway. Now, you could say, well, there's not that many people who need to fly from Frankfurt to Stavanger. But for those who do, that is is a problem. And you're going to see more of that going forward, that these sort of secondary and tertiary routes will get dropped. You have less optionality. That's going to be one thing. There will be quite a lot of lobbying between airlines and the government side to reduce some taxes, to make tankering, which is additional supplies on planes, make that more of an option, just to sort of alleviate the overall sort of framework, the regulatory framework around this. And then ultimately you might see some consolidation in the industry. As a result, the weaker airlines will become weaker still. We did hear from Scott Kirby, the United Airlines CEO, yesterday saying this might be an opportunity for us. Now, we did report a week ago that they have sort of casually looked at American Airlines. That might not happen, but there might be other deals that come out of this as a result.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see who operates the most modern fleets, the most efficient fleets, and do they benefit as well? Do the strong get stronger, to your point, Benny? Thank you very much indeed. Bloomberg's managing editor for aviation, Benedict Camel. And our US colleagues will be speaking to Scott Kirby. He, of course, is the United Airlines CEO. That conversation starts at 2:15 p.m. UK time.
Just briefly, here's what else we are thinking about today. EU ambassadors will be meeting. We'll keep an eye on that and any potential loan extension to Ukraine. 12 p.m. UK time, the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is going to be speaking and taking questions at PMQs in the House of Commons. At 3 p.m. UK time, Eurozone consumer confidence. We'll break that for you. 30 p.m. UK time, we'll be hearing from the ECB's Christine Lagarde. She's going to be speaking in London. And on the earnings front, we've got Tesla, IBM and Boeing earnings later. Let's bring in Moena Cunningham right now from Bloomberg Markets Today, our editor. Moena, we've touched a little bit on what's happening in terms of CPI out of the UK. We were speaking to Santander about that with a view with the Economist, and CPI coming in slightly stickier. Just your line in terms of where this leaves the BOE. What's the view from market participants at this point?
I mean, it does. It's not unexpected, and it potentially does add, some more pressure when it comes to, how much they can cut those interest rates. I think what's interesting is the way the market is responding this morning is they are actually pairing some of the expectations of rate hikes, but that is probably a reflection of the broader market sentiment this morning, what's happening in Iran, which is somewhat overshadowing it. But I think, look, overall, what we're seeing is much higher fuel prices. And this is only March's data, so I think there's probably quite a bit to sort of trickle through supply chains. We are starting to hear that anecdotally. We're seeing that coming through in earnings, such as from Reckitt Benckiser this morning. So I think there's more of that to come. But what we are seeing is those petrol pump prices being higher, really adding to that aspect of the CPI basket, and transport fares. I mean, we were just talking about airlines, really big increase there. Yeah. And that is going to, make it more difficult, I think, for the central bank to not sort of increase rates to try and curb these inflationary pressures.
Just very briefly, equity markets still largely ignoring a lot of this, though.
Yeah, so this morning, broadly across Europe, we're seeing stocks rise. The FTSE 100 is actually a little bit lower now, yep. But that comes down from those supply chain impacts, I think, on the consumer companies, a lot of that, and it's also missing out on a sort of resurgence in the tech optimism. And that's what tends to happen on more positive days for the wider European market, but very much a sort of overshadowed domestic data there.
Well, nice. Thank you very much indeed. Moena Cunningham, Bloomberg Markets Today editor. That's it. Got a tube strike out there. People are on their bikes, quite literally.
But it's beautiful weather, so that's one of the offsets. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto, the players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals, the stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets, and rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up to the minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it's happening. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Caracas, Venezuela, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry-Ann in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
U.S. President Donald Trump has indefinitely extended a ceasefire with Iran while maintaining a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz after planned peace talks fell apart. Bloomberg learns that Anthropic's most powerful and potentially dangerous AI model has been accessed by unauthorized people. Plus, Kevin Warsh says he won't be a sock puppet if he is confirmed as the Fed chair, but dodges questions about interest rates. So there is a lot going on in the markets. First and foremost, we look at what's happening to the price of oil. Stocks are rising. Again, it's also a big earnings day, so don't forget that dynamic. European stocks, for example, posting modest gains amid mixed first quarter reports. We had record Bankiser on the downside, but actually ASM International hitting a record. Now, what investors are watching out for is also Tesla. One of the main focuses we're watching out for. If you look at, Texas Instruments and Lam Research, they're also set to report. And then, of course, look, it's all about the price of oil. Brent falling some 0.5% to about $98 a barrel after Tehran said it had received some sign that the U.S. was willing to end its blockade of Iranian-linked ships. And you can see in Europe, it's a little bit of a mixed bag for now. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. So President Trump says he's extending the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely, even as plans for a fresh round of peace talks collapse. Now, in just a moment, we'll be joined by Mohit Kumar, chief economist and strategist at Jefferies. We'll also be joined by Bloomberg's John Stepik. But first, let's go to Jumana Barsechi in Dubai. Jumana, what do we know about the ceasefire? Good morning. What do we know about the ceasefire and the status in the Strait?
Yeah, that's right. So much to get through. Developments over the last 24 hours. And of course, yesterday we spent the day anticipating another round of talks in Islamabad that did not come to be. And instead, what we got was a post from President Trump overnight on Truth Social announcing that the ceasefire had been extended. And what we understand is it's an indefinite extension. He has explicitly linked it to Iran submitting a new proposal and discussions are concluded one way or another. But he also said that it came at the request of Pakistani mediators who, of course, have been trying very, very hard to bring the two sides together again. Now, the other important element of that post is he reiterated reiterated that the U.S. naval blockade around Iranian ports will stay in place. And if you look at all of the language that has come through from Iranian officials over the last couple of days, they have suggested that the fact that this U.S. naval blockade is continuing is a deal breaker for them in terms of moving to the next round of discussions. In fact, the Iranian foreign minister overnight put up a post saying that blockading Iranian ports is a, quote, act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. And so we're in a situation now where both blockades are very much still in place. In fact, this morning, there was some reports of gunfire, gunshots being fired at a vessel that was approaching near an IRGC boat. And then also, it has become a really central point in terms of the sequencing of how we get to the next round of discussions, because the Iranian side maintained that they're not going to enter into talks unless the blockade is lifted. This morning, state media reporting that there have been some signals coming through from the U.S. in the last 24 hours to suggest that they may temporarily lift that naval blockade, nothing being confirmed by the U.S. So again, a state of ambiguity. It's not peace, it's not war. And there's still, really, Francine, the possibility that once again we could see another round of hostilities if the two sides are not able to bridge their differences and return back to the negotiating table once again.
Yeah, and then, Jumana, I'm not sure what to make of, what Trump was saying about China, whether they're a friend of a foe at this point, or whether they're helping Iran, which maybe that's how his comments should be interpreted, or whether they're trying to dampen some of, the war.
Yeah, well, I mean, you raise a good point there, Francine. There have been lots of questions as to what China's involvement is in this war. And yesterday, President Trump was doing an interview with CNBC, and he was talking about U.S. restocking munitions. But in the same breath, he went on to say that there was a gift or an unwelcome surprise on one of the Iranian vessels that they had seized, thus making the suggestion that perhaps China had been supplying Iran with lethal munitions. Now, this is an allegation that the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson denied today. They were explicitly asked about it, and they said that China rejects any false association and speculation. But I should also say a couple of weeks ago, CNN also put out a report suggesting that China were looking to help Iran beef up their air defenses. Another allegation that China have denied. Now, what is undeniable is that from an economic standpoint, China continues to buy Iranian oil, so they have supported the Iranian economy to a certain extent. At the same time, a rampant economic instability does not suit their interests. And it was interesting that just a week ago, when the Chinese president was meeting with the Crown Prince of the UAE, they specifically talked about the law of the jungle, and that there's a warning, a threat that the world is returning back to this law of the jungle environment, something which doesn't suit them well at all. And just to add to that, Francine, I would just remind people that China enjoys a good relationship with many of these Gulf states, economically very strong ties. And President Xi did have a call with the Saudi Crown Prince MBS only yesterday, where for the first time they made overt and explicit comments about the Strait of Hormuz, calling for the free passage of vessels. So it is not in their interest for the strait to be closed, disrupted, or monitored by Iran or by any side.
Jumana, thank you. Jumana Bersetchi there with the very latest on the Middle East. Now, President Trump's pick to lead the Federal Reserve has also repeatedly promised to be independent in testimony at his confirmation hearing. Now, appearing before the Senate Banking Committee, Kevin Warsh dodged questions on where he saw rates going. He also said the president has never asked him to commit to a particular rate decision.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Let's get more from Bloomberg's Jill Desis, who's in Hong Kong. Jill, what are the main takeaway from Kevin Warsh's testimony?
Well, Francine, you heard from Kevin Warsh just there, really that idea of stressing independence, particularly when he was drilled about, any pressure that he may receive from Donald Trump. Obviously, that's really just characterizing the entirety of this nomination process because of how much Trump has continued to attack Jerome Powell in his current position as Fed chair. So you did see that quite a bit. You also had, some of these other ideas for potential changes within the Fed, maybe taking a look at, how frequently or how much detail they publish in certain economic outlook forecasts and in sort of rate path ideas. That's something that he may get a little bit of support from. Actually, there's maybe some suggestion there about frequency of after decision press conferences, that kind of thing. But I do think that this really does come back to this idea that he's trying to stress that he's independent from the president, although, as we've been discussing, he also did not really give any level of clarity about where he sees rates going. And I think that that's, a really key part of this entire process as well.
Jill, thank you so much. Jill Deesis there in Hong Kong. Now joining us with more on this, Mohit Kumar, Chief Economist and Strategist at Jefferies, and Bloomberg's John Stepek, author of the Money Distilled newsletter. So thank you both for joining us. John, it's exciting, right? You hear from Kevin Warsh. He's kind of saying, again, he just has one vote. There are more people, but he seemed to say, he has his own mind. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, if the guy says, are you going to be Trump's sock puppet, he's not going to turn around and say, yes,
I am.
That's what I'm here for. But I think, to be fair, like our colleague John Authors the other day wrote something that I thought was very perceptive on this. And Alan Greenspan, at one point, was a kind of disciple of Ayn Rand, kind of ultra-libertarian. And he actually turned into arguably the most interventionist Fed chair ever. And set up the kind of template that we've followed since. So I don't think you can really garner an awful lot, from these things. Obviously Trump wouldn't be nominating Warsh if he didn't hope that he was, going to be along those lines. But also the Iran war has tossed everything up anyway, because rates probably would have fallen in both this country and the US if the Iran war hadn't broken out. But of course it has, and that means that it's very hard to make any big calls on rates until, what Jumana was talking about is kind of done and dusted in some way.
Mohit, what do you make of this? Because, again, it was my understanding that Kevin Warsh, I guess, had a bias towards cutting, if that's what we could call it, because he looks at it through the AI lens. So that actually changes everything in terms of inflation dynamics and jobs going forward. So, again, if it's on the economics, so it's not, the president wants this, I'm going to do it, it's a different dynamic and perspective.
I totally agree. And going back to what John was saying, Trump hoped that he cuts. Yeah. And there, I think this AI lens is very important. Because what does AI do? To me, it's lower employment. People will lose their jobs, one way or the other. Lower inflation, better productivity, and potentially higher growth. So if you look at it from this lens, if you are a previous, I would say, Bernanke or Powell demand-side economics, you would argue growth is better, R-star is higher, let's cut less. But if you are a supply-side economics, which I think Warsh is, you would argue my mandate is employment inflation. We have lower employment, lower inflation. Let's cut more. And then I think one thing you mentioned as well is very important. He's one. He's not the committee. So how do we get consensus? But there I would argue it's still easy to get consensus to take rates to neutral. Right. What neutral is, again, we can debate. But let's say it's...
No one will tell us.
No one knows. But Fed says it's 3.25. So I would say we are maybe 2 rate cuts away from neutral. And I think he would be able to get consensus for 2 rate cuts.
Mohit, so do you think it's right that actually markets have largely ignored everything that the president has said that could challenge central bank independence, right? I was in Washington last week where he said, well, if, Chair Powell doesn't resign from his post as governor, not as Fed chair, then I could fire him. The markets didn't bat an eyelid.
I don't think it's easy or even sensible to fire Powell, and that's a big blow to credibility of the Fed. And even President Trump knows that a credible Fed is very important. It's very important not just for domestic, but for international investors. So I still feel that the Fed independence will very much stay. That said, we have a chairperson who is leaning towards more cuts. So my base case is more cuts, a bit hawkish on balance sheet, but then the long end of the curve is about what the Treasury does and not what the Fed does. So on balance, I think they will be able to contain rates.
John, what's the market looking at today? So, of course, it's the Strait of Hormuz. Frankly, unclear where we are. Yeah. And that's probably the understatement of the year. But there's also a lot of earnings. Yeah,
there's earnings today. I think one thing I think was particularly interesting was Recombination coming out this morning with quite a significant, or certainly the market's treated as significant, kind of miss on like-for-like sales. And I think this kind of goes back to this idea that the market is looking through the Iran war until it starts getting some proof that stuff is happening. And I think this is an issue because, like Reckitt points to, that it's disruption to the Middle East that has hit the like-for-like sales significantly. And clearly the market hadn't priced that in, otherwise the share price wouldn't be down 10% this morning. We saw something very similar. Again, I'm taking a UK focus here, but yesterday a big house builder, Crest Nicholson, issued a kind of shock profit warning, sent the share price down nearly 40%. Again, that was due to interest rate sensitivity, which has kind of exploded since the Iran war broke out. And again, it's something that the market clearly hadn't considered fully. And I think this is why earnings are particularly important just now, because we're going to start seeing the trickle through of these impacts. And that's the point at which we might start getting a read across to other stocks in various sectors and saying, well, who is going to take a hit here? And where have we perhaps underestimated how much of an impact this is going to have? And then I guess in a circular way, that kind of puts more pressure on Trump to find a road out of this, which at the same time then also makes the market more inclined to look through it, because they assume that, well, the tackle is kind of still in place. Like Trump is looking for a kind of exit ramp. I suspect that he'll do his very best to find one, and maybe the blockade will be called off. I don't know if that's the next road forward.
Knows? I have to say your newsletter yesterday was brilliant. Mohit, he called it "Markets are forward-looking but not psychic," which is fair. No, I mean at this time you kind of do have to be a psychic with like Cassandra and the crystal ball.
Yeah, well, the scenario is skewed in so many different directions, and the only option then is to say, well, let's take it as it comes. But unfortunately, that means you can't really rely on the markets themselves to tell you what is going to happen, because they don't know either.
But for the moment, their optimism has largely been rewarded, actually, which has surprised me at times. Do you think, how do you look at this blockade and Iran in terms of energy prices won't go back to what we had in January?
Agreed.
Does that change all of the economic dynamics?
So first, the optimism is not just about fundamentals. I would argue it's also about positioning. So if you look at market positioning, 3-4 weeks ago, market was short. Market wanted to rally. All you needed was some semi-good news, not a crystal ball, but some semi-good news, and market was ready for rally. So now S&P is above pre-war levels, which sounds surprising, but I think a lot of it is about positioning. But going back to John's point, eventually we have to factor in how earnings will be impacted because of energy. Oil is not going to go back to 65, 75, 80, anyone's guess, but that's where we see oil, which means we should see changes. We should see differentiations across regions, across sectors. US probably gets much less impacted than Europe does or Asia does. So US should outperform Europe going forward, or people should go back to the tech sector. Or if you think about emerging markets, commodity producers should benefit at the expense of commodity importers. Large companies should do better than small caps because they can do better in an energy price shock scenario. So I do think we will see all these changes.
But when? Because at the moment, again, we're day by day trying to figure out what happens next. But it seems that even in earnings call, people, because they don't have visibility, it's unclear they want to talk about what they do next.
To me, we will see that price in over the next 3 months. So very short term, we will rally on any headlines. So let's say tomorrow we get a deal, I'm not hoping for, but let's say we do get a deal, market will rally. So that's a beta play. But over the next 3 months, I think investors will focus a lot on differentiation rather than just a long or a short.
John, what else are you focused on? Yesterday we talked a bit about the UK. I know then we had that, the Ollie Robbins testimony. I don't know, how are things looking in the UK? It seems tough.
No, it is tough. This morning we got the inflation figures, for example, it's the CPI, and obviously at the start of the year, everyone thought the UK was looking in a good position. It looked as if interest rates relative to other countries were high. There was space for the Bank of England to cut, and the Bank of England clearly was itching to cut. And before, again, the kind of Iran war, I would have said that next week's bank decision was a dead set quarter-point cut. Absolutely no doubt about it, really. And unfortunately, clearly, that's not going to happen now because inflation's not going to go down through the rest of the year. That is partly because the UK is almost uniquely vulnerable to these kind of shocks because of poor governance over the last 15 years or so, if not before. Poor energy policy, a lack of accounting for resilience, and so I think that's probably going to continue. As far as the whole drama over the leadership goes, I I think it's fair to say that people think of Keir Starmer as a lame duck Prime Minister. They probably have thought that for quite some time. The question is who will replace him, if anyone. Yeah. And if I'm honest, I think that, again, this is another one of those things the market probably won't price in fully until it sees which way it's going to swing. Particularly if, I mean, because one of the things that I think matters more now is what happens on the Chancellor side of things. Because Rachel Reeves possibly looks less tied to Keir Starmer's fate than perhaps she did a year ago. And, you know, whoever comes in might think, well, we want to keep the markets happy. So even if it's a left-wing sort of like leader, they might say, well, let's just keep Reeves for now. You know.
Your take on the UK again? It did feel like it started the year on a high, and actually it's now worse.
If you think, just to put some numbers, so official forecast for the next 3 years for growth is still around 1.3, 1.4. I think we are looking at 0.7 to 0.8 for the next 3 years. So there is a significant difference between what we officially think and what we are likely to get. Yeah. Which means going to Bank of England, yes, April is not going to happen, very unlikely. But we are all worrying about inflation. We should actually worry about growth as well. UK will suffer on the growth perspective. So I think the Bank of England will still need to cut. Yes, it's cuts delayed, but I still don't see the path where Bank of England cannot afford not to cut.
So interesting. Thank you both for joining us. Mohit Kumar there from Jefferies and Bloomberg's John Stepik. Now, Bloomberg also learns that Anthropic's new and powerful Mythos AI model has been accessed by unauthorized users. More on our scoop next, and this is Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, Bloomberg has learned that a small group of unauthorized users have accessed Anthropic's new Mythos AI model. Now, to discuss all of this, we're joined by Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst Matt Block. Matt, so good to speak to you. So how did these users, first of all, gain access? And is this a big risk? It feels like a big risk.
Yeah, it is. I mean, so Mythos is this unpublished LLM AI model that Anthropic's developed, which is allegedly so powerful it creates quite a big cybersecurity threat if used maliciously. And it seems like a small group of users have gained access to it. In particular, one of those individuals apparently works for a third-party vendor that does work for Anthropic. So they were kind of had inside information, if you like, in terms of how to get access to it. But they also used a bunch of other kind of more commonly used internet sleuthing tools and access to kind of tools like GitHub, which is a kind of coding repository that lots of coders use. So a bunch of different techniques to get access to it. And as we just said, it is potentially quite serious because right now Anthropic is only limiting access to this new model to a very select group of big companies such as Apple, so that they can use it to test their own systems to identify any vulnerabilities before it gets released to the general public. So, it seems like this small group of users are only kind of interested in it from a curiosity perspective, but if, there was some malicious intent there, it could have very serious consequences. We've heard recently that financial institutions are very keen to get their hands on this so they can test it on their own systems too. So it could have implications for the internet at large, and maybe even big financial systems are quite serious.
So, Matt, on the topic of AI, SpaceX has a kind of agreement to buy, a company called AI Cursor, or it's an AI startup called Cursor. What does this tell us?
Yeah, so when we talk about SpaceX, people typically think of rockets, but as part of a corporate restructuring ahead of the IPO, SpaceX acquired Elon Musk's other company, XAI, which is their equivalent of Anthropic or OpenAI. Now, one thing that XAI seems to be weak on is on AI coding tools, and they've been a massive part of kind of the recent surge in popularity of the AI world. And so Cursor is one of a number of small AI startups, well, not that small because it's valued at $60 billion, that is very focused on AI coding tools, and Elon Musk has identified this as a way to plug that gap in the capability weakness that he sees in XAI. So the plan is to, once the SpaceX IPO has happened, to kind of acquire this company or make a big funding round to kind of plug that gap in XAI skills and bring it up to par with some of the big rivals out there.
Okay, Matt, thank you so much. I called it AI Cursor. I'm going to call you AI Matt. We're all going to be AI friends. There you go. Matt Bloxham with the very latest on what's happening in AI. Now, Bloomberg understands that Deutsche Telekom is considering a full combination with its American arm T-Mobile. If approved, the deal would be the largest ever public M&A deal. For more on our scoop, let's bring in our Bloomberg's deals reporter, Manuel Baigorri. Manuel, good morning. So talk us through the potential deal.
Yes, Francine, this would be one of those transformative deals for sure. It's been talked about on and off and on again for years, over a decade for sure. And obviously, it's a deal that makes perfect sense commercially. Deutsche Telekom already owns more than 50% of T-Mobile US, and they've been trying to come up with an idea, a platform that would potentially combine the two, and down the road listed again in the US and in Europe. And obviously, telecom companies have been consolidating, looking for ways to find synergies and to be able to keep up with investments as they roll out new networks. But at the same time, they've been faced with a lot of opposition and regulatory hurdles, and also obviously backlash from politicians. So let's see, still early stages, we understand from our sources, but it will be definitely a fascinating deal in the industry for sure.
What obstacles could the merger face, Manuel?
Yeah, well, definitely we are likely to hear loud and clear from politicians from Berlin to Washington. Obviously, telecoms has always been a very sensitive industry. They employ thousands of people across multiple regions, and obviously also hold very sensitive data and technology, so they are seen as critical companies in their own countries and jurisdictions. So definitely politically it will be perhaps arguably one of the biggest hurdles, then potentially also regulatory hurdles like antitrust as well.
Thank you, Manuel. Bloomberg deals reporter Manuel Baigorri. Coming up, we'll speak to the president of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the Institute's plans to invest in economies affected by conflict in the Middle East. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones. Some good-looking trophy.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
Let's talk about significant risk transfers to find space in their balance sheet.
Hedging some of that risk.
You could look at it the other way. Obviously, this stuff is risk-weighted.
I would much rather be long than be short.
We're in a kind of sweet spot.
Very, very strong alignment.
3 revolutions in 1.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. This is Bloomberg Television. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. U.S. President Donald Trump has indefinitely extended a ceasefire with Iran while maintaining a naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz after planned peace talks fell apart. Bloomberg learns that Anthropic's most powerful and potentially dangerous AI model has been accessed by unauthorized people. Plus, Kevin Warsh says he won't be a sock puppet if he's confirmed as the Fed chair, but dodges questions about interest rates. Now, Lufthansa is planning to cut 20,000 short-haul flights from its European summer schedule to save on jet fuel, which has doubled in price since the start of the Iran war. At the same time, TUI has suspended revenue guidance for 2026 due to the war and until conditions stabilize. Well, let's bring in Bloomberg's managing editor for aviation, Benedict Kamel, who's in Berlin. Benny, good morning. So what can we expect in terms of possible further cuts to summer flights?
So, as you said, we've heard from a couple of airlines that are sort of applying cuts across their network and across their cost base. You mentioned Lufthansa. We heard from TUI. We've also heard from airlines like Finnair. We heard from United. We heard from Alaska. So expect that to continue. Essentially, what these airlines are all grappling with is the extortionate price of jet fuel, of kerosene at the moment, which has doubled in the last couple of weeks. And that is something that is really cutting through to their bottom line. United, for example, said that they had $340 million in extra fuel costs in the quarter. So that is something that they need to then absorb elsewhere, and you then see it in areas like cutting back on capacity. Lufthansa is taking out some regional flights, some short-haul flights. They've also already closed down one operation. So that is something that will continue very hard look at the cost base. And as a result, for the traveler, that will mean fewer choices going forward because some flights will simply disappear.
So how concerned should European airlines be regarding jet fuel reserves?
So for the time being, there seems to be enough jet fuel available. It's really the cost of the fuel that is the issue, not so much the availability. We did, however, hear from Finnair, for example, this morning saying that if the war persists and if the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz persists, then things could change. For the time being, we have several weeks of visibility. That's what we've heard from multiple airlines. So that is not really the concern. It's not on the availability and on the supply side. It's really the cost side that is wreaking havoc across the industry. But again, we're all sort of at sea at the moment in terms of how this conflict will play out. If things stay this way, it might become more iffy going forward. And even if they do come back, it's not like you can quickly sort of flip a switch and everything's back to normal. You have refineries that are damaged, you have supply chains that are disrupted. So really people should expect, the industry does expect, that the disruption and as a result the elevated prices will remain in place for several months likely.
Benny, what are the long-term implications then for the industry?
So the industry has to take a hard look at its cost base, and there are several ways to go about that. You can start with things like taking out the capacity, as discussed. You can look at sort of what kind of aircraft you are flying. Are you flying old fuel-guzzling aircraft? Can those be taken out? And then a slightly more dramatic way to look at it is to say we might need to find a stronger partner. That means consolidation in the industry is once again something that is being discussed. Consolidation always happens during times of crisis, and we are definitely in a state of crisis for the industry at the moment. So we have reported that United has at least sort of casually floated the idea of combining with American Airlines. That particular deal may not happen because of its complexity and size, but that doesn't mean that others can't happen. We've heard, particularly in the US, smaller carriers being in trouble, like Spirit Airlines, which is in bankruptcy and is trying to avoid liquidation. So you should expect some movement in that field. There's not that much left over to consolidate in Europe. There are a couple of sort of fringe airlines, but over in the US, you should expect some more of that to happen, and this is the time to do it.
Benny, thank you so much. Bloomberg's managing editor for aviation, Benny Camel. Now, our U.S. colleagues will be speaking to Scott Kirby, the United Airlines chief executive, later today. Now, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, says repairs have been completed on the Duzba oil pipeline, allowing the resumption of Russian oil flows to Europe. The restoration of the pipeline marks a breakthrough in Brussels' efforts to release its €90 billion loan to Kyiv. Now, for more, we're joined by Greg Sullivan, Bloomberg's Russia, economy and government editor. So thank you for joining us. Greg, first of all, how crucial is this loan for Ukraine?
It's very important for Ukraine. In fact, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that he did talk to European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and said that the resumption of the loan should go through. It's a €90 billion loan that has been held up, and it is really crucial for Ukraine. EU ambassadors are set to discuss that today, which is welcome news for Kyiv, which after 4 years of war has a war-torn economy. U.S. aid has largely evaporated since Donald Trump came back to office. So they do need this money. They have money right now through June. So to keep fighting the war, this is going to be very essential. It also underlines the importance of the Hungarian election that happened for both Brussels and Kyiv, because it was Prime Minister Viktor Orban who was lead among those holding up this loan.
Greg, at the same time, Russia is ramping up its oil flows. So, is this basically giving Moscow more leverage because there's just not enough oil coming out from the Middle East?
Well, of course, as an oil producer, there is a bit of leverage there. And we have seen that backed up by the fact that the U.S. has given some sanctions exemptions to try and get more barrels to the market. It's also important for Russia. There are obviously a surge in oil prices. They should be reaping a windfall. But these Ukrainian drone attacks on their oil export facilities have really curbed their ability to take advantage of that. So now that they're ramping up, that should help them ease the pressure on their widening budget deficit.
Greg, thank you so much. As always, Greg Sullivan there, Bloomberg Russia economy and government editor. Now, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development says it plans to invest €5 billion in the Middle East this year. Now, the funds are in direct response to the ongoing conflict in the region and seek to provide both immediate relief and long-term stability. Well, I'm delighted to be joined now by the president of the EBRD, Odile Renaud-Bassot. Thank you so much, President, for joining us. When you look at €5 billion, I mean, it's quite significant for a part of the world that feels oil-rich. So what do you see as the main concern longer term?
So I think there is very, very short-term concern for some countries because, for example, the situation in Lebanon or the situation in the West Bank and the short-term impact of this conflict in the region is very significant through the question of energy prices, oil prices, but also the impact on tourism, on remittances. Countries like Jordan, Egypt are very dependent on.
Guys, 1.5 घंटा और बचा इंडियन मार्केट क्लोजिंग में. मॉर्निंग में बताया था आपको 24,500 का कॉल 150 to 160 बाई करने के लिए. पहला टारगेट तो हो गया था, दूसरा टारगेट आया ही नहीं, पूरा साइडवेज चला गया. 3 बार आ चुका है 160 पर. पहली बार ये हाई बनाया 200 का, फिर से अभी हाई बनाया लगभग 200 का. मॉर्निंग पे आया था 10 बजे से 2 बज गया, इसके ऊपर जा ही नहीं रहा है 200 के ऊपर. अब मुझे लग रहा है शायद ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो गिरेगा नीचे 150 के नीचे, अगर 24,500 का निफ्टी का कॉल जाता है। सपोर्ट बहुत अच्छा था 150 टू 160, एक्सपेक्टेड था लगभग 50% रिटर्न मिलेगा, 25% के आसपास, 25% ही रिटर्न दिया, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं दिया है, तो कंप्लीट साइडवेज कह सकते हो निफ्टी। लेट्स सी अब कल कहाँ ओपन होता है, आज क्लोजिंग देखेंगे एक बार कहाँ आती है। अगर अब इसने 166 के नीचे क्लोजिंग दी तो फिर मुझे लग रहा है शायद ब्रेकडाउन ही होगा। निफ्टी 24,500 का कॉल। ठीक है, तो ऑप्शन बाई जितना करना था कर लिया इसमें। देखते हैं 165 166 के नीचे अगर क्लोजिंग देता है तो फिर चांसेस हैं डाउन ही जाएगा। क्लोजिंग नहीं आती है तो स्टिल ऑन सपोर्ट दैट कॉल। गैस रेंज ब्रेक करी है, ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस फिलहाल है नहीं, कोई बनेगा तो देखेंगे, दिख नहीं रहा है फिलहाल के लिए कुछ खास। नीचे सपोर्ट है, कल से थोड़ा बुलिश ही बना हुआ है, डाउन आता है तो बाइंग ही बनती है। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल में रेजिस्टेंस है यहाँ से मॉर्निंग पे इसने थोड़ा सा डाउन साइड पुल बैक दिया था, जैसा मैं मॉर्निंग पे आप लोगों को बता भी रहा था। जरूरी है कि प्राइस एक बार पहले 8365 के नीचे आ जाए, आया फिर ऊपर गया है। नेचुरल गैस और कितना ऊपर जाता है यहाँ से? इंट्राडे देखोगे पॉजिटिव ही है, स्टिल 2% पॉजिटिव। बाकी 24,500 का जो कॉल था फाइट हो गई इसमें। नीचे सपोर्ट 150 टू 160 अभी भी होल्ड है, बट ऊपर अब रेजिस्टेंस मान सकते हो आप 180 टू 190 इज अ रेजिस्टेंस। कोई फ़ायदा नहीं इसमें ट्रेड बाई करके या फिर इवन सेल करके। नीचे अगर ब्रेक कर देता है 150 के नीचे तो फिर 180 190 रेजिस्टेंस स्ट्रांग हो जाएगा। 190 के ऊपर अगर 190 195 के ऊपर अगर सस्टेन करती है एक सिंगल कैंडल भी, तो इसका मतलब अभी भी 150 टू 160 स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट है। तो इट इज़ नाउ रेंज बाउंड फ्रॉम 160 टू 180 स्मॉल रेंज, 150 टू 190 मिड रेंज। कंप्लीट साइडवेज मूव टुडे इन निफ्टी 50। मॉर्निंग पे गैप डाउन ओपन जरूर हुआ था, थोड़ा बहुत सेलिंग भी आया फ्यूचर में, और उसके बाद से देखोगे पूरा साइडवेज है। कल देखते हैं कल गैप अप होता है या गैप डाउन, क्योंकि आज मार्केट साइडवेज गया है तो एक्सपेक्टेड है ट्रेंड आने वाला है। साइडवेज तो एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कल गैप अप या गैप डाउन हो, फिर ट्रेंड पकड़े किसी एक डायरेक्शन पे वापस। स्टिल 1 घंटा है क्लोजिंग में। और हो सकते हैं नेचुरल गैस में, बट मुझे कुछ खास दिख नहीं रहा। एटलीस्ट 15 मिनट एंड अबाउ टाइम फ्रेम पे कुछ है नहीं। उसके नीचे टाइम फ्रेम पे मैं जाना नहीं चाह रहा अभी डायरेक्टली। एक बार नीचे तो आना ही है इसको। एक्चुअल केस में वेट ही करेंगे या तो रेजिस्टेंस का या फिर नीचे सपोर्ट पे आएगा वापस. Till then we have to wait. New York crude $90.
Still not safe to go through the strait. Just this morning, there were reports of gunfire, of gunshots being directed from an IRGC boat towards a vessel just 20 kilometers away from the coast of Oman, and really just underscores the fact that not only is it not safe, but still there are effectively 2 blockades in place right now around the Strait of Hormuz.
All right, Jumana, thank you so much. Jumana Bersachi there in Dubai. President Trump bringing China back into the conversation, suggesting that it could be providing weapons or other potentially lethal war supplies to Iran. China's Foreign Affairs Ministry has rejected any association. Joining us now from Hong Kong is Bloomberg's Jill Deesis. So, Jill, what's this gift that Trump was referring to when he said that the U.S. caught a Chinese gift for Iran? Do we know any more?
Look, Bonnie, he didn't really explicitly say that this was a weapon, but in this context of his quotes there, that was pretty heavily the insinuation here that we were hearing from Donald Trump. Now, I think it's worth pointing out that, first of all, the White House didn't have any additional comment after these remarks. And while, the U.S. has been suggesting that Moscow has been contributing something to the Iranian efforts in the war militarily here, the connection with China has been a lot less clear, and obviously you just quoted there. You've got, what does sound like a denial from China here. I do think that what's really important to remember in all of this is China's in a really sort of tricky position. Obviously, certainly an economic ally of Iran, and in that level is, fairly, that economic connection there is fairly strong. But the idea of, sort of shipping, any kind of military aid, weapons aid in some kind of sense would really risk economic sanctions from the United States. Trump himself has said that any nation found aiding Iran during this war would be faced with 50% tariffs. So that is a strong consideration here. All that being said, what we've heard from Xi Jinping publicly over the last couple of weeks is certainly this idea that the Middle East should sort of control, sort of take matters into its own hands. Certainly trying to advocate for peace and sort of an end to this war. But I mean, yes, I think in absence of further specifics from Trump here, obviously an interesting twist in the story here.
Yeah, absolutely. Jill, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Jill Deesis. Joining us now for more is Lindsay Newman, visiting research fellow at King's College London. Lindsay, in terms of who might be proposing any kind of new plan from Iran, who might it be? Who is doing the planning? And is there the suggestion that perhaps there might be a little bit of a power vacuum right now?
Thanks, Bonnie. Thank you for having me on. This is a key question that you rightly point to, which is who speaks for the Iran regime at the moment? Just last week, we saw, for example, that the foreign minister Rakti said that the Strait of Hormuz was open, but then just a bit after that, a couple hours later, the IRGC representative said, no, in fact, the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So we know who the key figures are, but the question is who is actually leading the charge? Who is in a position to negotiate? And what we've seen over the last 24, 48 hours is that the Iran delegation was not prepared to meet any of America's current demands, and in fact, it was not even willing to get on the plane to Pakistan. And so here we are on Wednesday, and the ceasefire has now been extended by the U.S. administration, a U.S. administration who said just earlier this week that they were not prepared to allow for any extension. And I know this is really the benefit of any hindsight here, Bonnie, the extension of a ceasefire was really the only move that was available to the U.S. at this point. It has regained some momentum and some leverage with the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. But despite U.S. President Trump saying that he was ready to bomb further critical infrastructure in Iran, the appetite for such further military action is still an open question within the U.S. administration and certainly for the American people.
Yeah, I mean, his approval rating is at the lowest of his term right now. This ceasefire, it's coming apparently at the request of Pakistan, not at the request of Iran. Does that make a difference to the dynamics at all, Lindsay?
I think that this idea that the request has come this extension has come at the request of Pakistan is really providing coverage for all parties involved. Is actually quite a shrewd move by Pakistan and allows the U.S. to have time to regroup. We know that the U.S., for example, is sending further aircraft carrier into the region. It also has additional troops coming. So we can expect to see the U.S. that it's using this time to ready further military posturing, or at least the appearance of force posturing. And it also allows the U.S. to pursue other avenues, which I fully expect, including economic security tools. We know that alongside Operation Epic Fury, Scott Bessent, Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent last week, said that the U.S. is pursuing an economic fury tactic, which refers to the possibility of further sanctions, secondary sanctions, tariffs, secondary tariffs on Iran and Iran-linked parties. So this is really covered to allow for both sides to sort of take a breath and see where do they go from here. Now, we know overnight, even still, that Iran has targeted shipping assets in the Strait of Hormuz. And so this is going to mean that parties are going to need to decide where is their red line, what level of activity is going to trigger a so-called breach of the ceasefire. Do we need zero activity for it to be a ceasefire? Or are we going to have to hold our noses about some of this sort of engagement that we're seeing?
Yeah, and it does seem that Iranian tankers are sailing out of the Persian Gulf and not being attacked, by the U.S. They're sailing past the U.S. blockade. We did have that one seizure, of course, the other day on the part of the U.S. But what does it benefit anybody if things kick off in the Strait, Lindsay? I mean, it's already difficult to see a path forward that saves face for both sides. That would just make things worse, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's why I think that even though we're going to see these low-level engagements, both sides are going to be really hesitant to sort of escalate further in a way that calls upon them to say, look, the ceasefire is broken here. I have to expect that over at least the coming days that both sides are going to be taking a breath. We're going to see some back channeling diplomatically where they're going to offer sort of, what's palatable to either side. We know what the issues are that both sides have misalignments are. It's the nuclear issue, the enrichment of uranium, it's the future of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, it's regional proxies. And then now, of course, what's vaulted to the top, as you rightfully point out, is the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. cannot accept a deal where there isn't resolution over the Strait of Hormuz in the sense that the Strait of Hormuz becomes an open passageway again. Because otherwise, what's happened here is Operation Epic Fury has had massive military impact, but has not been a strategic victory for the U.S. And in fact, it would leave the U.S., the region itself, and the world with knock-on effects to energy, food, commodity pricing in a worse position than it was before the conflict began on February 28th.
And we're seeing that on a daily basis in the price of oil. I mean, the December contract is still above $75 a barrel. That's December. What would incentivize Iran to give up the idea of a fee? Would it need to be payment, literally, from the United States and lots of it, unsanctioning individuals?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know there are a couple of items on the wish list for Iran that includes lifting of sanctions, that includes reparations for this conflict, but also unfreezing of prior sanctioned assets and funding. And it also includes this idea, which I think is really deeply unpalatable to the U.S. and Israel as well, that no further military action, no further targeting of Iran will be forthcoming in the future. And that just really underscores how wide the gap is between the two sides. We've seen it throughout this entire process, even before the Operation Epic Fury began in February, that these two sides, they can't agree about the points at hand. They can't even agree about what they're willing to talk about. And just we saw a sort of microcosm of this overnight where they couldn't even agree to get on the airplane and have a conversation together in Pakistan.
All right, Lindsay, we'll see what takes place for the rest of the week. Lindsay Newman of King's College London, thank you for joining. Now, to other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. Lufthansa is cutting 20,000 short-haul flights from its European summer schedule to save on fuel. The price of jet fuel has doubled since the start of the Iran war. The first 120 cancellations were implemented Tuesday. Broader flight cuts will be unveiled by late April or early May. Deutsche Telecom is weighing a full combination with its American arm T-Mobile. A deal would create a single, simplified corporate group jointly owned by the company's current investors. The move to create a multinational telecom group would be the largest ever public M&A deal. Republican Senator Tom Tillis said he would support Congress opening a probe of a Federal Reserve renovation project in lieu of the ongoing Justice Department criminal investigation. Tillis said he would consider dropping his objections to Warsh's nomination to Fed Reserve Chair if an inquiry by the Senate Banking Committee prompts the DOJ to drop its, quote, absurd investigation. Coming up, an AI security alert. A group of unauthorized users have gained access to Anthropic's Mythos. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Vonnie Quinn in New York. Anthropic's new Mythos AI back in the spotlight this morning. Bloomberg learning that a small group of unauthorized users have gained access to the model through a mix of tactics. That includes using access they had as a contractor to Anthropic. Matt Bloxham of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now. How much of a threat is this disclosure, Matt? I mean, what kind of next step might any of these unauthorized users take if they were of a mind to?
Yeah, I mean, it could be potentially significant because we've heard, obviously, that this new Mythos AI model is potentially very good at creating cybersecurity threats. So obviously in the wrong hands with a malicious actor, that could really disrupt the internet at large. And I think a number of financial institutions are keen to get their hands on the kind of preview version of this model so that they can test it against their own systems to shore up any vulnerabilities. So it does seem for now that these users more just curious about how this model works and what it's capable of. But if they did change tactic or share access to it with a more malicious actor, could really have quite substantial and significant consequences for perhaps the financial system or the way the internet operates.
I mean, could this have any impact on Anthropic's going public or anything like that? Will it have an impact on, funding rounds and so on?
I don't think so, but I think for sure they'll want to kind of be very clear about how access was gained and tighten up their policies with third-party vendors. Obviously, ahead of a possible IPO this year, these are the kind of issues that they'll want to kind of get tightened up and nailed down so that there are no kind of potential threats that people might worry about.
Matt, SpaceX says it has an agreement to buy the AI startup Cursor for $60 billion later this year, or pay $10 billion for the company's work together. What does Cursor do and how will SpaceX benefit?
Yeah, so Cursor is an AI coding specialist business. And so now AI coding has become incredibly popular and an incredibly important part of the way AI is contributing to the development of the software industry and enterprises at large. Obviously, we think of SpaceX as a rocket company, but as part of the kind of pre-IPO reorganization, Elon Musk rolled xAI into SpaceX, and xAI is his equivalent of OpenAI or Anthropic, essentially an LLM AI business. And Elon Musk has been quite public in saying that he kind of feels that xAI needs to effectively start again in how it develops its proposition, and that one area that's particularly weak on is on AI coding. So buying this business would plug that gap. So quite an important acquisition that they have planned.
It's a massive day for earnings. We start getting, the equipment makers, the memory chip makers and everything today. IBM, Texas Instruments in particular, after the market close. What will you be most watching, Matt?
Yeah, I think my focus, particularly on IBM, will see a huge amount of interest in all of these software names in terms of how much cloud is benefiting from AI demand from enterprise. Essentially for the AI momentum to continue, we need to see enterprises spending more and more on AI. So that will come through in their cloud revenues. But I think also for a software company like Microsoft, there's and IBM, there's also this kind of focus on the disruptive effect of AI on their kind of legacy software businesses, and so that's going to be a big focus as well. To what extent are some of the kind of legacy platforms being hurt by new tools that are coming in from the likes of Anthropic?
Amazing. Lam Research, Boston Scientific, and all of those other companies also reporting today. Matt, thank you so much. That's Matt Boxham of Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up, Virginia passes a redistricting law favoring Democrats. We'll take a look at that and what else is making headlines in your front page news. This is Bloomberg.
About 80% of projects will find it difficult to secure financing. And this is really all because of the level of readiness or preparation. As you know, for investment to occur, you need well-prepared, technically prepared projects, but they must also demonstrate economic and financial impact. So one of the major challenges is the stock or availability of bankable projects in countries. Almost all countries have got good plans and ideas, but when you look at the readiness of those projects, that's a major obstacle. And that is why the African Development Bank, through the African Water Facility, invests heavily in upstream preparation of projects to enable countries to have a large pool of investable projects. The second element that is an obstacle is the institutional and regulatory environment in most countries, which make it difficult for investment to happen.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. Earnings season is here.
Earnings season begins. Let's get right to it.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
Netflix here crossing the terminal.
Let's go to a retailer, Urban Outfitters.
I'm looking at shares of Paramount, Skydance.
Morgan Stanley, another monster quarter.
A lot still to come.
With the smartest insights.
What are some of the sponsors and some of the CEOs talking about here?
I think the biggest risk continues to be that inflation gets imported around the world again.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. It's time now for your front page news. First up on the Financial Times, UK inflation accelerates to 3.3% in March due to surging oil prices. Inflation was at 3% the previous month. The Bank of England meets next week and will weigh how to respond to the energy crisis. Next up, the Washington Post leading with Virginia voters passing a redistricting measure that could add as many as 4 Democratic-leaning districts ahead of the midterms. Democrats poured at least $64 million into the redistricting campaign in an effort to counter President Trump's push to add Republican seats in other states. And on the front page of the New York Times, Ukrainian officials suggesting that a slice of the country's Donbass region be called, quote, Donnyland. A Ukrainian negotiator first floated the term partly as a joke, but continued using it as an attempt to convince the Trump administration to give Russia more pushback. And those are your front pages. Let's take a look at these markets as we head into the Wednesday session. So we have futures pointed higher. Nonetheless, oil did top $100 a barrel a little while ago. So we'll see if this surge in futures sticks. This, of course, as earnings season continues apace, a massive week this week. The dollar index giving back some of yesterday's gains, and the 10-year yield at 428.66. Not too much movement across the curve after the Warsh testimony, which is fascinating. As you can see there, we have crude prices elevated quite substantially again, and Bitcoin also higher. So go figure. Bitcoin above 78,000 a coin now. Coming up, we're going to catch up with JP Morgan's Kelsey Barrow on the Fed. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, "Succession starts now."
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment. But I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
Trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest. And this is Bloomberg.
It's 5:30 a.m. in New York City, 10:30 a.m. in London. Good morning, I'm Bonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's get you set up for the day. At a standstill, President Trump extends his ceasefire with Iran indefinitely as peace talks stall. Not a sock puppet. Kevin Warsh vows Fed independence if confirmed as senators grill the nominee. And unauthorized users accessing Anthropic's new Mythos AI model. More on that scoop coming up. Let's take a look at these markets. Brent crude topped $100 a barrel earlier after reports of attacks on tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. Back below that now. New York crude, though, still above $90 a barrel. Now, the two-year yield not changing too much after Kevin Warsh's testimony yesterday, 377.05. Perhaps it's too far away, the idea of a confirmation in a new Fed chair, or perhaps the market is just digesting what he said so far, but still above the, obviously, Fed funds rate, and markets only pricing in about a 40% chance of a cut this year. Futures are pointed higher. We did have that day yesterday. Lot of headline whiplash, but right now it looks like we're going to have a very positive day for the S&P and the Nasdaq 100. Lots of earnings on deck today too, of course, and the dollar index giving back some of yesterday's gains. Let's get to some individual movers now with Chloe Melly in London. Chloe.
Good morning, Bonnie. United Airlines is up. It did cut its outlook because of higher fuel costs, but it seems that the market is moving beyond that and instead focusing on the ceasefire, the extension of that ceasefire with Iran, which is injecting some optimism into this travel sector this morning. It is not so positive for Capital One. The credit card lender missed estimates and set aside also more cash for souring loans. So this really it goes to show the cracks that are starting to appear in consumer confidence, and it's a little bit worrying for that company. And finally, Vertiv Holdings is up this morning in pre-market ahead of the earnings, and it's seeing some of that read across as well from its European peer ABB, raising revenue expectations because of this strong demand from data center customers. And so investors seem to be also pricing in maybe some of that boost for Vertiv this morning.
All right, Chloe, thank you so much. Chloe Melly there in London. On Capitol Hill, senators grilling Fed chair nominee Kevin Warsh.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Warsh's path to the Fed's top position still a little unclear. JP Morgan's Kelsey Barrow weighing in after that hearing, writing, quote, Warsh's testimony highlighted his view on the need for transformation of the Fed's inflation framework, tools and communication. But the details on how he will achieve these changes and what they actually are remain less clear. I'm pleased to say Kelsey joins us now. She's fixed income portfolio manager at JP Morgan Asset Management. So much to go through here. We could be conversing for a long time before we parse out all these details. But first, what is your base case in terms of actual nomination? When might Kevin Warsh take over as Fed chair?
So the timing, I think, is a little bit clear. Or not so clear. So what I think we know from the last nomination process of Stephen Myron is that the Senate can move fast if they want to. So really the roadblock right now is the DOJ investigation. If that can come to some type of resolution that allows Senator Tillis to move forward, then we know from history that the Senate can move very fast from there.
And it does seem like Tom Tillis has opened, just a little sliver of a door to potentially, changing his mind on, blocking this confirmation. On the question of Fed independence, did Kevin Warsh say enough to put that to bed in this market's mind, or is there still some concern out there?
I think there's probably still some concern out there that he's not really going to be able to address in this testimony. It's ultimately going to be down to how he analyzes the data and what he does in the job. So He's said the right things as it relates to independence. That's what most people would have expected. But he was very light on the details, particularly in terms of his general views on the framework and where he sees interest rates going from here.
On his views, plenty of criticism of current Fed monetary policy in there, right? But let's look at particularly his views on inflation and how the Fed communicates its thoughts on inflation. What does he think will be better?
Yeah, that's interesting. So I think one thing we know for certain is that he views Fed communication as too expansive, too ample. We're hearing from people too frequently. And there are certain things that he can do himself without the committee, without broad consensus. He can make changes and tweaks to the extent to which, the frequency of his own communication, perhaps the frequency of the press conferences. He could look at changing those things, and those are things that he could do in a more unilateral way. I will say the things that he said on inflation were interesting to me. So one thing that he highlighted was, the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, which is PCE. He kind of leaned away from that metric and highlighted that perhaps there were some better ways to look at inflation. But I think what's interesting is ultimately what he said he wanted to understand about inflation dynamics is underlying inflation. And that actually is no different from any Fed member when they're trying to assess the trends in the economy and the trends in inflation. They're trying to take out the noise and look at the underlying trend. So he referred to some things like trimmed means, trimmed medians. Those are actually things that the regional reserve banks already publish. The Dallas Fed has a trimmed mean that we look at all the time. And it is true that those measures are running cooler than the core PCE metric. And in our view, when we look at inflation, we actually think that those trimmed mean measures are better representative of the trend. We do see that once you, look beyond the supply shocks from core goods and energy, that the disinflationary trends within shelter and wages are actually well entrenched. So in that way, it's not really that unconventional what he's saying in terms of how he wants to analyze inflation.
So assuming at some point in the next few months he does become Fed chair, is there going to be a push to get rid of the dot plot? Will the committee agree to do that? And what do we get instead? Qualitative?
Okay guys, that 24,500 call option is still in range, as I said. थोड़ी देर पहले बताया था 166 के नीचे अगर क्लोजिंग होती है तो मार्केट रेंज बाउंड बना देगा. क्लोजिंग हुई, नीचे वापस से 160 सपोर्ट लिया, ऊपर 180 से रिजेक्शन लिया, फिर से 160 पे आ गया. अब अपर रेंज का देखते हैं किस साइड निकलती है, 190 के ऊपर या फिर 150 के नीचे. 150 के नीचे प्रॉपर ब्रेकडाउन अगर होता है तो ऊपर 180 टू 190 स्ट्रॉन्ग रेजिस्टेंस बन जाएगा. 190 के ऊपर ब्रेकआउट हो गया तो नीचे 150 160 स्टिल रेजिस्टेंस. सो नाउ साइडवेज क्लोजिंग होने वाली है. लेट्स सी कहाँ क्लोज होता है. 150 के नीचे जाता है क्या आज क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे, क्योंकि इसके नीचे अगर आज क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे रहा तो हो सकता है कल गैप डाउन ही हो जाए. अभी भी 24,500 का एक कॉल होल्ड कर रहा है, वो स्टिल होल्डिंग 160 से फिर सपोर्ट ले लिया है। इवन मार्केट क्लोज होने वाला है, लग नहीं रहा किसी एक साइड पे क्लोज करेगा आज।
to all who were watching that Kevin Warsh will be a great sock puppet for Donald Trump.
Warren isn't going to be the stumbling block here, though, in particular. I mean, it's more likely to be Thom Tillis, right? What is the outlook at this point, given that Thom Tillis seems to have opened the door to a potential way around his problem with the Fed and the administration's impact on the Fed right now?
Well, it's still looking uncertain because, as you mentioned, Senator Tillis has said that he's not going to vote to confirm, or to get Warsh's nomination out of the Senate Banking Committee, which is the first hurdle it needs to do before it gets on the Senate floor. He said he's not going to do that until the Justice Department drops its investigation into the current Fed chair. So a lot of kind of behind the scenes back and forth here. It's still uncertain, but Tillis has shown some opening to potentially standing down.
Yeah, looking for a way around his stance in some ways. Kate Ackley, thank you so much. Bloomberg government there. This is Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. The stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets. And rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Bersecci in Davos, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Brief. I'm Bonnie Quinn in New York. Now look at what's ahead today. First up, earnings. It's going to be all earnings today. We get Boeing before the bell, then IBM and Tesla, big ones after the market close. Lots of others as well. Plus, we also get Treasury Secretary Bessent testifying on Capitol Hill. That's at 10 a.m. Eastern on the budget for 2027. Let's take a look at your market outlook then as we head into the Wednesday session after a pretty negative session in many ways yesterday. Although I have to say volume has been really low at this point. It's quite interesting to see these moves when you know that maybe the conviction isn't behind them. S&P futures pointing to a higher open. We had the stocks, of course, up 0.5% yesterday. So you know that the Nasdaq is going to be rallying even more than that today, at least the picture for now anyway. We're giving back some gains that the US dollar made yesterday, and not a huge amount of movement on yields. The 10-year yield there at 428.86, and no real movement at the front end either after Kevin Warsh's testimony. That is it for today's Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance is ahead. This is Bloomberg.
The Mutua Madrid Open is underway. Spanish wildcard Caitlin Quevedo took out her childhood idol Venus Williams to reach round 2. The 20-year-old fought back from 3-love down in the second set before closing out her first win of the season in just over 2 hours. And don't forget, you can watch all the action live daily and head on over to tennischannel.com to download the app.
Tariffs, I think, are probably the first time in my career I've had to deal with like a fundamental change in government policy in terms of how we think about how markets work.
The challenge, especially within my supply chain, is now how do you have enough productivity initiatives to offset the increased cost of all the product?
Can you just move your supply chain out of China and into the US, or out of Mexico and up to Canada? Is it that easy?
It's not that easy, but we do have flexibility. And we had been, prior to tariffs, prior to any of this, we had been on a journey to diversify our footprint out of China. So probably 2-ish years ago, roughly 65% of our toy and game volume was coming from China. Today, as we entered into 2025, that was around 50%. All we've done is really accelerate the path to get down to roughly, call it 30% by the time we enter into 2027. For us, I mean, if tariffs stay, if tariffs go, it's never good to have so much of your manufacturing base centered on one geography. We think the diversification is good, but it does take a bit of time to get vendors and suppliers up to speed. Quality is a big deal, especially when you're dealing with toys and kids. It's not an instantaneous thing, but it's not also a 5-year, have to build a new plant from scratch.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The market is getting more discerning.
You're starting to see a bit of a broadening. There's some durability behind this.
The technicals in the equity market are extraordinary.
The direction from here is really what's the next positive surprise?
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now. Coming into Wednesday, stocks bounce. President Trump extending the ceasefire after vowing not to. Tehran indicating Washington might be ready to lift its blockade, just as elevated energy prices are pushing United Airlines to cut its outlook, pushing Lufthansa to slash 20,000 flights.
This is huge, Jonathan, in terms of the crisis is now starting to become a little bit more uncertain for companies as they start to guide for the future, because right now we're in a state of basically paralysis, in limbo. The ceasefire talks right now are on hold. The president put out a statement, but interesting to that statement, He's waiting for the Iranian response, and he didn't give a deadline. When has he not given a deadline?
Investors want to make something really complex very, very simple. There is a path towards escalation, there is a path towards de-escalation, and it appears, at least for now, the president is committed to a path towards de-escalation, and the market at the moment is anchored around that idea.
Yes, the market is anchored around that idea, but at the same time, on the ground, the Strait of Hormuz is still shut. And actually what is happening right now is you see some headlines coming from Iran that not only do they go after ships, they're now starting to take hold of some of these ships. At the same time, the Treasury Secretary yesterday doubled down on Twitter and said, we are going to go after any sanctioned crude, and we are going to go after all of this oil. And that potentially means we could see more tension in these waters.
This from the Treasury Secretary in the last 24 hours. The United States Navy will continue the blockade of Iranian ports. In a matter of days, cargo island storage will be full, and the fragile Iranian oil wells will be shut in. The pressure continues to build.
The pressure continues to build on this regime, especially economically. They are in dire straits right now, and although about a month ago, Treasury decided to unsanction the Iranian crude at sea to help some of their partners in Asia, that is not happening anymore, and they are going after the ships like we saw happened over the weekend. Does this mean potentially it is enough to bring them to the table? Right now, it doesn't look like it.
We mentioned the airlines. We'll be talking about them all morning. Bramo is going to catch up with Scott Kirby of United Airlines later on this morning. Look out for that around 9:15 Eastern Time. We're tracking the ripple effect, the consequences, the fallout, starting in Asia, follow through into Europe. 20,000 flights cancelled at Lufthansa. And you'd have to imagine a few other airlines aren't too far behind.
This morning, also, we heard from TUI and what they have to do in terms of basically suspending revenue guidance for this year because they don't know how to guide, because they don't know how much all of this is going to cost, because we do not have a resolution on what is going on in the Gulf.
Equity futures this morning just about holding on to gains. We're positive here by 0.5%. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Aaron Kenner of Clear Harbor Asset Management. With the equity rally looking to get back on track, Krishna Guha of Evercore on Kevin Walsh's showdown on Capitol Hill, and Bank of America's President of Retail Banking, Holly O'Neill, as the consumer shows signs of strength. We begin this hour with our top story. President Trump extended the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Jumana Basechi. Jumana, the president says leadership there is fractured. How united is it this morning?
Well, we haven't had an official response yet from Iran vis-a-vis the ceasefire announcement that President Trump made yesterday. And I think it was interesting that, these Islamabad talks, we spent all of yesterday speculating as to when they were going to happen, when J.D. Vance was going to leave the U.S., but then we got no official confirmation from the Iranian side that they were going to attend. And what we do know, if you piece together the various commentary that have come through from some of those key officials in the last 24 hours, the key sticking point from their perspective is the ongoing U.S. naval blockade. And even when Trump made that ceasefire announcement yesterday on his Truth Social post, he also said and reiterated that the naval blockade was going to stay in place. And the only comment that we can go from this morning, overnight, is a post that the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi put up, saying once again that blockading Iranian ports is an act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. So it's become very clear that in order to proceed with the sequencing, i.e. to proceed to another round of talks, the Iranian side are maintaining that they want to see that U.S. naval blockade lifted. And they're certainly trying to push that narrative forward. There was a lot of state media reporting today suggesting that some signals had come through from the U.S. indicating that they were willing to lift the U.S. blockade. So far, we have not had any confirmation that that is the case from the U.S. And if anything, this morning, as you were just talking about, there have been multiple episodes of IRGC reportedly firing at a container vessel that was passing off the coast of Oman. Just in the last few minutes, Tasnim are also claiming, this is state media, that Iran has now seized 2 ships for violations. So this really underscores the danger. At the same time, if you look at the traffic of passage going through, it's really trickled down to low single digits. And so if you put all of this together, yes, we have a ceasefire. It is an obscure ceasefire because we don't know what conditions it's linked to, but it's not a long-term resolution. We don't know if there's going to be another round of discussions. And for all intents and purposes, the strait is still effectively shut and still dangerous.
Jumana Basechi and Dubai leading our coverage. Jumana, thank you. Just to pick up on that news report from Tasnim News Agency, the semi-official news agency in Iran, we've received some sign they're ready to break it. And as soon as they break this blockade, I think the next round of negotiations will take place in Islamabad. The market clinging to that story, that report earlier this morning.
Yeah, clinging to that, but that is not what we are hearing from the President of the United States or the Treasury Secretary. Actually, what we're hearing is that they are doubling down. Now, a few Iranian ships have gotten through and they turned off their tracking devices, but I don't think this is bullish this morning when Tasnim is also saying that Iran seizes 2 ships for violations and the IRGC transferred those seized trips to their coast. If you are on top of a vessel and you are a company, are you going to let your people through? Are you going to say, yeah, we have the confidence in this? I don't think so.
Brent crude 99.60, WTI 90.61. Here's the view on Wall Street this morning. Aaron Cannon of Clear Harbor Asset Management writing, what had been a clear value-driven market has at least tactically pivoted back towards growth leadership in the wake of geopolitical stress. Aaron joins us now for more. Aaron, good morning. Good to see you. Good morning. Let's talk about that stress. You've got good versus bad and better versus worse. No doubt, without question, the situation in the Middle East is bad. It is not good. But is it getting better? And are you confident it won't get worse?
It's challenging to make that assessment. You know, if you go back to 1 year ago, we're dealing with tariffs and Liberation Day, and you could game theorize around the decision of one individual, the president. And today, this is multivariable. This is not just a decision by the president of the United States, and we don't even know who the decision makers really are in Iran. And so it's making it really challenging. With that said, the VIX is below 20. Equities are buoyant. We've seen a shift back towards sort of the growth narrative and on the equity side here in the United States. So there's a good deal of optimism built in, and earnings are kicking in and looking reasonably strong.
Well, let's go through those pillars. It's important. Financial conditions are easing. The outlook for earnings is improving. The data's been better than expected. Is that enough to insulate the bull case right now? Is that something you really want to fight?
Well, it's challenging. Clearly, the market has their eyes on those variables, Jonathan. And we're starting to see earnings come out. They've been relatively strong. There's a little concern among consumers, but there's been great strength across financials. The hardware side of technology has been super strong. We're going to see IBM report later today, so we'll get a little bit of a read on that. And I think investors are looking at the rise in consensus earnings, which have only been trending upward throughout this crisis. Double-digit expected annualized earnings for the S&P 500 this year. Who would have thought that just a couple of months ago?
Driven by just a handful of companies. When you see that, do you see concentration as a feature or a bug?
Well, I think clearly if you take a look at the 2 companies that make up about 60% of this improvement in anticipated earnings, Micron, so read memory chips, and ExxonMobil, read higher oil prices and higher revenues. 20% of our oil, nearly 20% coming through the Strait of Hormuz. We just talked about Lufthansa. We have huge jet fuel concerns in Europe this summer. How's that going to impact consumer travel? How's that going to impact, sort of transcontinental travel, consumer consumption, investor sentiment? So lots of uncertainty right now weighing on markets, but markets remain relatively buoyant and hopeful.
Given where we are today, can you make a call on any of those judgments about jet fuel and where some of these companies are going to be?
It's really challenging, but I think the experts seem to think that if we continue to have these supply bottlenecks, in about 3 weeks' time, the European Union has been getting together and meeting on this topic. We're going to have significant rationing, not just in Asia, but specifically in Europe. You're going to see flight cancellations. You're going to see sharp spikes in ticket costs if they do fly those planes. It's going to be a big problem. This is not about price. It's about availability of product.
If that is the scenario in a few weeks' time, what does that mean for markets in the United States?
Yeah, I mean, I think something has to break clearly in the not-so-distant future here. And I think, we'll have to see where this sort of fog of war, whether or not it clears or whether or not it doesn't. I will say the 3 big bullet points for the president at the outset, it seemed to be, we have to reduce their ballistic missile capabilities. We have to consider regime change, but maybe not boots on the ground. And, I think the other one, of course, is what are we going to do with this enriched uranium? We need to remove it somehow from that country. One box has been checked, but not all 3, and it's the ballistic missile box. That's a problem. And it leads me to think that maybe markets are a bit too optimistic here going forward.
And this is a sticking point in negotiations as well when you see the reports from the Iranian side. The pushback from them ultimately is those objectives weren't achieved through military means. Why should we give them up now?
Exactly. And also for the Iranians, why should they give up the one piece of leverage they have right now, which is the Strait of Hormuz? And when you see some of the kinetic features of this conflict, it is the IRGC right now that is having those gunboats go over to those vessels. They're the ones that are in charge right now of Iran, not the political actors that are meeting with, say, J.D. Vance or Steve Witkoff.
Aaron, you've got options. You can hide in cash, just steer clear of everything, or you can make that tactical call just to hug the more growthy parts of this market with the secular tailwinds behind them. What do you want to do?
I think we're doing a lot of different things at Clear Harbor. Most of our clients, we have multi-asset class portfolios. Within equities, however, take a look at, sort of the growth orientation of, companies outside of AI and the compression of price to earnings multiples that we've seen over the last weeks and months. There's opportunity there, we believe. You look at 10, 15, 20% annualized growers outside of this sort of SaaS concern. Look at sort of robotics within the surgical community. As an example, we had Intuitive Surgical report yesterday. Very strong report from Intuitive Surgical. I mean, that is not, they're leveraging AI, but those types of growth, secular growth companies, we think are very well positioned. And it's not just within healthcare, it's across the technology landscape, it's across consumer discretionary. We're seeing it also in some areas of energy where there's opportunity. But we're allocating to alternatives, we're allocating to fixed income. We have multi-asset class portfolios at Clear Harbor.
Aaron, appreciate your time. Yeah. As always, thanks for being here. Aaron Cannon there of Clear Harbor Asset Management. If you're just joining us, welcome. Futures holding on to gains positive by 0.5% following the first back-to-back losses of the month so far on the S&P 500. With an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief, Yahira has more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. Iran seizing 2 ships for what they're calling violations. Tasnim, the country's semi-official news agency, saying the IRGC transferred the ships to Iran's coast. The ships are reportedly from Panama and Lithuania. President Donald Trump extending the ceasefire with Iran. The president making the announcement in a Truth Social post after planned peace talks fell apart. It came just hours after Trump said he was not inclined to extend the truce. And a small group of unauthorized users gaining access to Anthropic's new Mythos AI model, which the company warned could enable dangerous cyber attacks. According to documentation viewed by Bloomberg, users in a private online forum obtained access on the same day Anthropic announced a limited test release of the model. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Yahira, thank you. Help me make sense of this. It is either one or the other. Either it is so dangerous that only approved users can use it and access it, so we're being really careful. Or it's not that dangerous and we shouldn't be concerned that unapproved users have got hold of this. Which one is it? Because it can't be both.
I think the U.S. government is trying to figure that out right now as we speak.
Right?
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. Up next on the program, Kevin Walsh on Capitol Hill.
The president never once asked me to commit to any particular interest rate decision, period. And nor would I ever agree to do so if he had.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation.
I got a feeling that label was going to hang around. Do you remember Carney, the unreliable boyfriend?
Yes.
Just sort of followed him around the UK for quite a while.
Yeah, I think that one's going to hang around. On Twitter, everyone says it was too late Powell. Now it's sock puppet Walsh.
Oi. Up next on the program, Krishna Gua of Evercore, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
So we got a bounce this morning, higher by 0.5% on the S&P 500, following a two-day losing streak on the S&P. Yesterday, the losses are raising the gains later in the session as we learned that J.D. Vance, the vice president, wasn't going to make that trip for talks to Islamabad. And then after the closing bell, the president extended the ceasefire indefinitely. So they're the gains so far this morning. In crude, and I think this is interesting, WTI and Brent holding on to gains. Brent crude still around triple digits, Brent at 99.55 and WTI around 91 this morning.
I think that speaks to what's actually going on in the Strait of Hormuz. You had the UK Navy overnight talk about how a vessel was taking fire by IRGC gunboats. You now have Tasnim reporting that 2 ships were taken basically hostage by the IRGC, and what they're saying was because for endangering maritime security. So right now, it isn't safe in the Strait of Hormuz, so which means there's no oil going to be passing through the Strait of Hormuz as normal levels, even though we have the ceasefire. It's not as though there's no peace, there's no war. We're just in this limbo. That's just contributing to just slightly higher yields as well, on top of the decent data we've seen in the last 24 hours. The 10-year around 432s, around 380. Under surveillance this morning, Kevin Walsh on Capitol Hill.
We are still dealing with the legacy of the policy errors in 2021 and 2022. That means a different new inflation framework. Independence has to be earned. And it's earned by delivering on the promises. The president never once asked me to commit to any particular interest rate decision, period.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not. I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
So here's the latest this morning. Fed Chair nominee Kevin Walsh facing an extended battle for confirmation after President Trump doubled down on the DOJ's probe into the central bank. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now from Washington for more. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, John, good morning. Well, it was clear from yesterday that Kevin Walsh will have the votes to advance. The question is just when, because even Senator Thom Tillis says that he likes the nominee, though he is standing firm that he can't get Walsh out to the full Senate floor until that Department of Justice's investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell is resolved. And as you know, Tillis really can make good on these threats because Republicans only hold a 13-11 majority on the Senate Banking Committee. Now, I had the chance to ask Tillis yesterday some questions about what a viable off-ramp may look like, including whether renewed congressional oversight could be part of the solution. And he told me he thinks that could work.
I think it's a great idea. And you know, in truth, the one thing I realized in the banking committee is we never really scrutinize capital expenditures from these agencies that we regulate. We should be looking at the business. I think that's a great point that the president's kind of brought up, that we haven't really watched these things in detail in the past, and we can all benefit from that.
So if that was launched and the DOJ dropped its suit, then you would get...
Yeah, it's the right order, too, because there was no referral from this committee.
Now, to be sure, Tillis still needs that DOJ suit to be dropped, but this felt significant because back in February, Thom Tillis had brushed aside the idea that the Senate Banking Committee could launch its own investigation to supplant the DOJ's probe, and there feels like there's some momentum behind this idea, considering we heard from Senate Banking Chair Tim Scott earlier this week saying that he's looking at some sort of joint congressional action with his committee and House Financial Services. But, John, at this point, President Trump was asked about this off-ramp earlier this week, and he is holding firm and doubling down that the DOJ should continue in its suit.
Tyler, great work down in Washington, D.C. Offered an off-ramp. The president's not taking it.
The most important comment yesterday was after the hearing. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said the sooner the administration can wrap up this investigation and get ready to move forward with the new Fed chairman, the better off everyone can be. So that basically seems the Senate Republican position writ large, not just Senator Tillis.
Here's the view on Wall Street. Krishna Gua of Evercore writing, Walsh is laying the foundations for forward-looking rate cuts motivated by AI transformation. Krishna joins us now for more. Krishna, welcome to the programme. A simple one to start. What did you learn yesterday?
Well, it was a tricky dance for Walsh because he had to satisfy three different audiences. The senators who he needs for confirmation, the president who's nominated him, and of course, the market was watching very carefully. I think he did what he needed to do, and there's no question he's going to be chair as soon as these investigations are wrapped up. What did we learn? We learned the following. First, Walsh really does want regime change at the Fed, though he hasn't yet been able to really specify in detail what that means. Second, he's angling towards building the foundations for these AI transformation rate cuts. Third, he's still a balance sheet hawk, though he's going to be very careful about how he implements it. And fifth, that he wants to really rein back Fed communications. So this is going to be, over time, a very different Fed. How different, how quickly, is going to depend on whether he can bend his colleagues. And the answer may be not that different that quickly.
So, Christian, let's pick out point number three. And there's a range of good points there, but number three on the balance sheet. What underpins his opposition to the balance sheet? And what kind of meaningful change are you anticipating?
Well, you heard from Kevin yesterday really two different arguments. One is about the incidence of monetary policy, in effect, that rate cuts are more equitable than a larger balance sheet, which primarily affects longer-term interest rates and therefore has its first and largest effect on financial asset prices. And second, that a big Fed balance sheet is, in some sense, part of big government, that it encourages big government excesses. And I think there's both an inflation concept there and a political economy concept that Walsh believes in small government and small central banks.
Christian, when he talked about regime change, he was talking about the Fed missing the mark when it comes to inflation. He says there needs to be a new inflation framework. What could that look like? And I was focused on that because the Treasury Secretary in the past has talked about maybe going after a range for inflation, not a direct point.
So as you rightly point out, there are a bunch of sort of technical debates around how you might set out your inflation framework, one of which is range versus point target. There are many, many others. I think the larger point here is that what Walsh is saying is, I'm really serious that I want far-reaching changes to the Fed's framework, the way the Fed uses its tools, and the way that the Fed communicates about policy and the outlook. The problem is that really there's very, very little detail. And it's much easier to identify, as Walsh correctly has done, some of the shortcomings of the Fed's current and past approaches than it is to actually identify rigorous and systematic ways to do it better. There are some big gaps there right now, and that creates considerable uncertainty as to how the Walsh Fed would seek to operate. And I do worry that, at least in the transition phase, that could be associated with more volatility, with more risk premium from the pure uncertainty side, at least until we get a better grip as to what Walsh really will try to do differently.
In some ways, Christian, I think that Kevin Walsh has a point, and a lot of people in the street, maybe yourself included, agree with him, that we're still living in the post-GFC communication regime, and it's time to move away from it. What kind of changes do you think we could see in the not-too-distant future on communication alone?
Well, so on the communication front, what I'd say is this. I think there's a general recognition among current Fed officials and the central banking community more broadly that forward guidance is something that needs to be handled with a lot of care, that the forward guidance provided during the pandemic sort of boxed the Fed in a little bit, and some of the other central banks too, and that it's not the sort of instrument that should be used in normal times when you have the ability to move interest rates up or down as needed. But Walsh seems to be trying to suggest something more than that, a desire to really turn back the tide of ever-increasing central bank communication, talk less and about less, including the central bank's rate outlook. And I slightly worry here that's something distinct from not doing forward guidance. You know, if the central bank communicates effectively, it really is a very powerful means of shaping the market rate paths, shaping and influencing financial conditions. We don't want to go back to guessing what they're up to.
Krishna, appreciate your time. As always, Krishna Gua there of Evercore. It's always difficult to unpack a neat message from a hearing like yesterday, because as Krishna said, there are so many different audiences for that message. Up next on the programme, we'll talk oil with Vikas Dwivedi of Macquarie.
We should not deny that change is coming. And change is not coming just in data centers and AI. As a world, we are building infrastructure, we're building energy, we're doing energy transmission, we're building next-gen manufacturing, we're ramping defense, and we're doing this thing called AI and data.
Yes.
We will see the largest need for capital ever. And that's what we've seen so far this year. And so now to your specific question, it's about underwriting. There are a number of very strong US tech companies who run diversified businesses, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, who are interested in seeing these centers built and are interested in not consolidating the debt on their balance sheet. And to the extent they are prepared to lend their credit, one can lend against those types of things and make sensible underwriting decisions.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars.
Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Live from New York City, welcome to the program. Equity futures on the S&P 500 positive here by 0.5%. The first back-to-back losses on the S&P through April so far. It's been quite a run, hasn't it? On the Nasdaq this morning, we bounced by 0.75%. In the oil market at the moment, this is the state of things. Crude near triple digits on Brent, 99. WTI around 90, elevated by just 5 to 6 tenths of 1%. The tension continues to simmer.
So I think in the equity market, they're just looking for this off-ramp, the president and the ceasefire he's extended without a deadline, as optimistic. But in the oil market, they're looking at the facts on the ground. And just this morning, Iran's IRGC seized 2 ships, and they are bringing those ships to the Iranian coast. At the same time, overnight, the UK Navy came out and said IRGC gunboats hit a number of vessels. It is not safe right now in the Strait of Hormuz, and the Treasury Secretary says they are doubling down on this blockade, so don't test them.
They are the physical realities right here, right now. 3 hours away from the opening bout, the cash open just around the corner. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. Even after cutting its full-year outlook, United shares are up nearly 1.8% in the pre-market. Maybe some of that having to do with that overall market optimism over the extension of the ceasefire. But also this, United did post better than expected results with demand holding up, especially in premium travel. And Morgan Stanley also saying that the key is that it updated its guidance and it did not pull it like some of its peers. Moving on to Adobe, this is a name that has been at the center of the AI disrupting software story, and it has been punished for it, down 30% year to date. But today it is catching a bid, up nearly 3.5% in the pre-market after Adobe announced a $25 billion buyback, a clear attempt to restore confidence and put a floor under those shares. And we end on Capital One. This is America's largest credit card lender. Shares are down nearly 2.6% in the pre-market after it missed on earnings as it puts aside more money for bad loans. That provision rising 72% to more than $4 billion, a sign that some cracks are starting to show up in the consumer. And CEO Rich Fairbank drawing a direct line to the Iran war, saying that higher energy costs are starting to weigh on spending. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. More from Yahara later this hour. On our Raise Hour this morning, President Donald Trump extended the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely while vowing to maintain the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The president writing in a Truth Social post, the US is pushing Tehran towards financial collapse. Elsewhere, Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh pushing the fundamental reforms of the central bank during his confirmation hearing. Warsh vowing to be strictly independent on interest rates.
The president never asked me to predetermine, commit, fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so.
Republican Senator Tom Tillis promising to block Warsh's nomination until the DOJ enters criminal probe into current Fed Chair Jay Powell. And finally, a small group of unauthorized users gaining access to Anthropic's new Mythos AI model, which the company says can enable dangerous cyber attacks. Anthropic saying it currently has no evidence that the access is impacting any of its systems.
So it's a great Bloomberg scoop, and it comes at a time, Jonathan, as we do know the U.S. government is also talking to banks and other financial lenders when it comes to Mythos, and only a certain amount of people are actually allowed access to this right now. But you made a great point earlier in the program. Is it so scary, this product, that only a few people should get access to it, but now that we have a group that shouldn't have had access to it and nothing has really happened, is it actually that scary?
So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. So, look, it's either one or the other. I'm not saying it is one or the other. I'm just saying it has to be one or the other. You can't sit here and say that it's so dangerous, only authorized users can use it, but also it's okay that unauthorized people have access to it. It's one or the other. And this is the difficult part of the whole story for me. What is real? What is the IPO pitch? That's what I've struggled with the whole way along. Undoubtedly, we're seeing real technological progress here. But at the same time, there is a marketing twist going into some major IPOs later this year, which makes it difficult to differentiate between one or the other.
Senator Kennedy of Louisiana agrees with you, and he said this yesterday at Kevin Warsh's hearing. He said, here's my worry. That's a lot of stuff about artificial intelligence making us more productive is a bunch of hype by people who want to sell stock in an IPO. I'd be careful there.
That's the latest on Anthropic this morning. This morning, Iran seizing 2 ships for, quote, violations. Tasnim, the country's semi-official news agency, saying the IRGC transferred the ships to Iran's coast. Joining us now for Insight, Colonel Wayne Sanders, Senior Defence Research Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Wayne, welcome to the programme. Colonel, always good to see you. Let's talk about where we are right now. And I can tell you from the market's perspective where investors think we are. They think we're on a path towards de-escalation and not a path towards escalation. Are you seeing evidence on the ground that validates that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at it right now, both sides on the IRGC for the Navy fast boats as well as the U.S. Navy from the blockade perspective, they're operating in the only military box that they can inside of the ceasefire. But one of the biggest things that I use as an indicator is the ballistic missiles and the drone attacks are virtually stopped. They're pretty close to zero at this point in time. They were averaging between 70 up to 150 strikes a day, minus the first couple days. Obviously, and now you're looking at maybe one or two, even that. But they're being reported by UAE, Saudi, Bahrain, and others, where these strikes right now have not happened since the ceasefire, which I take as a very good sign that negotiations are still possible.
Well, are negotiations possible with the U.S. blockade still in place, given the fact that the Iranians have said verbally that that would need to stop in order for them to make that trip to Islamabad?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the biggest pieces that's going to come is the economic pressure, as you guys were talking about, from Cargill and in the oil stores, as well as others, are going to put additional pressures on there. It's very difficult also to find out who we're actually talking to in terms of Iranian leadership. There have been some reports internally where Iran is actually struggling from that, from a command and control perspective, and maybe one of the reasons why you haven't seen that delegation move over to Pakistan. So from that, you don't know exactly who you're trying to talk to, who you're actually trying to strike that deal with. Is it somebody in Iranian-backed state media, or whether it's a foreign minister or beyond? So we're trying to make sure that we understand exactly who the Trump administration would actually be negotiating with during those peace deals as well in Pakistan.
That has been the difficulty all along. I've really enjoyed your commentary, Colonel. Thanks for joining us this morning. Colonel Wayne Sanders there of Bloomberg Intelligence. Who are they negotiating with, and who's in charge? And are they the same person? That's been the difficult part of all of this all along.
Well, Iran definitely has consensus building in terms of their Supreme National Security Council, and obviously the Ayatollah reigns supreme. The IRGC is in charge, and the IRGC is the one that is definitely in charge of the Strait of Hormuz, and we're seeing that right now out in the open when it comes to these gunboats and these vessels. Who the United States is talking to are political actors, and they don't always see eye to eye.
Here's the take from Macquarie this morning. This from Vikas Trivedi. He writes the following: there are steps towards market normalisation from day zero of traffic restarting through the Strait. However, we do not yet know when day zero is. Vikas joins us now for more. Vikas, good morning. Good to see you.
Good to be here.
Let's just start with physical realities. We can see these shortages starting to bite in Asia. You can see it starting to work through the airline industry. Lufthansa cancelling 20,000 flights. United Airlines cutting the outlook. What are the physical realities that you're tracking at the moment?
We're tracking exactly that. So we started with the petrochemical sector, right? So the loss of naphtha and some of the feedstocks for that sector started to hit immediately. Jet fuel followed shortly after. Jet fuel got a lot more attention because most people don't interact with naphtha daily, but so it's following a very concentrated hit in Asia, and now it's sort of transitioning to Europe, both on the petchem and jet fuel. It will move to diesel and gas oil in a little while, meaning in a few more weeks. We're going to start seeing announcements of problems with securing diesel supply, and that's the backbone of the world's economy for for moving goods around. So, that is still coming.
There's been a lot of talk about a disconnect. People often throw that word around, a disconnect between the physical market and the paper market. And many people made the case that we'd see convergence, but we'd see the paper market move towards the physical market. The opposite kind of happened in the last week. What explains that?
Yeah, it's more of a set of shock absorbers, right, that are not working. So you think about something happens in oil, it's an impulse function, right, and you get a hit, and then all these things have to happen to absorb the shock. Futures would go up. The differentials between the futures and the paper, like in the physical, would move a little bit. But what's actually happened is the physical has just done its own thing, and the futures have not followed. And so the differential between them was never contemplated to be this wide. So in some sense, it's broken, right? And it may need to be reconfigured after this. One of the challenges is Brent is not deliverable. So if you hold Brent futures to expiry, unlike a lot of contracts, you don't get the barrels. So you have to mechanistically do it other ways, right, to force that convergence, but it's not happening. And it's been long enough now. I think this next Brent expiration, if we don't start seeing that convergence, then we may be in a position where no matter what type of news flow happens, Iran gets their hands on vessels or the U.S. blockade holds, traffic through Hormuz is still limited. Physically, on the ground, on the water, the situation keeps getting worse, and the futures may not respond. We may still be talking about $98, $100 Brent, even though the situation on the ground is getting noticeably worse and hitting the real economy. When it hits diesel, when it started hitting naphtha and you can't make petchems, it started hitting the real economy, but there's a lag there. When it hits diesel and gas oil and then you can't move general goods around, that's when we will all kind of know it and feel it.
The U.S. really thinks that more economic pain potentially could be the reasoning for the Iranians to show up at the negotiating table. And yesterday, the Treasury Secretary said in a matter of days, Karg Island storage will be full and the fragile Iranian oil wells will be shut in. Do you think we're days away from that?
Yeah, it's getting close, but we disagree that it will significantly damage Iran's position.
Negotiating position.
Yeah, because even though oil is a big part of their economy, it ranges from 10 to 20% of their GDP. So it's a very large economy without oil. Now, it is the substantial source of funding for the IRGC. In that regard, it's absolutely correct. But will it buckle the economy and create a lot more pain for the general Iranian public? The answer, we think, is no. Or that would take a lot longer.
You also say there's a series of steps that need to happen once the strait actually does open, but we just can't decide when's going to be the first day that happens.
That's right.
But what are the first steps that would happen?
The very first step is, we'll assume Hormuz is open, right? And you can get financing, you can get insurance, and people can move through it. If you start with that, you got to move all the laden vessels, the full vessels that are just hanging out there, out. And then you've got to bring unladen or empty vessels back in. So third step is you need to start regrowing production. And they've managed it very smartly. The storage tanks in the Middle East are pretty far from being full. So there is logistical flexibility. You need some space in your tanks if you're going to restart production, right? That oil's got to go somewhere before it goes to tankers. So, those are some of the big steps.
It is going to take a long time to unpack so much of this, even after the crisis is well and truly over. Vikas, appreciate your time and your insight. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Vikas Trivedi there of Macquarie. Let's get you an update on news worldwide. A busy morning already with the latest. Here's Yahara Arnott. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. The International Maritime Organization says it's working on a plan to evacuate crews from ships that have been stuck in the Persian Gulf since the Iran-U.S. war began. The organization says it can only implement the plan after clear signs of de-escalation. Russia is set to increase oil flows after restoring crude exports from its main western ports following weeks of disruption caused by Ukrainian drone strikes. Operations resuming at all three ports, with most berths back in service. And voters in Virginia approving a Democratic plan to redraw the state's congressional map in a way that could add up to 4 House seats for the party in November. Republicans will have a chance to level the playing field in Florida, with a GOP-led redistricting effort set for a vote as early as next week. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Thank you for the update, Yahara. Thank you very much. Up next on the program, consumer resilience.
People are overplaying the K-shaped economy.
The top 20% of earners basically determine success or failure for this economy.
Consumers do have the bandwidth to work through the inflation.
Up next, we'll catch up with Holly O'Neill, the president of Consumer Banking at Bank of America.
The problem we've got as an industry is when the government's overtax, and let's say they tax at 30 or 40% of net gaming revenue, what happens is it starts making it uneconomical for the regulated operators like ourselves. And then you land.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Each side positioning for leverage. It makes tracking these talks, or absence of talks, very, very difficult. The president vowed not to extend the ceasefire, then extended the ceasefire indefinitely. We're waiting for Iran to come to the table. Not coming to the table this morning. Equity futures on the S&P positive by 0.5%, on the Nasdaq up by 0.75%. The hope, encouraged by Iranian semi-official media, suggesting that there is a US signal suggesting the blockade might end soon.
Right. That was the signal that the Iranians thought they got via Pakistan. But what we're seeing right now is the U.S. blockade is not ending. The Treasury Secretary is doubling down on it. And actually, Iran just seized 2 vessels and bringing them to their shore. And the IRGC is out in the strait. And the UK Navy is talking about the fact that there was gunshots against some vessels they saw. So right now, things are not looking good in the strait. It's not war. It's not peace. But there's no oil moving.
Still on the path for de-escalation. That's a source of comfort. What are the other sources of comfort? The outlook for earnings, 1. 2, the data. The data, pretty good. Retail sales better than expected. Under surveillance this morning, consumer resilience.
People are overplaying the K-shaped economy because you're not seeing it in demand.
The top 20% of earners basically determine success or failure for this economy.
Overall, the consumer has remained intact.
Consumers do have the bandwidth to work through the inflation, but it doesn't mean that they're not kind of economizing.
So here's the latest this morning. US retail sales surging by the most in a year, showing consumers are still spending even in the face of higher gas prices. Joining us now to discuss is Holly O'Neill, the President of Consumer, Retail and Preferred Banking at Bank of America. Holly, welcome to the program. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these are the numbers. 1 million new credit card accounts, 100,000 net new consumer checking accounts. That is real growth. Holly, where's that growth coming from? And what are the trends that you and the team are leaning into?
Yeah, great. Good morning. And so that growth is coming across the board in the consumer segment. And as you mentioned, the consumer remains very resilient. So we are still seeing solid asset quality in our business. We're seeing good organic growth. We're seeing excellent liquidity for our clients. That's their core operating accounts are still over and above what they were pre-pandemic, and they're still spending. So spending growth was up 4.3% year over year, which is the highest rate of growth we've seen since 2023. And as you mentioned, gas prices are part of that growth, but even when you peel the gas prices away, the growth is still there. So 3.6% when you take that gas price increase out.
Holly, a lot of the numbers we talk about are aggregate figures. Can you break it down across consumer groups? How broad-based is that so-called resilience?
So the core resilience, we are seeing it across all cohorts. However, we are still seeing really very strong spending growth in the higher income. That leads the economy, but we are still seeing strong spend growth in middle and lower income. So it is across the board, but the trend is that the higher income is really doing most of the work there.
Holly, how much are the larger than expected tax refunds a lot of Americans are getting cushioning their household spending right now?
Sure. So those tax refunds are higher than they were last year, and we are seeing that offset the fuel price shock. So when you look on average, those refunds can withstand and absorb that shock for about 5 months. So we expect that to continue to bolster and support the fuel price increase we're seeing for consumers.
For 4 or 5 months, though, then in 4 or 5 months, what happens then? Do you think the households will be under even more pressure?
We could see more pressure. So we could see some discretionary spending come down. In March, we saw that services, not gas, actually drove March spending. That's another really positive sign for the consumer. So they're not letting the increase in gas prices impact their spend on things like travel and leisure.
Holly, you've got great data on money coming in and out of accounts. The conversation we have with economists at the moment about the potential for inflation, the pushback we get is often the labour market isn't tight enough, wages aren't hot enough. How are you tracking wages and incomes at the moment? What's that picture evolving? What's it looking like?
Well, as you know, unemployment still remains in a normalized environment. So that is a very positive sign for the economy. We're also seeing wage growth across all higher, middle, and lower income cohorts. The higher income cohorts are seeing stronger wage growth. So that is a factor here. But we still see wage growth across all sectors.
What about the credit story? Holly, what's happening with credit? Are you seeing more and more people just make minimum payments on credit cards? Any pockets of stress that we should be tracking?
I would call it overall a very normalized credit environment. So it's operating as we would expect within different quality segments of the economy. So normalized environment. We are still seeing good payoff rates on card. And so we're still seeing borrowing and spending. Our loan balances overall were up 4% across all consumer segments year over year. So that's a sign that clients have access to credit, they're using it, but we're still seeing them use it in a very responsible way. So we're still seeing good payoff rates on a month-over-month basis.
Holly, you sound very optimistic. Consumer resilient, you're looking at these numbers, strong digital usage. Was there anything in this survey, in your research, that gives you a pause for concern?
I think, one thing I would point out is that we saw younger workers, so those just out of college, ages 22 to 27, they have a level of job uncertainty, slightly higher unemployment. So they could be impacted more severely by rising fuel prices, impacting their spending. But that's really one of the only signs that we're seeing here. So overall, I am very optimistic about the consumer, and the core tenets of that are good, solid, stable unemployment. We're seeing wage growth. We're seeing spending. We're seeing normalized credit quality. So all of those signs, I think, are pointing to a resilient consumer.
Holly, final question. It's a fun one. Key partner of the World Cup, the upcoming World Cup this summer. Looking forward to what that partnership looks like with you, FIFA, and the whole of the team as they bring that circus to the United States. Holly, some of the media coverage of the World Cup at the moment isn't exactly favourable. What kind of encouraging signs are you seeing about host cities and the kind of incomes we could see pick up there, the kind of business activity, economic activity we could see across this nation and elsewhere?
So, as you know, everyone is really excited about FIFA and the World Cup coming to the U.S. That will give these local communities a boost, support in spending and really some good activity in those communities. I saw it firsthand at a friendly match between France and Brazil. The crowds were incredible. It was great to see people pouring into the stadium. So I think you're going to see a lot of activity in these local markets as a result result.
Very cool. I hope we see more of the same. Holly, thank you. Appreciate your time. Holly O'Neill there of Bank of America. A real-time look at this economy. The money going in and out of accounts, the absence of stress, the degree of resilience we still see in the broader economy, and the hope, because I do hope, that the World Cup later this summer is a massive success, because the coverage of things right now, and I understand where the coverage is coming from, there's real reasons for it, the coverage of it hasn't been favourable.
Well, how could it be favourable when New Jersey Transit's talking $100, $150 train tickets to get to New Jersey? That's on top of already being able to afford to go to the match. These numbers to buy these tickets to go see some of these soccer matches are just astronomical.
I hope the World Cup bears are wrong later this summer. That's my hope.
You're a World Cup bear.
Unfortunately, I have been, yeah.
And unfortunately for your team's not in it. So there's a lot of reasons for you to be a World Cup bear.
Not just that. I just think it's been, so far, and I hope I'm proven wrong, so far, a bit of a missed opportunity to improve access to the game, to get the high school kids, the middle school kids, the kids at elementary school, to get them access to these kind of games for some really cheap tickets. I haven't heard enough about that. All I've heard about is $5,000 tickets, $2,000 tickets, and $100 travel to get to the stadium.
It might be an own goal by the United States, and I'm there with you, because I played soccer growing up, and the idea to have a World Cup in America,
super
so
cool,
exciting.
Right?
So exciting.
I know. Equity futures right now, the S&P positive by 0.5%. Up next, we'll catch up with Lindsay Rosner of Goldman Sachs, the former Defense Secretary Mark Esper, Brandon Oglensky of Barclays, and the former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard. The second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance just around the corner.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
You don't think the court was hurt by the perception that it was a political decision?
The court's always hurt, it seems to me, if we look political. One of my concerns, my present-day concerns, is there's too much partisanship. It's true historically that most presidents have appointed justices to the Supreme Court who are members of their own party. The partisanship should not be an overriding factor. What you look at is temperament, learning, background, reputation, whether or not you have those qualities of independence and caution that make for a good judge.
Increasingly, you see dissenting opinions in the Supreme Court aren't quite as civil as maybe you might prefer. And is that of concern to you?
Yes, it's of great concern to me that our civil discourse, our civic discourse, is not civil enough. Aristotle said that a democracy depends on an open debate where you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree. He said democracies only live if they are sustained over a period of time by a thoughtful, rational discourse, a discourse in which you respect the dignity of those with whom you disagree.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering.
We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
When news breaks,
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Introducing Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up. Sorry.
consumers do have the bandwidth to work through the inflation.
There's a lot of skepticism that inflation is really coming down.
You're really balancing between inflation risk potential and where does the Fed go.
Was that an aggressive cutting cycle?
I still think we'll get one or two by the end of the year.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, the second hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores, the price action looks like this. Equity futures bouncing back by 0.5% on the S&P, following the first back-to-back losses of this month so far. On the Nasdaq 100, higher by 0.75%. In the oil market, the tension simmering, just hovering around $100 a barrel on Brent, 99 up by 0.6% on Brent, WTI up by 0.5% as the president extends the ceasefire indefinitely.
Indefinitely, no deadline, which is really not par for the course for this president. Usually we have a deadline that he's working to. He wants to exert as much leverage as he can out of these individuals and try to press them to the table. Right now, we're basically in limbo when it comes to this conflict, which is why you probably see the oil market a bit more elevated, especially when you're getting headlines out of Iran that the IRGC is actually capturing vessels, and the Treasury Secretary is doubling down and saying this blockade is not ending anytime soon.
So what's anchoring this market right now? Outlook for earnings still okay. Data's been pretty decent. And on this specifically, we've talked about this a few times already this morning. There is a path towards escalation. There is a path towards de-escalation. And at least for now, the president appears committed to the latter and not the former. That's the good news. Here's the reality at the moment. This is the ripple effect, the consequences continuing to build. Airlines. United Airlines cutting its outlook. Lufthansa scrapping 20,000 flights as we work our way through the summer. Later on this morning, Bramo, Lisa's catching up with Scott Kirby of United Airlines at 9:15 Eastern Time. A lot of questions for his industry.
A lot of questions for his industry, and as we've spoken about, what we're going to see is a lot of companies, especially airlines, have to make tweaks on the margins. Interesting, though, even though United slashed its full-year profit forecast, they did say demand remains strong. What did we just hear from Bank of America? The consumer right now is resilient, and that is why it is such a difficult moment. But I found one thing very interesting from Holly. The tax refunds that a lot of people are using now to basically cushion themselves from higher energy prices, she said that has a 4 to 5 month bandwidth. It's basically a Band-Aid. So they need to really decide what they're going to do with this conflict. Can this be wrapped up before it really starts to put more financial strain on American households?
Resilience, at least for now. Equity futures positive by 0.6% on the S&P. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Lindsay Rosner of Goldman Sachs with equities chasing the headlines. The former U.S. Defense Secretary Mark Esper joins us as President Trump extends the Iran ceasefire, and the former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard on Kevin Walsh's path to confirmation. We begin this hour with stocks grinding higher following the renewed truce in the Middle East. Lindsay Rosner of Goldman Sachs writing, the tennis match of headlines is not tradable. This isn't the pre-COVID playbook. Stay invested. Lindsay joins us now for more. Lindsay, good morning. Good to see you.
Thank you.
I'm interested in that last line. It's not the pre-COVID playbook. What does that mean? Just unpack that for us.
Sure. So before COVID, we had tons of time that you would have these kind of big market events, and then you would see the movement, and you would have days, maybe even a week, to digest what was going on, pick your spots, and actually be able to put on a position. Things are moving so quick. The cycles right now are super compressed. So that idea that you can be cute and add on weakness and buy those dips, it doesn't happen any longer.
So as you look out, what kind of time horizon are you thinking about? And can you ignore this mess as it evolves from day to day? Yesterday's a great example of that, by the way. Yesterday before the close, we're talking about Vance not going to the talks. Then after the close, 10 minutes later, we're talking about an extension of the ceasefire, an indefinite extension of the ceasefire, just whipsawed from one direction to the other.
I think that's case in point. And so if you look back pre-Iran to where levels are right now, you've almost had complete retracement. So if you look at just that context of 2 months, you should have just stayed invested. The idea that you could have taken off any sort of investments because of this geopolitical conflict, be able to add at the wides, ride that back. I mean, nobody can be that kind of hero in this market. So it's important to have a strategic framework of at valuation levels, what do you think the right amount of risk is? So
let's work through that. Let's start with what we typically go to first in fixed income treasuries. So we're back to the upper end of the pre-war range, 430 on 10s. I keep hearing that people say we've created value in the yield curve. There's value out there. You should be buying that. Do you agree?
So it's all predicated back to what you were saying before, how quickly we get out of this energy shock. Rates, kind of different than spreads, actually have to care tremendously about inflation. Specifically in the U.S., obviously, there's the dual mandate we heard all about yesterday with Warsh. Elsewhere across the globe, it's more about price stability. So inflation is even more important, and different countries have different kinds of exposure. So in the U.S., we have the ability to create our own energy. That's really important. It was propped as a national security thing or motivation, and it's correct. But so have we created value in the U.S.? On the margin, it feels like we're now going to trade in a higher range because there is permanent scarring from what's happened with oil, right? We don't just get to go back to normal. We have tankers that are stuck. Oil doesn't just come online as easily as it sounds like. We can just say, the conflict's over, let's go back. It doesn't work like that.
Are you surprised at where we're trading right now, given the physicality of the realities on the ground? I mean, you open your note with continued emotional blockade required, and that's how I've been feeling the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think you cannot have emotion around these kind of headlines. You have to pull the camera back and see what's actually the underpinnings of various economies. And specifically in the U.S., we're in the middle of earnings. We've had 15% of market cap report. We've had sales up 10%, earnings up 30%. Those are really stellar numbers. That is the actual economy. Oil, important, is an input for some, a use for others. That is real, but that's not the totality. And so I think if you just get overwhelmed by the headlines and emotional about it, you're going to miss some opportunities to actually get returns in this market.
Are there opportunities outside the United States right now?
There are. We actually think it's in emerging markets. Where we don't think the opportunity is in Europe. Europe's sensitivity to energy and the fact that it isn't homegrown in the way that we're saying that the U.S. and other places actually in emerging markets are as well. We like to lean into EM and out of Europe. And we think that the pricing that's happened, the movements, that Europe hasn't bounced back, makes sense.
This is the geographic disparity. Can you take us inside credit and talk about potential dispersion from sector to sector? How are airlines trading right now relative to, say, the obvious energy names?
Yeah, so the energy story is challenged. Name specific has to do a lot with the debt that they carry. I mean, there's been a lot of headlines this past week about can there be potential avoidance of bankruptcy. You really have to do your homework and look to every single name. So I don't want to say broad strokes what's happening with airlines. Broad strokes, I will say, tech, the mega cap, the hyperscalers, positive. Energy, if you have oil as something that you own and have access to, it's been a good time for you. So it really is very sector specific. And the other thing I'd highlight too that's come through so far in earnings is banks. Banks have done tremendously well, and that's been an overweight in our portfolios for a long time. Let's
pick out that one sector, tech, because tech is underpinning the snapback we've seen in the equity market as well. There was a moment where there was just this pocket of tension. The question was being asked, were we starting to see pushback, which would force these hyperscalers to cut back on capex and we'd see less issuance in the future? Where are you on that now?
Yeah, so I think we started 2026 with this idea of this is like the show me year for AI. And so as we waited to be shown what AI could do, I think there was some questions. Do these multiples make sense? Oh my God, these CapEx numbers every single year, surprise to the upside. Can that be justified? And I think we've seen probably all of us in our day-to-day lives, certainly from a portfolio management perspective in my seat, the use case for AI. Like it is absolutely part of what we do every single day. So the show me, we've been shown. And I think that it makes sense. And that bounce back that you have is warranted. I think also what we had in the beginning of the year, really in February, was this baby with the bathwater. Tech, software, SaaS apocalypse, or whatever that phrase was. There was just anything that touched it you didn't want to own. And now people are actually thinking about the fundamentals, and that's important. Back to the emotional blockade. Like, out of the emotions, let's get into the numbers. That's really what's most important.
Software last week, software names, best week. Software on the S&P 500, best week in 25 years. Major squeeze in that sector.
Well, to your point, people are just actually taking a step back. You had all the ups and downs of the Iran war after the SaaScopolis, and they're looking at what some of these real earnings are going to be and also the impact on the real economy.
Lindsay, I've struggled with one thing, though. I'm still struggling with it today. What is marketing and what is real? And I know you can't do single names, but I'll do a single name. When Anthropic comes out and says something is really dangerous, we can only give certain people approved access, makes you think there's something crazy is happening, and I imagine that the valuation of that company might get bid up into that IPO. How much of it is just marketing, and how much of it is about sucking in capital ahead of some major IPOs in the next 12 months?
So these are, there are many players in this space, and so marketing's function, I think, is to say we are the best player out there. So you can't deny that it makes sense that they would speak about kind of their importance. Whether or not it's important, it certainly feels like cybersecurity is a huge risk out there. And so if they have something that can identify the blind spots, that's important and definitely warrants more focus and more attention.
Lindsay, always appreciate your time. One of the best. Thanks for making time for us. Lindsay Rosner there of Goldman Sachs on credit, on fixed income more broadly, and AI at the end there.
Well, when we're talking about Anthropic, also Axios has this report out today about OpenAI, and they're briefing federal agencies, also the Five Eyes, when it comes to their new cyber product over the past week. Obviously, Anthropic and OpenAI are neck and neck for all of these tools, but also who is going to get to the IPO first and who's going to have a better public offering.
It's a massive race for the year ahead, that's for sure. Equity futures right now holding steady. Gains of 0.5% on the screen on the S&P 500 with an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. President Donald Trump extending the ceasefire with Tehran while keeping the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. The president announcing the decision in a Truth Social post after planned peace talks fell apart. Hours earlier, he had said he was not inclined to extend the truce. Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh fielding a variety of tough questions yesterday during his confirmation hearing on Capitol Hill.
Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the federal.
I'm just asking a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
During the hearing, Warsh vowed to be strictly independent on rates if confirmed and push for fundamental policy reforms at the Fed. And a small group of unauthorized users gaining access to Anthropic's new Mythos AI model, which the company itself warns could enable dangerous cyber attacks. According to documentation viewed by Bloomberg, users in a private online forum obtained access on the same day Anthropic announced a limited test release of the model. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. Up next on the program, buying time with Iran.
Will you extend the ceasefire?
Maybe I won't extend it.
Okay.
But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
Up next, we'll catch up with the former U.S. Defense Secretary, Mark Esper, live from New York City this morning. Good morning.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. The stories informing finance with Bloomberg Markets. And rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie. This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
Equity futures on the S&P holding on to gains. We're up by 0.5%, up by 0.7 on the Nasdaq. The Russell up by 0.8. There are no talks, but we have extended the ceasefire. And there was one report from Iranian media. It's up to you how much weight you want to put on this. I can only state what's coming out of different publications. From Tasnim news agency, the semi-official news agency, making the case that there has been a signal from the United States about ending the blockade.
Potentially, maybe in a few days we could see that. But right now at this moment, and also that was an Iranian source, I'd love to hear that from the White House. At this moment, the blockade is there. Treasury Secretary is talking about it, even himself, because it would be Treasury that were going after these sanctioned vessels. And the IRGC is actually capturing vessels that are trying to pass. Someone said to me, no war, no peace, but no oil.
Which is why Brent crude is still around 100, trading at 99 so far this morning. WTI back into the 90s as well. Crude on Brent and WTI up by around 1% on the session so far. Under surveillance this morning, buying time with Iran.
You don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. I think we have a very successful negotiation going on right now. And I think it'll be, if it happens, it'll be announced fairly soon. And that'll give us free oil, free Hormuz Strait. Everything will be nice.
Will you extend the ceasefire?
Maybe I won't extend it.
Okay.
But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
So here's the latest this morning. President Trump extending the ceasefire with Iran indefinitely, with peace talks on hold. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us for more. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, John, good morning. Well, despite President Trump previously signaling that he didn't want to extend the ceasefire, he says that this will give Iran more time to submit a new proposal for the U.S. to review. President Trump saying that part of the reason why the negotiations have collapsed is because of what he is calling, quote, seriously fractured leadership in Iran, as our own reporting indicates that top officials for the IRGC are pushing a much tougher negotiating stance compared to, say, less ideological figures who appear more inclined to make a deal with Washington. The thing is, what has been consistent among Iranian officials is that they want to see the U.S. lift its naval blockade before there is a resumption in talks amid new escalation just this morning. As Anne-Marie just mentioned, Iranian state TV reporting that the IRGC has seized 2 ships it accuses of, quote, secretly exiting or trying to exit the Strait of Hormuz. As a UK naval liaison reports that Iranian gunboats have been firing at vessels that are in the strait. And we can also point to some new data that Iran is now moving super tankers into the Arabian Sea in a bid to try to push back on the U.S.'s block of its shipping. The thing is, John, President Trump has repeatedly said that the blockade is not going anywhere. And we saw this potential for more escalation in this post from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent overnight, saying that the U.S. will continue its maximum pressure campaign.
Tyler Kendall with the latest. Tyler, thank you. To extend the conversation, I'm pleased to say we're joined now by the former Defence Secretary, Mark Esper. Mr. Secretary, welcome back to the programme. Appreciate getting some time with you, sir. Many people like yourself have made the case that these strikes made sense because Iran was unwilling to give up its enrichment programme. A lot of people understand that perspective. Mr. Secretary, do you think they're any more serious this morning about giving up that programme?
No, it does not appear to be the case right now. I mean, clearly we're at an impasse, and the key issues at this point seem to be the control of the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran is asserting sovereignty over, and then secondly, of course, the nuclear program. And when I say that, it's everything from the 1,000 pounds or so of enriched uranium that's there in the country. It's the infrastructure that supports it, to include the cascades. It includes, my view, we need to get inspectors back in. So to me, those are the 2 core issues. And Iran has always said and continues to state that they have a sovereign right and a right under international law to enrich uranium. So to me, those are the main points right now that both sides are fixed on. That was the point, of course, at least the nuclear, that disrupted talks nearly 8 weeks ago in Geneva.
This has been a long-standing problem. Mr. Secretary, clearly certain elements of the military campaign have been successful. One objective was to degrade the military capability of Iran. Without a doubt, we've seen that happen to a certain extent. What can happen now? What can the US do to exert additional pressure, and through what means, to get Iran to come to the table and achieve the other objectives?
Yeah, it's a good question. First of all, you know, while the decapitation of the regime was successful, what it did was change the leadership. And rather than put in a more pragmatic group of people, it put in a more hardline group of people. And of course, the IRGC has asserted more control. So now we have a regime that seems seemingly more willing to dig in, although the claims that there are fractures within the government right now tend to be true. But I suspect they'll kind of wrap that up pretty quick. My sense, again, is that at this point, each side is going to stick to its positions with regard to the blockade to control the strait. And we'll see who breaks first under economic pressure. We know, of course, the impact it's having on the West with countries who are net importers of oil, particularly in Asia, are suffering, are tightening their belts. We know that jet fuel is going to start becoming pretty scarce here in a matter of weeks. And there are other effects such as fertilizer and helium and whatnot. But on the other hand, Iran gets $450 or so million a day from its oil export. So how long can it hold on? So I think each side is staring the other down to see who blinks first. And Trump has said, look, he'll wait for a counterproposal, although there's some early reporting this morning that he said we'll give him 3 to 5 days, which would take this until next Monday or so.
So you don't think the regime is as fractured right now as some of the reporting suggests? In the next few days, could we see them speak with maybe more of a unified voice and show up to these talks?
I suspect so. They need to. I mean, you know, the talk now is that the speaker Galibaf is more the pragmatist here. But keep in mind, he was an IRGC commander, so his roots go back. And Mojtaba Khamenei, who we haven't seen, also has a close relationship with the IRGC. So I think there was some problem with messaging. I suspect they'll get on the same sheet of music. If not, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. With regard to the Iranian government. But again, the IRGC has the guns, and usually the guys with the guns play the tune.
Exactly. Jonathan was mentioning how the financial markets, at least for some of them, holding on to that report that maybe the United States was willing to give up the blockade. How long do you think the U.S. could sustain this blockade?
I think we can sustain it indefinitely. The United States military definitely has the capability, the Navy, to do so, particularly with regard to how they're postured in the Gulf of Oman and beyond that, and the ability to reach internationally to do that. Look, it's hard to see President Trump backing down on the blockade unless Iran does the same. And what I mean by that is Iran has to back off this claim that somehow the new routes will go right along their coastline in between their islands, that there has to be permission from the IRGC first before you approach those lanes. And then, of course, we know they've been trying to charge or have charged $2 million or so per ship to transit. That cannot happen. We have to return in one way, shape, or form to the status quo ante to get back to something that's reasonable with regard to a future agreement going forward.
There are reports in the Financial Times as well as Bloomberg about some Iranian vessels being able to get through the blockade, turning off their tracking devices. How hard is it for the U.S. Navy to track some of these ships if they do that, turn off and go dark?
Look, we can see these ships with overhead surveillance from drones, from satellites. You know, we obviously have radar. We can track these ships. That's not an issue that they turn off the transponders. It's just a matter of making sure that we can pick them up and then do what we need to do. Of course, we saw the other day the dramatic footage of the U.S. Navy taking shots, disabling a ship, and eventually boarding it. So I have complete confidence in the United States Navy to do that. And now, of course, we see the Iranians are reciprocating by seizing 2 ships and took shots at a third one in the last 24 hours or so. So this has had possibility to really heat up with regard to the innocent players in the Gulf, the hundreds and hundreds of ships that are stuck up in the Persian Gulf trying to make that run or believing that they got the okay to do so and eventually get captured by the Iranians.
If the U.S. Navy has the ability to go after these vessels that shut off their transponders, why are they letting some of them through? Is that an economic decision for some partners in Asia?
I'm not sure I believe the Iranians that ships are getting through. I think we need that. Those are good questions to ask of the administration. Maybe some are being let go, but I doubt it. I think that may be more propaganda from the Iranians.
Mr. Secretary, in some ways, you're on the outside looking in now. And I can tell you it's difficult sitting in this seat to understand what's real, what isn't, what is just part of negotiations ahead of potential talks, about talks. From your vantage point, with the experience you have, what is guiding you and the way you're thinking about the trajectory of things?
Well, look, clearly, again, we have a more hardline regime in here, and a lot of what they're doing is messaging to the domestic audiences, messaging to others within the government, trying to get the word out. In my experience of sitting in the Situation Room dealing with the Iranians is they do make public statements, and then they have private statements or domestic messaging that is far more hardline. So you have to sift through those two things. But on the other hand, the administration's messaging has been all over the map as well. One day it's threatening, the next day it's conciliatory. The next day we talk about deploying more forces, and then we're talking about backing off. So both sides there are mixed messages coming from both sides. But I think it's clear, though, that both sides don't want to go back into a hot conflict in terms of exchanging missile shots, drone shots, air attacks, but neither do both sides want to blink first. So we're really at this impasse, and we'll have to see what happens. I'm sure behind the scenes, countries, certainly the Pakistanis, Europeans, maybe even the Chinese, are trying to get both sides into some place where we can get an agreement to lift this blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, because the folks paying right now are everybody else as well, right? Certainly the Asian economies, and to a lesser extent the European economies, but gas prices, oil prices, the price of diesel fuel, which transports so much of our goods, has gone up all around the world.
Mr. Secretary, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. The former Defense Secretary there, Mark Esper, weighing in on the war in the Middle East. That's a source of comfort for many people in financial markets, that both sides don't want to return a resumption of hostilities. The impasse, though, comes with its own problems.
It does. We're in limbo, and the problem is we don't know for how long we're going to be in this sense of uncertainty.
Some of those problems in the airline industry. We'll catch up with Brandon Oglensky of Barclays as United cuts its full-year forecast. That conversation just around the corner, live from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker Playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg 10.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Back-to-back losses on the S&P 500, and here is your bounce. Up by 0.5% on the S&P, and the Nasdaq up by 0.7%. The Russell up by 0.8%. Yesterday, energy stocks, the only sector in positive territory on the S&P 500. I imagine that story is going to change based on these moves so far. In the commodity market, Brent and WTI shaping up as follows. Brent crude very, very close to triple digits, 99.39 and higher by 0.9%. It's fair to say that, yes, there are no talks. There are no hostilities, broad-based hostilities in quite the same way there were in March. The market's clinging to that. And the prospect of a deal. And a president committed, it seems so far. Hostilities are still brutal. And they're the kind of numbers you see on the screen, a reflection of that brutal physical reality.
Even with the impasse, it means that no oil is getting through the Strait of Hormuz, or very little amounts of oil. And actually what we've seen in the past few hours is things have gotten worse in terms of the IRGC taking 2 vessels hostage. Now, potentially, is that just where we are today and things can get better in the next few days? We don't know. But the status quo right now is basically living in purgatory when it comes to Strait of Hormuz in this conflict.
Crude high this morning by close to 1%. 2 hours away from the cash open, the open and bow just around the corner. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers. Yahara has more. Hey, Yahara.
Hi, John. We've gotten some earnings in the last hour, and a standout is GE Vernova. Shares now up 6.8% in the pre-market after posting a beat in a raise, and it was already a high bar. This stock is up some 200% in the past year due to AI-driven power needs, and it was still able to clear those high expectations, blowing past estimates and keeping that rally going. Another stock another corporate that just had earnings is AT&T, and it has just flipped to negative, down about 0.7%, even after it beat estimates, with subscriber growth really driving the story. It beat on both wireless and internet subscribers, and doing that even as competition heats up, with the likes of Verizon and T-Mobile also offering similar bundled offerings. And even after cutting its full-year outlook, we are seeing shares of United Airlines up 1.7% in the pre-market. Some of that likely having to do with the overall optimism we're seeing in the market due to President Trump extending that ceasefire. John?
Yahara, thank you. Thanks for the update. More from Yahara later this hour. On our radar this morning, President Donald Trump extending the ceasefire with Iran while maintaining the blockade in the Strait of Hormuz. The president announcing the decision on Truth Social after planned peace talks fell apart. Elsewhere, Iran's UN envoy claiming they've, quote, received some sign the US will end its blockade in the Strait. The ambassador adding, once that happens, Tehran will be ready to resume negotiations. And finally, the Trump administration weighing an extension of the Jones Act waiver, which is set to expire next month. The exemption already helping to move 9 million barrels of crude, and it's considered vital to keeping energy prices stable.
So I could see the administration doing this because it's been a huge help for places like California. You would think California, given it is energy rich, for political decisions, it's actually heavily reliant on products coming from Asia. So having the waiver has actually helped places like California, also Alaska. Remember Ryan Peterson of Flexport was talking about how Alaska's become this huge hub when it comes to freight. So as long as this crisis goes on, I imagine some of these tools and measures the administration introduced, they'll just extend.
I imagine there's some people making a case to permanently extend some of these waivers.
I think there are a lot of people in the White House that think, quite frankly, the Jones Act is a little bit silly and maybe we should just make this a forever thing. I think that would take congressional approval, though.
We've talked lots about the fallout and the ripple effects. You can see it in the airline business. Lufthansa cancelling 20,000 flights. United Airlines cutting its full-year forecast on rising jet fuel costs. Brandon Oglensky of Barclays maintaining its 150 price target, writing, quote, United delivered a relatively solid first-quarter result despite higher jet fuel prices, which we believe points to double-digit unit revenue gains. Brandon joins us here in the studio for more. Brandon, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, John. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for being here. I think it's important to start the conversation on demand and the demand we had before the war and how things have developed through the war. Just walk us through that, because demand before this war, some of the numbers we were seeing from the airlines, really, really strong.
Yeah, that's right, John. And actually, we closed out the fourth quarter pretty decent, and then we got a lot of guidance early in the year in January when results came out. And airline management teams were talking towards like mid-single-digit unit revenue gains, which we can effectively translate to pricing. We're now talking about like 10% pricing gains here in the second quarter. So it's gotten even better. And I know there's a chorus of institutional investors that are very concerned about what higher energy costs mean for the U.S. consumer, especially looking forward. But so far, the consumer's been voting very loudly that discretionary spending on travel is actually moving into a higher priority.
Just sit on that, because this is really hard for people to sort of get their heads around, particularly people from the outside looking into the United States. Demand was great before the war, and you're saying demand is picking up through the war?
I would argue it's even gotten stronger, and this is across the board too, because if we talk airlines the last few years, the lower main cabin, the economy ticket, that's where there was a lot of pressure on the industry. You're hearing most management teams say, look, we're seeing strength not only in premium or long-haul international, but even in domestic economy now. So I think we're definitely seeing strength of a U.S. consumer accelerate here, and quite the opposite of, I think, more bearish expectations.
So can that demand basically counteract the rise in jet fuel costs?
It's a great question. Right now, no, because jet fuel is more than doubled from where we were to start the year, and revenues up, let's call it 15% on capacity, on minimal capacity growth for the industry. So we are seeing very good pricing outcomes, but not enough to really offset the negative impact on margins. However, if we look at the forward curve for WTI and the implied, refining margins for jet fuel, we should be getting back to close to prior earnings power by probably the end of the year or early 2027.
We've seen companies in Europe, like Lufthansa, have to cut some flights. Could we see that in the United States?
Absolutely. I mean, we heard Delta 2 or 3 weeks ago say, look, capacity is going to be roughly flat in the second quarter. United just last night said they're going to cut 5 points out of future growth. And that's going to put them at expansion of maybe 0 to 2% in the back half of the year. So we're seeing, especially the big airlines, because Delta and United, Southwest American, each of them controls, roughly 20% of the domestic business here.
Domestic versus international. Let's break it up. The world has a price issue. Certain regions have a supply problem. Domestically in America, we don't have a shortage issue. We might have a price problem. In Europe, we may well have a shortage issue. And this is where the transatlantic routes get interesting to me, at least. If Lufthansa is cancelling 20,000 flights, surely some of the forces they're exposed to, Delta, United and American, are also exposed to them. You can't refuel in one place and then refuel in the same place again. You have to refuel where you land. And if you can't get the fuel in Europe, don't you have to start cancelling some flights?
I think this could become a concern if this, blockade of the Strait and the lack of ability to move oil across the world persists into the summer months. And I think, some of the things that we're seeing from European carriers is also economic decisions too, just like we're seeing United and Delta say we're cutting back on capacity. So, I think could be easy at this point to say, hey, look, we're envisioning that jet fuel is going to be short. But for sure, we've heard these warnings. I think that becomes, again, more of an issue as we progress through the summer.
You alluded to it slightly. I want to unpack it just a little bit. Do you think that this war, to some extent, it's been used as cover to cut some unprofitable capacity in certain places?
For sure. And let's bring it back to the U.S. real quick. Like the 6 a.m. flight out of Cleveland maybe is not going to be profitable when WTI is above $100, whereas maybe at $40, you can make that incremental revenue work.
Do you think that even if it were to have the sign-off of some of these companies or interest, we could see a United America?
Well,
that's what I'm calling United and American Airlines if they tied up.
United America, I like it. You can propose it to Scott. I think he's going to be on the show later today.
He is a little bit later this morning.
I don't want to overlook the boss yesterday because he was on another news program, but effectively said we don't want to see a big merger like United and American. He referenced the aerospace sector that we let that sector get too consolidated. But they did mention, look, Spirit, they're in their second bankruptcy. They need capital because they're burning through more cash than they suspected they would. JetBlue, their CEO is out there saying we're not considering bankruptcy this year. So I think when you're seeing these comments from these very levered airlines, that we're likely to see more consolidation on the low-cost side where there is a lot of balance sheet problems right now.
So more consolidation, but exactly who? Who's primed to make those deals?
Well, I would propose the question to Mr. Kirby when he comes on here. He said in the past that he was very frustrated that United exited JFK, last decade, and that was maybe one of the biggest strategic
Then you have to
wonders.
go to Newark now.
Right.
Which people like me are not going to do.
Well, and you should tell him, that maybe JetBlue could use some help here. I'm not sure.
Well, that would be the one I would go to. JetBlue would have those gates. They would have that access. They have that footprint over at JFK. I was never fully convinced when I saw those stories that Kirby actually wanted American Airlines. I felt like this was just a page out of the president's book that you anchor it to the extreme and then the door opens to do something else. For instance, JetBlue.
And guess who he pitched it to? According to Reuters, he made the pitch directly to the president. So the president probably recognized, oh, I like what you're doing there, Scott, but that's a little bit too far-fetched, even for me. But maybe there's more consolidation down the line.
Brandon, do you see a strong case for consolidation? Is there a strong economic case for consolidation at the top?
Look at JetBlue's statement that their CEO put out yesterday, Joanna. She said, effectively, there are benefits of scale in this business that even at our size, because JetBlue is not a small airline, but especially loyalty, the co-brand credit card deals, which are very lucrative, and they get more lucrative the bigger you are. So I think it is important to have scale in this industry, even from a consumer perspective.
Have you got a favourite? It's a difficult time, but do you have a favourite at the moment?
Again, it's difficult with the volatility in oil markets, but yes, I think long-term, United and Mr. Kirby has a culture moving in Chicago. Everyone's on the same page there. We like it when we have ambitious companies. I think, United's really on the right track.
I ask that question at the end of every conversation with airlines. Do you know the answer I never get? American.
I knew you were going to say that.
What can they do to change? What are they getting wrong?
Look, that could be a longer conversation. American,
about a minute, if that's okay.
Yeah, American has lagged relative outcomes at Delta and now United for quite some time. There's been some miscues within their own internal organization. There's been a little bit of turnover in the executive ranks. And, we like Robert Isom, but he's more operationally focused. I think when you look at American, is how do you leverage these mega trends within airlines, which is people want more premium products, they want more international access. If we go back to the pandemic, American significantly trimmed their wide-body long-haul fleet, which kind of took them out of contention for that market relative to what Delta and United have done since. So I just think structurally there's potential there, but you need to see maybe a little bit more ambition from the leadership team.
There have been some mistakes along the way, that's for sure. Brandon, appreciate your time. Thank you, sir. Brandon Oglensky there of Barclays. We mentioned it. It's happening later, 9:15 Eastern Time. Lisa catching up with Scott Kirby, the United Airlines CEO. Plenty to discuss. The takeaway for me from that conversation, there's a lot to unpack there, but ultimately, demand was good going into March. Demand is even better March and through April.
And I think you made a great point. For some companies, are they just using the war as a convenient excuse to get rid of maybe some routes that actually weren't making a lot of money and didn't really make sense for them?
United this morning higher by close to 2%. Let's get you an update on stories worldwide with your Bloomberg Brief. Yahira's back with us for more. Hey, Yahira.
Hi, John. We're seeing Boeing shares up 3.25%. The plane maker posting lower than expected cash outflow as it delivered the most aircraft in the first quarter since 2019. Boeing is ramping up output of the 737 family, a major step toward turning around its finances and paying down debt. SpaceX agreeing to either acquire AI coding startup Cursor or pay for its work. SpaceX is planning an IPO this year after its merger with xAI, which CEO Elon Musk has said is behind on coding tools compared to its peers. And the White House has reportedly come up with a list of tiers of NATO allies. According to Politico, it includes a summary of member countries' contributions to the alliance as President Trump warns of consequences for not backing the U.S. in the war with Iran. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahira, thank you. More from Yahira in about 30 minutes' time in the next hour. Up next on the program, regime change at the Fed.
The Fed missed its mark, and we are still dealing with the legacy of the policy errors in 2021 and 2022. That means a regime change in the conduct of policy.
Up next, we'll catch up with the former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard, live from New York City. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
About 80% of projects will find it difficult to secure financing. And this is really all because of the level of readiness or preparation. As you know, for investment to occur, You need well-prepared, technically prepared projects, but they must also demonstrate economic and financial impact. So one of the major challenges is the stock or availability of bankable projects in countries. Almost all countries have got good plans and ideas, but when you look at the readiness of those projects, that's a major obstacle. And that is why the African Development Bank, through the African Water Facility, invests heavily in upstream preparation of projects to enable countries to have a large pool of investable projects. The second element that is an obstacle is the institutional and regulatory environment in most countries, which make it difficult for investment to happen.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg. Can just sense the fatigue has really set in. 2 days of marginal losses on the S&P 500. The first 2-day back-to-back losing streak on the S&P so far this month. Here's the bounce up by 0.6%. The Nasdaq 100 up by 0.7%. We've said this repeatedly. The market has moved on. And the market has moved on because they perceive from the latest communication that we have a president that is committed to de-escalation. And that in the last 24 hours, extending the ceasefire indefinitely validates that perspective.
There'll be a lot of stop and goes, especially as we live in this limbo, given the conflict and the regime we're dealing with, and the fact that IRGC seems to be very much so in control, definitely when it comes to Strait of Hormuz. But I go back to what Alex Altman said of Barclays. He was like, I understand your frustration, Aaron, looking at the physical market, but especially for equities, they just need to know, are we going, is it an uptrend or a downtrend? And based off the President of the United States, it's an uptrend because the President wants to put this conflict behind him.
I think what often happens, and I see this a lot in our business, is that journalists and the media operations more broadly, around the world, I'm not picking on anyone in particular.
Picking on me, John?
No, I think they're very focused on good versus bad. And markets operate in better versus worse.
Yes.
So without a doubt, the situation in the Middle East is bad. No one would describe it as good. From the market's perspective, do you see a path, the ingredients for things to get better or worse? And the market has decided in the last several weeks that the path from here is one where it gets less bad, if not better.
Right.
And for the market, at least, that's what you can anchor yourself to and start to price in a better future.
It might not be good, but it's better than we were, say, 53 days ago when the conflict, 54 days ago when the conflict started. Also, this market has lived through how many conflicts and issues, even the past of the course of the last few years. Think of Russia, Ukraine, in the beginning, very concerning, especially given the energy space, and the market then was able to move forward.
Things can change, but that's the state of things right now. Things can change fast, that's for sure. 99 on Brent, 90 on WTI. In the bond market right now, yields coming in just a touch. We're down across the curve, down by 2 basis points on twos, 375. Under surveillance this morning, regime change at the Fed.
The Fed missed its mark. And we are still dealing with the legacy of the policy errors in 2021 and 2022. That means a regime change in the conduct of policy. I think that means a different new inflation framework. The president never won.
Hey guys, 5:30 होने वाला है. New York session going to open now. Let's see कुछ move आता है. बिल्कुल ही sideways हो गया market. क्रूड ऑयल रेजिस्टेंस पर ही है, रिजेक्शन ले रहा है, बट बड़ा फॉल नहीं कर रहा है, बार बार एक ही जगह पे आके रुक जा रहा है, which is not good overall, you can say it. 1550 से almost 1% 100 पॉइंट का मूव आया है, and then it is just stuck. तो guys don't forget to like the stream. कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो कमेंट बॉक्स में पूछ सकते हो. लेट्स सी कितने देर में मूव करता है क्रूड ऑयल. नेचुरल गैस को स्पेसिफिकली देखोगे, नेचुरल गैस तो मुझे लग रहा है कुछ खास करने लायक है नहीं. ऊपर कोई रेजिस्टेंस फिलहाल दिखता तो नहीं है. 15 मिनट एंड अबाउट टाइम फ्रेम पे, उससे कम टाइम फ्रेम पे होगा तो मैं कह नहीं सकता. नीचे सपोर्ट हैं आपके 248 249 का है, और उसके नीचे वाला जो मेजर सपोर्ट बना हुआ है 240 से 245 के बीच में, वो भी एक स्ट्रांगली लिंक सपोर्ट है. दोनों ही स्ट्रांग है फिलहाल के लिए. अगर नीचे आया तो बाइंग जरूर बनेगी वहां पर. मैं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि वो रेजिस्टेंस अगर स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे बनाए तो बेटर रहेगा. एक सेलिंग का ट्रेड अच्छा इजीली मिल सकता है. एंड देयर मे बी देयर विल बी सम रेजिस्टेंस इन अ स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम लाइक 5 मिनट 3 मिनट और 1 मिनट इन नेचुरल गैस. बट उतना पीछे चार्ट नहीं दिख रहा है. नीचे आया तो लाइक 249 के आसपास थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग हो सकती है नेचुरल गैस में. एंड और उसके नीचे अगर आता है तो फिर 243 टू 240 के बीच में एक बाइंग देखने के लिए मिलेगी. वहाँ ट्राई करेंगे. बट करंटली इट इज़ कम्प्लीटली साइडवेज. कोई डेटा भी नहीं है मेजरली आज. एक क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है बस. सात बजे यूएस मार्केट ओपन होगा, 8 बजे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है. निफ्टी भी साइडवेज चला गया था सेकेंड हाफ. कॉल बताया था 24,500 का. उसमें थोड़ा बहुत मोमेंटम मॉर्निंग सेशन पे आया बाइंग में. 150 टू 160 के अराउंड एक सपोर्ट था, थोड़ा बहुत वहां से मूव किया. ज़्यादा नहीं, 20 टू 25% ही आया था. फिर वहीं साइडवेज चला गया 150 160 के बीच में. ऊपर अब एक नया रेजिस्टेंस भी बन गया था क्लोजिंग होते होते 180 टू 190. वहां से रिजेक्शन लिया. नीचे सपोर्ट ब्रेक नहीं हुआ है. कल देखते हैं अगर गैप डाउन होता है तो 170 टू 190 मेजर रेजिस्टेंस हो जाएगा. अगर कल 24,500 का कॉल 150 के नीचे कहीं मिलता है गैप डाउन, बाकी 190 के ऊपर कहीं मिला तो फिर स्टिल 150 160 स्टिल सपोर्ट बट मल्टीपल टाइम टेस्टेड.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. markets close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question. I mean,
I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. You know, I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. You know, but the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. You know, I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. You know, but that's where I'm at today.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
The market is getting more discerning.
You're starting to see a bit of a broadening. There's some durability behind this.
The technicals in the equity market are extraordinary.
The direction from here is really what's the next positive surprise?
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning for our audience worldwide. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores, the price action looks like this. Equity futures on the S&P 500 bouncing back from back-to-back losses, higher by 0.6% on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq, up by 0.8% as the president does something he said he wouldn't do. He's extended the ceasefire, and this time without a deadline. In the commodity market, Brent and WTI still elevated. Brent around triple digits at 99. WTI at $90 a barrel, higher by 0.6%.
So the president has given the Iranians more time to submit their proposals. He said this is based off the conversations, especially through the intermediaries in Islamabad. J.D. Vance is not on his way there. There are no talks right now. So we're in this place of status quo. There's no intense hostilities, although we did see the IRGC take hostage 2 vessels. But at the same time, there's no peace and there's no oil in actuality really moving the Strait of Hormuz. For the oil market, that's why they're holding on to these gains.
The leadership is fractured. We know that. That's been true for quite a while. He's waiting for a so-called united proposal to come from the Iranian side before deciding the next move. And we haven't had an official response, even now, from the Iranian side.
No, but I would say, don't look what the Iranians say, look what they do. And what are they doing right now? Overnight, there was, you had gunshots, according to the UK Navy, on a number of vessels. They just took vessels hostage. The IRGC is in full control of the Strait of Hormuz. And right now, what you're hearing from the Iranians is they're not going to let up on that. That is their one piece of leverage, especially as the United States has this blockade.
More data, more earnings coming up in a week ahead. Later on, we'll hear from Tesla. You'll hear from IBM. Then on to tomorrow, you'll hear from American Airlines. Don't miss this later this morning. United Airlines, the CEO, Scott Kirby, sitting down with Bramo. Lisa and Scott catching up at 9:15 Eastern Time, at a time when they've cut their outlook, and Lufthansa has slashed 20,000 flights.
So Lufthansa has a bigger issue than the American Airlines, of course, because jet fuel is a serious concern for Europe. The IEA was talking about maybe there's only 5 weeks left of these airlines being able to get a hold of jet fuel. And we just heard from Barclays that the cost of that jet fuel right now has basically doubled since before the war. I want to put the American Airlines earnings together and Lisa's interview together to understand if we're going to have maybe down the horizon a United America.
A United America.
Do you like that?
That's your branding for
That's
the combined
my branding
name.
for the company, so if they want it, they can come talk to me.
Based on recent communication, I think, from American Airlines, I think it's highly unlikely it's going to happen, and communication from the president himself. But I think the door is open for some kind of combination with United plus one. Who that plus one is right now, Spirit, JetBlue, not sure.
Well, to our Barclays analyst, Brandon, I think makes a lot of sense if United potentially was going to maybe go after JetBlue, because United doesn't have that presence in JFK. So if you want to fly United and you're in New York, you have to schlep to Newark. Are you doing that? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I get the feeling that you don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that.
Okay. We'll see if that question's asked. I imagine it will be. Later on this morning, 9:15, Lisa and Scott Kirby catching up at 9:15 Eastern Time. Equity futures near session highs, higher by 0.6% on the S&P 500. Coming up this hour, we'll catch up with Brian Nick of New Edge Wealth with stocks bouncing back. James Picariello of BNP Paribas with a bearish outlook on Tesla ahead of earnings. Plus, we'll catch up with Stephanie Roth of Wolfe Research on the path ahead for interest rates following Kevin Walsh's Senate hearing. We begin this hour with stocks recovering as President Trump extends the ceasefire with Iran. Brian Nick of New Edge Wealth writing the following: we're impressed but no longer shocked by risk assets resilience in the face of unprecedented geopolitical uncertainty. Brian joins us now for more. Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
Markets moved on. Is it time to move on?
Our clients certainly think so. We talk to our advisors every day. Our clients were asking throughout March and the beginning of April about buying the dips. People have gotten used to not just a V-shaped recovery in markets, but these sort of checkmark shake recoveries where we didn't really seen this before. V-shape on the way down and even faster recovery on the way up. There is an acute fear of missing out. And I think it's tied back to what's going on with policy. This is an administration that uses the stock market as a barometer for success in a way that no previous administration has done, very publicly, very openly. And we think with some reason, stocks are a leading indicator for the economy. They don't want to see this market go down. They understand what's supporting the economy at this point, which is consumers who have become very wealthy with the stock market doing what it's done over the last 3 years, and a desire to not see that evaporate.
That line, stocks are a leading indicator of this economy. You think it's the most powerful leading indicator for this economy?
It's literally been in the Conference Board's index longer than any other indicator. The S&P 500 has been in there since the 40s. And this is, time and time again, all these other indicators, the ISM, consumer confidence, is telling you that the world's coming to an end, but the stock market has been the most accurate indicator of where the economy is going in the next 6 to 9 months.
Financial conditions have eased. The data's okay. The outlooks for earnings is good. You put that all together, it's hard to fight this market. What you just said about attitudes towards this market. Savita Subramanian at Bank of America said something similar. The question we used to get, should I wait for a pullback to buy the S&P? The comment we get now, I don't want to sell the S&P because I might have to buy later at a much higher price. How deeply embedded is that investor attitude in America?
The other thing about selling is people don't want to realize the capital gains. This is one of the things we talk about almost more than any other issue, is like, think about all these embedded gains, people who have been riding up, even in an index fund, that don't want to sell and be caught wrong for 2 reasons. 1, because they realized the capital gains, and 2, because they sold at the wrong time. That's a very compelling reason not to get out of stocks. And for people who are looking for opportunities to get in, any kind of
530 is there, कुछ खास मूव नहीं है. Natural gas थोड़ा सा मूव करना शुरू कर गया. से कितना मूव आता है. क्रूड ऑयल तो अभी भी साइडवेज ही है. कल ही फर्स्ट हाफ साइडवेज ही था, सेकंड हाफ में मूव आया था. लेट्स सी आज मूव करता है या फिर आज भी साइडवेज ही रहता है. ट्राई कर रहा है, नीचे आने का आ नहीं पा रहा है. यहाँ पर 8550 से रिजेक्शन बार बार मिल रहा है. गोल्ड सिल्वर तो पॉजिटिव ही है, ऑलमोस्ट 2% अप. सिल्वर, एमसीएक्स, फॉरेक्स, गोल्ड ऑलमोस्ट 1% अप इंट्राडे. कल जो डेटा आया था नेगेटिव जरूर था. गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए डाउनसाइड गया जरूर, बट टेक द सपोर्ट फ्रॉम 4660. तो ऑलमोस्ट 4870 टू 4670 की रेंज है. काफी टाइम हो गया इस अप्रैल मंथ की. काफ़ी कम वॉल्यूम है अभी भी क्रूड का। गोल्ड देखना पड़ेगा सस्टेन करता है कितने दिनों और 4700 के लेवल को। ऊपर तो रेजिस्टेंस है वैसे भी गोल्ड में, तो मुझे लगता नहीं ज़्यादा ऑल टाइम हाई के वापस ऊपर जाएगा अनलेस कोई फिर से वेव स्टार्ट नहीं होती। दैट होल रेंज इज अ रेजिस्टेंस इन अ मंथली टाइम फ्रेम एंड इन अ वीकली टाइम फ्रेम, 5000 to 5500, 5400। कैंडल बनी जरूर है नेचुरल गैस में. Let's see it leads to this support or just a small selling pressure. Gold fall towards 3000 or 2000 in future. बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग प्राइस एक्शन है. 67 2000 तक जाने के लिए तो ऑलमोस्ट 60 to 65% फॉल चाहिए. लास्ट टाइम का जो ब्रेकआउट है मंथली टाइम फ्रेम का उसके अराउंड का लेवल एक बनता है, या फिर ये अपने 5400 के लेवल के ऊपर निकल जाए. वाओ क्या रैली आई है. 182%. क्रूड को देखो तो जल्दी आना चाहिए, आना है तो इसको नीचे इतना देर क्यों लगा रहा है, डोंट नो. ज़्यादा देर रुका तो फिर ब्रेकआउट के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे. काफ़ी देर से रेजिस्टेंस के अराउंड कंसोलिडेशन में ही है. वॉल्यूम थोड़ा डाउन जरूर है बट रेजिस्टेंस को हिट कर चुका है, रेंज को, लोअर रेंज को. पीएम ऑलमोस्ट होने वाला है. 7 PM यूएस मार्केट ओपन रहेगा. न्यूज़ की बात करें तो Strait of Hormuz, around 40 Israeli civilians gathered near the Syrian border fence crossed into Syrian territory and moved hundreds of meters inside before IDF forces returned them and detained them on the spot. Launched a hostile drone at Israeli forces in southern Lebanon. Dubai announces the largest public transport project in the city's history. Mohammed bin Rashid launched the Dubai Metro Gold Line, a fully integrated underground metro line. 34 billion AED in investment. So this report, US officials say Trump has given Iran a short window, days, not weeks, to return to peace talks, warning the ceasefire won't hold indefinitely. A deal is still possible, but Iran leadership is too divided to respond. IRGC-linked Tasnim agency warns of cutting underwater internet cables that connect Gulf state to the internet. लगता है क्रूड ऑयल को कोई न्यूज़ ही मूव कराएगी अब. It isn't going to move otherwise. जिस तरह का मूव हो रहा है बड़ी कैंडल बनने की बहुत ही हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है. शार्प रिवर्सल इन नेचुरल गैस मुझे लग ही रहा था थोड़ा सा सेक आउट हुआ है यहाँ पर. लेट्स सी अब अगर यहाँ पर कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस अब क्रिएट हो जाए. करते रहो guys. Don't forget to like the stream. United States must end its blockade on Iran as a prerequisite for any further ceasefire talks in Islamabad, and Iranian diplomats tell the Associated Press.
President Trump, as you say, seems to think the United States is in a strong position. In fact, he said we're in a very, very strong position just a couple of hours ago. Do you think both sides genuinely believe they have the upper hand here?
I think that's absolutely correct. The United States is in a strong position. Our military has performed spectacularly. They have, in fact, greatly eliminated Iran's Air Force capabilities, naval capabilities, and have had significant success. At the same time, the Iranian regime has survived the onslaught, has managed to, for the first time really, shut off global commerce by stopping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, and believes that it is in a position to continue this conflict for an extended period of time. And so I think this is the gross miscalculation that is happening right now is, in fact, both sides are in a strong position, but that doesn't get us any closer to a negotiated solution. And at the end of the day, that is the only thing that will end this war.
Natural gas complete reversal as expected. Suddenly open equal to low candle in crude oil as well. 1 minute time frame, last candle is open equal to low. Studies trying to get price now. Crude oil up. Last candle जरूर open equal to low थी 20 1759 की candle. फिर से साइडवेज हो गया नेचुरल गैस भी जस्ट सेक था लग रहा मुझे बायर्स और सेलर्स दोनों का ही नो सच रेजिस्टेंस इन नेचुरल गैस देखते हैं कितने देर और होल्ड करता है नेचुरल गैस कोई नया रेजिस्टेंस जब तक क्रिएट नहीं होता वी कांट डू एनीथिंग सीधा लग रहा है यूएस मार्केट ही ओपन होगा तभी मूव करेगा मार्केट look at this that is around 400% return
I think this kind of negotiating strategy adopted by the president is going to be proven effective this time around? Or do you think that the level of deterrence from these sorts of threats is starting to wear thin because it doesn't materialise?
Well, before I answer that question, your other guest, Ryan, accused me of being paid by RT. I have my own media outlet, 21st Century Wire. It's been running since 2009, which is longer than Ryan's been doing propaganda for the U.S. and Israeli government. But I don't get paid by RT. So that's just libel.
In the past,
okay, all right.
Guest.
Thank you for clarifying
Ryan,
that.
That's just libel.
In the past, I was
libel, and you're doing that. And you're doing that on global TV, Ryan. So you've shown everybody what you're about, who you are. Okay. Yep. Now to answer the question. Now to answer the host question, there are no negotiation tactics by the Trump administration. They're going to net any sort of sustainable political settlement. And what you have is just constant flip-flopping, constant changing, withdrawing, and then coming back again with a different position, doing things in midstream. As we saw from Islamabad, the team they sent, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, effectively two Israeli assets or glorified Israeli emissaries who have no track record of any success in any of these failed negotiations, and J.D. Vance, who we now know was on the phone to Donald Trump over a dozen times, as well as Benjamin Netanyahu. So that's the vice president of the United States, who has zero decision-making capability, zero agency, who's really just there as window dressing to make the negotiations look legitimate because of all the criticism that Kushner and Witkoff have been receiving. So if if that's the negotiation team, I think there's 0% chance of success. And again, if you look at the previous pattern, it's predictable. The United States has used high-level negotiations as a facade to prepare to reload and rearm, and I believe that's what's going to happen.
Still sideways, no move. क्रूड ऑयल ने भी काफी ट्राई कर दिया, गैप अप ओपन हुई है स्मॉल सा। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल ने भी काफी ट्राई कर दिया, यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस लेने का नहीं जा रहा है नीचे, देखते हैं कितने और होल्ड करता है। तीन चार दिनों से वैसे क्रूड नेचुरल गैस को देखें तो बुलिश ही है, थोड़ा बहुत परसों एक सेलिंग आई थी, उसके अलावा तो कुछ सेलिंग का प्रेशर बिल्कुल भी नहीं बना है। नीचे जो बॉटम बनाया है वहां से मार्केट 240 से ऑलमोस्ट 6% अप है, स्टिल अराउंड 250। बड़ी कैंडल बनी है, लुक्स लाइक रिजेक्शन इन नेचुरल गैस, स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम। बड़ा रिजेक्शन लिया है नेचुरल गैस ने। क्रूड ऑयल भी कंटिन्यूसली ओपन इक्वल टू लो कैंडल ही फॉर्म कर रहा है।
Never listen to the fake, unequivocally that I never listen to the fake news mafia. And as when they get louder, it just means I'm doing my job. This FBI director has been on the job twice as many days as every director before me. What that means is I've taken half as many days off as those before me. What that means is I've taken a third less vacation than those before me. What that means is that this FBI with this Department of Justice has dropped the murder rate 20 points. What that means is this FBI with this Department of Justice has captured 8 of the top 10 most wanted fugitives in the world, twice as many as the Biden administration did in its entire 4 years. What that means is this FBI has seized enough fentanyl off the streets to kill 178 million Americans, a 31% increase. What that means is this FBI and this DOJ has arrested 43% more spies in 14 months than the entirety of the Biden administration. What that means is this FBI has seen a reduction in opiate overdose deaths up to 20% alone. What that means is that we have found 6,300 child victims, 6,300 families have their kids back. That is a 22% increase from the Biden administration. I'm on the job. I'm the first one in. I'm the last one out. I'm like an everyday American who loves his country, loves the sport of hockey, and champions my friends when they raise a gold medal and invite me in to celebrate. I've never been intoxicated on the job, and that is why we filed a $250 million defamation lawsuit. And any one of you that wants to participate, bring it on. I'll see you in court.
Patrick, do you think this kind of negotiation
क्लियर दिख रहा है नेचुरल गैस में sustain or not, that is important. 50 के आसपास ट्रेड कर रहा है तो इतना मूव ही नहीं है. अब मैं डे लो से डे हाई मार्क करूंगा, that is only 3.8 point. If you look at this day high to day low, that is 4 point. That is also wick to wick. If you consider body to body, that is just 2.4 point move till now from the morning. आधा घंटा और है न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपनिंग, सॉरी यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ऑलरेडी ओपन ही है. US डॉलर को भी देखिए 98 पर सस्टेन हो गया. कल आई थिंक थोड़ी देर पहले कोई न्यूज़ आई है 6 PM. सो डॉलर 98 डॉलर के आसपास कंसोलिडेशन कर रहा है. पहले 100 डॉलर के आसपास पहुंचा था. कंसोलिडेशन बड़ा फॉल आया सीज फायर के बाद, एंड देन अगेन नाउ इट इज कंसोलिडेटिंग. कैंडल क्लोज होने से पहले रिजेक्शन जितना था नेचुरल गैस में, इट रिवर्स वापस लोअर एंड से बाइंग आ गई है। में ही है नेचुरल गैस स्टिल, लास्ट कैंडल लग रहा था रिजेक्शन लेगा, लिया नहीं है, क्लोजिंग इज पॉजिटिव। यूएस डॉलर भी काफ़ी टाइम से रुका हुआ है इस रेंज पे, अगर देखोगे ना हायर टाइम फ्रेम पे, इट इज स्टक बिटवीन 95 टू ऑलमोस्ट $100 कह सकते हैं, या फिर $99। $95 से लेकर $99 के बीच में काफ़ी टाइम से स्टक है। आफ्टर मार्च में एक सपोर्ट मिला था, अपर लेवल से सपोर्ट लिया था 99 के अराउंड, 100 तक गया था, वापस नीचे आया है 97 के आसपास से एक सपोर्ट में भी ले सकता है। जब तक अब 95 के नीचे नहीं आता, और बेरिस तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ 95 के नीचे, there will be chances for more bearishness in US dollar. Above 95 it is kind of a stable between 100 and $95 US dollar index. Then 260 maybe शायद first level where price would go in natural gas. रिवर्सल का साइन नहीं दिख रहा है नेचुरल गैस में, स्टिल बुलिश। Almost 25 minutes left in New York session opening. Sorry, New York session, not US market opening.
Equivocally, that I never listen to the fake.
बाकी स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज को देखोगे अभी भी कुछ खास ओपन हुआ नहीं है। ऑलरेडी ईरान, इराक, सीरिया के ऊपर से तो कोई भी एयर ट्रैफिक जा नहीं रहा है। देयर इज कंप्लीट शटडाउन ऑफ एयर ट्रैफिक, इंटरनेट इज ऑफ इन ईरान। मरीन ट्रैफिक की बात करें, दैट इज आल्सो नॉट मच विजिबल फ्रॉम स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मोज, स्पेशली क्रूड ऑयल टैंकर। थोड़ा बहुत जो मोमेंटम हो रहा है दैट इज बेसिकली फ्रॉम ओमान साइड का जो एरिया वहीं से हो रहा है अभी, अगर करंटली देखोगे। Okay, so this is the Strait of Hormuz. All these are the tankers, mostly crude oil tankers. Say, if you look at small, move from the small cargo ship, mainly सबके सब स्टैंडर्ड हो रखे हैं किसी एक साइड पर। This is the Strait of Hormuz completely vacate almost. ये तो ईरान का खुद का क्रूड ऑयल टैंकर, दिस इज ईरानियन क्रूड ऑयल टैंकर। डोंट नो कहाँ जा रहा है। आई थिंक यहाँ पर कहीं ब्लॉकेट लगा रखा है यूएस ने अपना। इस एरिया के आसपास आई थिंक ब्लॉकेड है। स्पेस दिख रहा है यहाँ पर खाली खाली, दिस वन एरिया फ्रॉम सुर टू नियर ग्वादर, मोस्टली यूएस ब्लॉकेड, यूएस नेवल ब्लॉकेड। जो शिप्स उधर हैं उधर के उधर ही हैं। those ships who are this side now stranded over here। तो यहाँ से मुझे लग नहीं रहा कुछ खास मूव हुआ है किसी भी चीज का। Basically that naval blockade is only for those ships who are coming from Iranian port, not for all। काफी ट्राई कर रहा है नीचे आने का, अनेबल टू सस्टेन। बायर्स जितने बार ही प्राइस नीचे आ रहा है ऊपर ही लेके जा रहा है। 10 minute left US market opening. क्रूड का ध्यान रखना एग्जैक्टली रेजिस्टेंस पर ही खड़ा है, काफी देर से होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ है, रेजिस्टेंस को ब्रेक नहीं कर पा रहा है, नीचे भी नहीं आ रहा है, काफी ट्राई किया काफी देर से। मोस्टली शायद अब यूएस मार्केट ही कुछ मूव कराएगा। ठीक है, 10 मिनट यूएस मार्केट ऑलमोस्ट ओपन ही है। तो क्वांटिटी का ध्यान रखना, क्रूड ऑयल में अब सेलिंग के लिए रेजिस्टेंस पे। लेट्स होप यूएस मार्केट में थोड़ा डायरेक्शनली मूव आए, कहीं भी आए। 4 मिनट और हैं यूएस मार्केट ओपनिंग क्रूड ऑयल एट रेजिस्टेंस बहुत प्रेशर आ रहा है सेलिंग में क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग का बट सेलिंग नहीं आ रही है इंटरेस्टिंग हो गया इस लेवल पे प्राइस को देखना स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे लुक्स लाइक अ फाइट 3 मिनट और हैं लेट्स सी के सिर्फ 2 मिनट और हैं जिन लोगों ने अभी तक लाइक नहीं किया लाइक करते रहो गाइस न्यूज़ की बात करें कोई अभी फिलहाल न्यूज़ नहीं है मॉर्निंग पे कल ही न्यूज़ आई थी ट्रम्प गिव्स ईरान some days to end the power struggle and come to the negotiation table तो वन साइडेड आप कह सकते हो इसको सीज फायर कर दिया यूएस प्रेसिडेंट ने NATO Secretary General ruled in Turkey, NATO will always do what is necessary to defend Turkey and its all allies. Okay, US market open. Let's go onto the floor.
We're there pretty over. I like this is GE Vernova, and this, believe it or not, this flat line is the S&P 500. So massive, massive outperformance for GE Vernova. At the NASDAQ, you may have seen Yes Way ringing the opening bell. Yes Way, which I love, but the stock hasn't traded much lately. Just starting. Okay, understood. So an IPO coming for them. I'm looking at United Airlines at the open. It's doing much more poorly than it was in the pre-market train. It's down roughly 2.5%. We're just moving around here at the open. It slashed its full-year profit forecast due to higher fuel prices caused by the war in the Middle East. We were just hearing from the CEO, Scott Kirby, speaking with Lisa, saying that the airline will trim some flight options in the second half of the year. It's something that all these airlines are grappling with. How do you combat higher fuel prices and in Europe, a potential fuel shortage? Yeah, great interview there with Lisa Abramowitz and Scott Kirby. We'll be playing more of that throughout the day. Investors poring over everything that he has to say. Avis is surging. This is the car rental company. It's up today 11% in the cash trade. This year, it's up 450%, giving GE Vernova a run for its money. And the thing here is that there's a ton of short interest. Actually, 62% of the free float is shorted, according to data from our friends at S3 Partners. And what happened? So one hedge fund realized this and has decided to put the squeeze on?
Yeah, exactly. A hedge fund sees this, sees the huge amount of short interest. It's like, all you need to do is buy up a bunch of shares and you'll get a short squeeze. So that's what happened. And usually what happens is all the short sellers capitulate. Instead, what's happened, they've all doubled down. So if you look at the short interest, it's still really high because everyone's seen this run up and they've thought, actually, shorts make a lot of sense right now.
All right, well, that'll be an interesting story to dive into. Could be kind of a reverse Gabe Plotkin, like Wall Street.
Yeah, because it's an
thing.
institutional investor that's come in and driven up the shorts.
It will be interesting. I'm not sure if the shorts are obviously retail, but let's get to Principal Chief Global Strategist Seema Shah right now. She says the path forward for U.S. equities may be challenging, but she doesn't see a severe downturn ahead. She points to the economy's underlying resilience and strong corporate margins as key buffers. And Seema, you know, I'm coming around to this. Typically, I'm a worrywart, and when the Strait of Hormuz got closed and gas prices or oil prices, I should say, initially surged, it was worrying from an economic perspective, but they really haven't gone that high. And prices at the pump aren't that bad here in the U.S. either. I mean, $4 basically is the national average. So as long as corporate earnings continue to be double-digit percentage gains, we should be in the clear, right?
Hi, Matt. Well, I mean, looking at just the headlines and seeing oil prices near $100 a barrel, equity markets around record highs, it's a little bit confusing, I think, at first look. But exactly as you said, because of the strength of the underlying economy, not just from corporate margins, but also household balance sheets, helped also by the tax refunds from the One Big Beautiful Bill hitting at exactly the right moment, that probably does mean that you're not going to see too much of a weakness coming through from the macro side feeding through to earnings. But it's still, you know, it's still a vulnerable moment for markets. You need to have a continuation of good news. You need to make sure that, of course, oil prices are not staying at current levels for a really long period. And then, of course, that's just the price side. Then we have to think about shortages. So there's a lot of challenges along the way. But at least the macro foundations suggest to us that this isn't going to be a very, if there is going to be a further drawdown, it's not going to be very deep.
And to that point, Seema, a lot of people would agree with you, and we've heard a lot of strategists argue buy the dip. The problem is I don't know, we're not really getting a lot of dips. Even this dip we got in this war was much.
Okay, US market open completely positive. S&P 500 almost 0.5% up, 46 point intraday, 0.66% up. S&P 500. Both crude oil and S&P 500 going up, very rare. Nasdaq also positive, 190.72% up intraday, almost 26,700 की ओर है. Both Nasdaq 100 and S&P 500. Crude oil open equal to low 2000. That is also 1% positive for intraday. Natural gas also still there. ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत गेन लॉस किया है गोल्ड और सिल्वर दोनों ने. स्टिल पॉजिटिव फॉर इंट्राडे. 4750 से रिजेक्शन मिल रहा है गोल्ड को वापस. स्टिल नेचुरल गैस में कुछ भी नहीं बन रहा है, स्टिल लुक्स बुलिश, कहीं से भी रिवर्सल नहीं है साइन। 15 मिनट एंड अबव स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम के कह नहीं सकते। नेचुरल गैस स्टिल स्ट्रगलिंग, अभी भी स्ट्रगल कर रहा है नेचुरल गैस। टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे नीचे से थोड़ी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग ज़्यादा आ गई है, मुझे लग रहा है 3-4 दिनों से कंटिन्यूसली बाइंग में ही है। Natural gas future extend gradual climb.
China's war against Ukraine rages on. China's military modernization and nuclear expansion, they continue. And Iran is spreading terror and chaos. And you feel this prominently here in Turkey. In recent weeks, NATO has successfully intercepted ballistic missiles heading to Turkey from Iran on 4 separate occasions. NATO is prepared for such threats and will always do what is necessary to defend Turkey and all allies. Russia's war against Ukraine rages on. China's military modernization and nuclear expansion, they continue. And Iran is spreading terror and chaos. And you feel this prominently here in Turkey. In recent weeks, NATO has successfully intercepted ballistic missiles heading to Turkey from Iran on 4 separate occasions. NATO is prepared for such threats and will always do what is necessary to defend Turkey and all allies. Russia's war against Ukraine rages on. China's military modernization and nuclear expansion, they continue. And Iran is spreading terror and chaos. And you feel this prominently here in Turkey. In recent weeks, NATO has successfully intercepted ballistic missiles heading to Turkey from Iran on 4 separate occasions. NATO is prepared for such threats and will always do what is necessary to defend Turkey and all allies. Russia's war against Ukraine rages on. China's military modernization and nuclear expansion, they continue. And Iran is spreading terror and chaos. And you feel this prominently here in Turkey. In recent weeks, NATO has successfully intercepted ballistic missiles heading to Turkey from Iran on 4 separate occasions. NATO is prepared for such threats and will always do what is necessary to defend Turkey and all allies. Russia's war against Ukraine rages on. China's military modernization and nuclear expansion, they continue. And Iran is spreading terror and chaos. And you feel this prominently here in Turkey. In recent weeks, NATO has successfully intercepted ballistic missiles heading to Turkey from Iran on 4 separate occasions. NATO is prepared for such threats and will always do what is necessary to defend Turkey and all allies. Russia's war against Ukraine rages on. China's military modernization and nuclear expansion, they continue. And Iran is spreading terror and chaos. And you feel this prominently here in Turkey. In recent weeks, NATO has successfully intercepted ballistic missiles heading to Turkey from Iran on 4 separate occasions. NATO
I really think you have to get on a different track. This war did not have to be fought, and it is dangerous. There are greater dangers now than there were previously. And the greatest duty of a president of the United States is to be able to look into the eyes of parents of young people you're going to send off to fight in your war and make sure that you have made it clear to them there's a purpose, there's a clarity, you know exactly what the goals are, and you know what you're asking people to sacrifice for. That did not happen here. So that is a failed test of the presidency. I really think you have to get on a different track.
How should I understand it? So how should I understand it? Someone who really beats a Jew because he's a Jew and doesn't shout Mein Kampf is basically not an anti-Semite. We need to define those things. And I'll give you another example. With Lahav Shani, the conductor of the Munich Philharmonic Orchestra, okay? Belgium wanted to boycott the symphonic orchestra because he's a Jew. This is clear. When you have slogans now in Germany saying, don't buy from Israel, this is the continuation of don't buy from Jews in the Second World. Clear things. So how should I understand it? Someone who really beats a Jew because he's a Jew and doesn't shout Mein Kampf is basically not an anti-Semite. We need to define those things. And I'll give you another example. With Lahav Shani, the conductor of the Munich Philharmonic Orchestra, okay? Belgium wanted to boycott the symphonic orchestra because he's a Jew. This is clear. When you have slogans now in Germany saying, don't buy from Israel, this is the continuation of don't buy for Jews, from Jews in the second war. Clear things. So how should I understand it?
यूएस मार्केट तो ओपन हो गया है लेट्स सी थोड़ा और मूव करता है नेचुरल गैस साइडवेज वापस से लग नहीं रहा कुछ मोमेंटम Bitcoin also almost 79,000 के per ounce है 78,800 currently कल भी साइडवेज हो गया, लग रहा है कब मूव करेगा डोंट नो। तो लाइक कर दो गाइस, और कोई डेटा तो आज है नहीं। कल सॉरी क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है अभी 8 बजे, उसके अलावा और कोई डेटा नहीं है। कल होगी नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री और अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा है यूएस का। वी सीन एक्सपेक्टेड है, ज़्यादा लोगों ने फोरकास्ट किया है, तो ज़्यादा लोगों का अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स के लिए फाइल किया यूएस में। ये बढ़िया है वैसे, ऐसा नहीं होता ना सर, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स के लिए फाइल कर सकते हो। द सर्विस पीएमआई डेटा एज वेल, लेट्स सी कितना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और सर्विस एक्टिविटी हुई है यूएस में। डेटा थोड़ा सा न्यूट्रली दिखा रहा है फोरकास्ट, एंड देन नेचुरल गैस टुमारो। फिलहाल इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल की फोरकास्ट देखोगे, लास्ट टाइम 0.9 था, इस बार -1.9, लास्ट टाइम से भी और कम। मीन्स कम ही आता है तो बुलिस, फोरकास्ट तो बुलिस है डेटा का। क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री टाइम से और कम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। डेटा इन्वेंट्री के अकॉर्डिंग आता है या इन्वेंट्री डेटा के अकॉर्डिंग आती है या फिर नहीं। और इन्वेंट्री में क्रूड ऑयल की लेट्स सी, मुझे लग रहा है शायद साइडवेज ही जाएगा तब तक, कुछ ज़्यादा मूव होना नहीं चाहिए इन्वेंट्री से पहले। नेचुरल गैस नीचे आएगा तो ये सपोर्ट इधर पे काफी स्ट्रांग है, एक बार तो आना बनता है इधर पे। नेचुरल गैस अभी भी बुलिस है, कोई सेल ऑफ नहीं दिख रहा है बिल्कुल भी। स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम 1 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे भी कुछ खास नहीं हो रहा है। 15 मिनट में ओवरऑल साइडवेज है बट है बुलिस। इंट्राडे देखोगे कंप्लीटली बुलिस ही लग रहा है कंटिन्यूएशन में। कोई मेजर रेजिस्टेंस हिट नहीं करता या फिर क्रिएट नहीं होता, न्यू विल कंटिन्यू मूव अपसाइड और द साइडवेज मूव। क्रूड ऑयल में इन्वेंट्री आने वाली गाइस, ध्यान रखना इन्वेंट्री का, ठीक है। फोरकास्ट बुलिस है इन्वेंट्री का, देखना पड़ेगा रेजिस्टेंस के ऊपर निकलता है निकलता है, फिर एक्चुअली में इन्वेंट्री आती कितनी है। इंपॉर्टेंट डे फॉर क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री टुडे। 5 मिनट है इन्वेंट्री आने में। मुझे लग रहा है यहाँ पर कुछ बड़ा होने वाला है अब क्रूड ऑयल में। जब अगर ना 8630 के ऊपर चला जाता है विदाउट ब्रेकिंग 8560, ये 30 पॉइंट की रेंज क्रूशियल है। वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट रेंज बाउंड प्राइस एक्शन या फिर दोनों साइड जो साइडवेज मोमेंटम है विल कंटिन्यू। Okay, 50 seconds left in crude oil inventory forecast bearish है। सेकेंड्स लेफ्ट। इन्वेंट्री याद रखना 3 आती हैं, सिंगल इन्वेंट्री नहीं आती क्रूड ऑयल की। क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री आ गई है, तीनों देख लेते हैं एक बार। तो क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव आई है, बट कैंडल देखोगे तो ऊपर ही जा रही है। बाकी दो इन्वेंट्री भी एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री इज बेरिश फॉर द प्राइस, gasoline inventory is positive for the natural gas price, crude oil price, sorry, and third one is EIA का जो डेटा आता है, कहाँ चला गया, EIA का डेटा भी बुलिश है। वाव, तो तीनों इन्वेंट्री में से दो इन्वेंट्री बुलिश है, एक इन्वेंट्री बेरिश है। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल की जो खुद की अपनी इन्वेंट्री है, इंडिविजुअल इन्वेंट्री, दैट इज बेरिश फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस, बट EIA का जो डेटा है और गैसोलीन की जो इन्वेंट्री है दैट इज बुलिश फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। तो हम कहेंगे क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्रीज बुलिश, तीन में से दो इन्वेंट्री बुलिश है, एक बेरिश है, तो ओवरऑल क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री इज बुलिश फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। 1 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे देखोगे, स्मॉलर टाइम फ्रेम पे, तो सडनली एक अपसाइड मूव जरूर हुआ है। देखते हैं कितना होल्ड करता है, कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट हो दिखता बन नहीं रहा है अभी के लिए, बट ओवरऑल इन्वेंट्री इज बुलिश फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। देखना बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट रहेगा, अगर प्राइस अब 8620 के ऊपर चला गया क्लोजिंग बेसिस पे विदाउट breaking the low of 8560, then we will expect the sideways remaining days। 8560 के नीचे आता है पहले और फिर we will still expect कि थोड़ा मोमेंटम हो सकता है। ठीक है, इन्वेंट्री बुलिश है बट कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट नहीं हो रहा। नाउ अब आज और कोई डेटा नहीं है, सीधा कल ही आएंगे नेक्स्ट डेटा। Natural gas also kind of a sideways, no such move, big move। नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग अ बिग मूव इन नाउ क्रूड ऑयल, कुछ खास बड़ा मूव एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ। इन्वेंट्री बुलिश जरूर आई है, थोड़ा बहुत ऊपर और जा सकता है 8700 के आसपास। नीचे अब जब तक 8560 के नीचे क्लोजिंग देता, बहुत ज़्यादा बेरिस नहीं एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ। ये एक साइडवेज रेंज लग रही है बनती हुई, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस जरूर है बट Natural gas, somehow momentum is there. क्रूड ऑयल लग रहा है साइडवेज हो चुका है।
get to China and Taiwan either.
No, exactly.
Next time.
I mean, and you hope we really don't have to get
Correct.
to that one
Correct.
at any time, because that one could be bad. S&P, looking through it all, focusing on earnings, up 60 points. That's 0.9%. The Nasdaq doing even better, up 290 points. That's 1.2%. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg Good Morning.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu. We are reporting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in Midtown Manhattan. We are also streaming live on YouTube as well. So the White House is pretty busy these days, not only dealing with the war in Iran, but they're also playing a big role here in Spirit Airlines, embattled in its second bankruptcy in about 1 year.
Who wants to own an airline? I don't know.
Well, maybe the U.S. government is going to own a stake in the
business.
airline. Let's bring in George Ferguson. He is our senior aviation aerospace defense analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence. George, the reporting right now is the White House is close to reaching a financial rescue package for Spirit, and we're hearing that this agreement would offer up to $500 million in financing in exchange for warrants to purchase stock. Is this kind of out of the great financial crisis playbook of bailing out a company?
It's sort of, yeah, actually sort of seems out of almost the pandemic playbook, right? In the pandemic, we decided we couldn't let any airlines fail, and so came in to support them. Not sure why we need to do it here. You know, I think that the market has certainly recovered. The airline market has recovered since then. I think that there's probably too much capacity right now in the U.S. market, and that's why some airlines are having problems generating profits. Spirit at the tip of that spear having the most problems generating profits. And so it seems to me that we, again, need to cut down on capacity. So, having some airlines leave the business is probably the right way to fix it. But I guess the White House feels differently.
That's kind of where I want to go, George. I mean, what's the marketplace telling us here? It just seems like, boy, if you're not one of these big three airlines, it's just a tough business. I mean, is there a market for some of these more regional, lower cost airlines?
I think there is, right? But the market has definitely turned, I think, against sort of most harshly against these low cost carriers, right? Because I think really, right now, the state of play in the U.S. airline business is you need a strong loyalty program. So you need to be able to put a credit card in the hands of your loyal flyers. They're using that credit card for dinners, groceries, everything else. You're selling the credit card company miles, which is boosting your profits, which you can use to support the flying business. And then the big full service carriers, they also have the premium. I think there's a lot of premium travelers, a lot of baby boomers who've retired, business travelers who will pay more for the front of the airplane, and the back of the airplane seems very competitive. They're using those loyalty programs and that premium revenue to subsidize the back of the airplane to a degree. So again, telling me that there's just too much basic economy capacity. Having Spirit leave the market would be one way to get rid of some of that basic economy capacity.
We're seeing airlines start to reduce capacity as well because of the higher costs from fuel. Does that bring us more back into balance?
It's a beginning of that process, absolutely right. And so Spirit had its problems before the Iran war. So again, that's why I think it's more the market really does have too much capacity. I think now, for however long we're going to see these much higher fuel prices, the market has even more excess capacity, right? So look, if we return to $2 a gallon jet fuel, I think a lot of these airlines that are starting to take some capacity out would take those parked planes, put them back in service, and we'd be off to the races. But at these higher fuel prices, the airlines have to push through price increases. And the economics of that is when something costs more, less is demanded, and the airlines are seeing it. They can't get fares to rise enough to cover that increased fuel price with this level of capacity in the marketplace. And we saw United, we saw Delta, we saw Alaska all announce cutting back at least growth plans. Nobody's cutting in to capacity levels that they flew last year, starting to cut growth plans. More probably has to happen.
George, United Airlines out with some numbers, and they reduced their full-year guidance. Now, this looks like an earnings estimate like I would put out, between $7 and $11 a share. You could drive a 747 through that, George. Does that just reflect the uncertainty they have in kind of their whole P&L?
Yeah, I mean, it's a wide range, and United has really gone to the less is more on the guidance world. So every other airline will give us a sense of what the cost available seat mile could be, right? They'll talk to us about where operating margins could be. United, for the last, I think it's about a year now, they just throw an EPS at us, a wide EPS, and they're like, yeah, you guys go figure it out. So they're the poster child for less is more in the guidance world, and yeah, that's what they gave us this time too.
It's kind of how they figured they're going to play the game, right? Yeah. Let's talk about Boeing, which narrowed its cash burn in the first quarter because of rising deliveries. How do these numbers look to you?
Yeah, I mean, they looked as expected, all right? And so, look, the progress towards the recovery at Boeing continues. Lowering cash burn's always great. The defense business showed a profit, which was nice. Global Services continues to ring the bell, 18% margins. We love that business. It's a little bit of a black box. You don't always know what's going on there, but I hope it just keeps going. Right. And the commercial airplane side, Spirit Aerosystems got folded in at the end of the year.
That's right.
And we would have expected a better result out of commercial airplane until Spirit got rolled in. And so there's some work to do down at Spirit. Boeing said Go figure. They were buying fuselages for more than Spirit can make them for, or less than Spirit can make them for. So
all right, good stuff.
Watch it.
George Ferguson is our senior aviation analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence. And for our listeners in the U.S., you can hear us through satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Sirius channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, originals and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good morning. This is the second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney, Scarlett Fu, and Charlie Pellet. We've got a lot to cover here. There's a ceasefire underway. Oil prices nevertheless rising, but we're also seeing gains in stock prices as well. And of course, it is earnings season. So we're going to kick things off with Anurag Rana. He is our tech analyst here to talk about Adobe's earnings and get you a preview of what IBM is likely to say. John Butler, our senior telecom analyst, will also give us a recap of AT&T's results and also weigh in on reports that Deutsche Telekom is interested in buying the stake of T-Mobile that it doesn't currently own. After that, we'll check in with Priya Misra, who's, of course, the queen of fixed income. She's a fixed income portfolio manager at JP Morgan Asset Management, to give us her take on these higher yields, or at least yields that are kind of stuck in a range. And Ken Shea, our senior consumer products analyst, will recap the latest results from Big Tobacco. Philip Morris reporting as well. But first, let's go now to Charlie Pellet for our Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much, Scarlett. And here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. A slew of strong corporate profits lifting stocks. This is a day after President Trump extended a ceasefire with Iran. Right now, the S&P is at 7120. Could see another record close today, up 56 right now. That is a gain of just about 0.8%. We do have the Dow up 370, higher by about 0.7%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index up now by 269, higher by 1.1%. The old record on the S&P, 71.26. That was reached last Friday. Right now, trading at 71.20 on the S&P. The VIX just above 19 with a 10-year 4.28%, the 2-year 3.78%. Gold up $15 the ounce, up by about 0.3%. Cannot ignore the move in crude. Again, up 2.7% right now, 92.13 on West Texas Intermediate crude, and a barrel of Brent right now up 3%, 101.43. In the airline industry, lots of news, a topic we were just talking with our George Ferguson about. A source tells Bloomberg the Trump administration is close to reaching a financial rescue package for embattled Spirit Aviation Holdings. Now, Spirit shares, we do have Spirit advancing right now, FLYYQ on the ticker. It is up 105% among rivals. We've got Frontier Group, that's the parent of the airline with those animals on the tail. ULCC on the ticker, that stands for Ultra Low Cost Carrier, down now by 7.2%. Elsewhere in the industry, United Airlines has slashed its full-year profit forecast, and United CEO Scott Kirby sat down with Bloomberg, specifically our Lisa Abramowitz, to discuss the quarter and United's outlook for M&A in the industry.
And as I look at assets, like maybe they will, maybe they won't become available. We've actually even had some discussions with one airline about buying some. But the kinds of things we're most focused on are, again, back to this, how do we create a great airline, for a decommoditized great airline for customers that can really be stronger internationally. So things that support growing an international network are more interesting to us because that's where our focus, and I think that's where our big future growth potential is.
United Scott Kirby. Now, Bloomberg News has reported that Kirby has entertained the idea of combining with American Airlines. UAL down 6.2% right now. American down 1.3%. Southwest coming up after the bell. Scarlett and Paul, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. The earnings are certainly coming in fast and furious. I made a mistake. Adobe did not report results. It did announce a new stock buyback program, which confused me because that usually comes out with the earnings report. You know?
Yep, I think they had a user event and they use that as
There
an
you go.
excuse to do that. So we'll talk to Anurag Ron about all that kind of good stuff here. All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney alongside Scarlett Fu. We're joined by Bloomberg's Tatiana Darrier. Tatiana, what are you looking at today?
Well, it is earnings season after all, so kicking it off with the Boeing shares up about 3% after reporting lower than expected cash outflows in the first quarter as it delivered the most aircraft since 2019. So the cash burn rate was about 1.5 billion. That's a lot less than the 2.6 expected by analysts. Really nice growth there in their commercial aircraft deliveries, pushed up revenue by 14%. Also, defense and space unit reported a nice 21% increase. The CEO saying that we should expect more orders for weapon system. This is all part of their efforts to ramp up output of their 737 family as they try to turn around their finances. Curiously, what stood out to me is they say Middle East deliveries are not impacted just yet. So that was notable. And shares are responding to that positively so far.
All right, so from one industrial to another, I guess, kind of industrial, GE Vernova. Once upon a time, it was part of GE overall, but now it is just the electrical power equipment company. What did it say?
Yeah, with a lot more momentum. The stock is up about 12%. The ticker is GEV, hitting a fresh record high earlier. A massive beat from this power equipment company for the first quarter. EPS, $17.44. The expectation was for less than $1. So imagine the beat rate here. That tells you how much it is benefiting from the surging electricity demand tied to AI and data centers. They have robust equipment order growth, and it's power and electrification segment. That is actually the one that is directly related to data centers. And they're saying their backlog keeps growing, which tells you, there's a lot more demand for their products as it relates to the data center build out. And the stock's been doing very well, up 70% year to date.
All right, very good. One more here. What do you got?
Capital One shares slightly down lower. I mean, we'll call it unchanged at this point. The credit card lender reported earnings that missed consensus estimate. And what caught my attention was actually the provision for credit losses, which surged 70% to $4 billion, above expectations. And I just took a look at peers, right? JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citibank. Those guys had the number was a lot lower for them. So this stands out as one of the banks reporting, some of the largest provisions out there, which is interesting given that they're exposed to the lower credit consumer. The CEO also saying that the conflict in the Middle East presents a significant cloud on the horizon. So some of those cracks are still showing in earnings.
All right, good stuff. Tatiana, thank you so much. Tatiana Darrier is our Bloomberg News macro strategist, and you can find her work on the MLiveGo blog on the Bloomberg terminal. And for more conversations like this, be sure to subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports, where we offer you 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. And one of the movers this morning is Adobe. Shares are up more than 3% after the software company said it will buy back up to $25 billion of its own equity. That's a pretty big repurchase program. Anurag Rana is our technology analyst here at Bloomberg Intelligence, and he gives us his perspective on this. And this is meant to be a vote of confidence, isn't it, Anurag, in the company itself, given all the concerns swirling around the disruptive effect of AI?
Yeah, and it's been our thesis for some time that these companies cannot change that narrative right now because the halo of the big models is so much out there. All they can do is execute and be patient. At the same time, the valuations are so good for their stock, they should be buying back stock all the time. I mean, and frankly speaking, Adobe has done a good job of buying back stock. When we looked at the numbers, in the last 12 months, they've bought back stock worth more than $10 billion. So frankly speaking, the authorization is just an extension of that. If the valuations remain in this level, the number's going to be, I think more than 25 billion, frankly, because the run rate right now is, as I said, last 12 months is over 10 billion.
So, Anurag, the narrative out in the marketplace for many areas of software is that AI is going to, really be a serious headwind going forward here. How do you think that's going to evolve here? I mean, how do you think the market's going to kind of price these stocks, or has it already repriced this sector?
I mean, it's repriced it massively downwards over the last 12 months to even a little longer. But last 2 weeks, we have seen some glimmer of hope. If you look at the ETF IGV, which is the software ETF, it bottomed, I think, around 74. Now it's at somewhere around 86 or so. So we're seeing some rebound in the last 2 weeks. But I mean, if you look at the valuations in the last 12 months, I mean, it's had a massive decline. Now, the question is, what really happens with the software stock? And the negative argument or the bear argument is the LLMs are going to be so good that you don't really need software. And the software vendors are, not showing any of those massive, you could say, fundamental degradation in their business. So at this time, if the terminal value for them is zero, let's say a few years out, the best they can do is use all the cash flow to buy back the company, frankly.
All right, Anurag, let's also get a glimpse of what we can expect to hear from IBM later on today, because I don't think of IBM as a software company, but it does have a software business that is generally betting from AI-related work, although the AI story for all these companies that aren't owners of large language models is one that is very disruptive. So where do things stand for IBM?
So IBM has done a very good job of increasing their software business in the last few years. It started with Red Hat in 2018, and since then they've made numerous acquisitions, the most latest one being a Confluent. When they report today, we anticipate good, strong numbers on their software portfolio, weak numbers in the consulting book, and we anticipate them to talking about software revenue going up, partially because of the Confluent acquisition that we talked about. We have calculated that to add about 4 percentage points to software segment's growth rate starting next quarter.
Anurag, you'd called out really early in this AI story that one of the areas that would see perhaps less funding would be tech consulting. What's actually been happening out there?
So far, we have again not seen any degradation, but it's bound to say that if you can get coding done faster, application development faster, installing of applications faster, you won't need that much headcount. What I'm surprised to see that the consulting companies have not started to reduce their headcount. That was the first place where we're going to see some sign. I think companies will still need consultants to deploy the software. We saw an agreement today with OpenAI and Infosys trying to install OpenAI software across enterprises. So they would still need consultants to deploy that. But I think the rate of revenue growth and the rate of employee growth is going to diverge, which means you are not going to have that many employees you're going to hire to install the software. So I think the business will still remain, but it's going to change dramatically in the coming years.
All right, Anurag, thank you so much. We appreciate that. As always, Anurag Rana, technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from Chicago via that Zoom thing. All right, here's a headline. When I read this morning, I'm like, are we back in the 1990s? Deutsche Telekom seeks to build #1 carrier with T-Mobile deal. I mean, this is the stuff we were doing back at Salomon Brothers and Credit Suisse back in the day when telecoms were just buying and selling each other left and right and spending money, which we like.
As opposed to being a utility business.
Exactly. Boy, we like to fund those people because they are capital intensive. So let's check in with John Butler. He knows what's going on out there. He covers all the telecoms for Bloomberg Intelligence. Hey, John, did this surprise you this morning to see that Deutsche Telekom is maybe thinking to buy the whole thing out there in T-Mobile?
I think the timing was a little surprising, Paul. I didn't expect it sort of out of the blue. It came midday yesterday. Bloomberg reported that Deutsche Telekom was considering this move. And as you said, it's kind of back to the future with this mega merger here. Keep in mind, Deutsche Telekom is the parent of T-Mobile. They own 53% of the company and have for a while. They have 56%, I think, of the voting rights here. So what they're really after is Europe is a much more mature market than the US. And so T-Mobile has been a real profit engine for them. And I think they're looking to sort of boost their profits by bringing in T-Mobile into the fold as 100% holding.
Is this something that regulators in Germany and here in the US would be okay with?
That is the big question mark, Scarlett. It's going to be really interesting to see how the current administration here in the US reacts to it. I can't speak to Germany, but I do believe here in the US, they may look at it and say, gee, do we really want a foreign entity holding 100% of T-Mobile, which has US spectrum licenses across a broad swath of different frequencies? And it's, they would have obviously control over the customer relationships, call it 85 million, I think, at T-Mobile. So I don't want to second guess the administration and how they're going to react to it, but my sense is there might be some pushback there. The U.S. may even seek some sort of a deal with Deutsche Telekom to, favorable terms, if you want to think of it that way, to clear the path for getting the deal done.
In a Bloomberg News reporting today on this story, U.S. Congressman Jim Jordan, chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, said Tuesday that the U.S. government would look at the details of any deal. Quote, a foreign company taking over T-Mobile will get our staff's attention, end quote, he said. So there's certainly going to be something from the congressional side here. Do you think that would, Deutsche Telekom's full ownership, would that mean anything to Charlie Pellet, who's a T-Mobile customer? And are you a T-Mobile customer,
I am.
Scarlett? And Scarlett's a T-Mobile customer.
And Scarlett, so I'm a Verizon customer, but I do have a single line with T-Mobile. It is a great network. I look at a combination and the scale that comes with it, and I see potential for investing more heavily in the network. I think they would have access to greater source of funds. They would have greater leverage over suppliers potentially, so they would get better deals on equipment, lowering their cost of capital. So from that standpoint, Paul, I think we could see a real uplift in T-Mobile's network. They've been investing in it over the years and have done a very good job building out 5G coverage and capacity.
Yep.
But that's an ongoing process, right? So you're constantly investing there and you're constantly seeking more funds to be able to do more on that front. And I think a deal would favor that.
Right.
So Charlie can rest assured that his service would probably get a lot better, not worse, in the wake of a deal.
I like hearing that. John, where does that leave the number one player in the telecom space here in the U.S., which is AT&T? It just reported earnings. Wireless service revenue did come up short in the last quarter.
It did, Scarlett. I think investors should look beyond that. In 2Q, we're going to see a price increase across the base, which is going to lead to higher wireless service revenue. The one thing that AT&T has done, and I suspect Verizon and T-Mobile are doing exactly the same, is they're relying more on subscriber growth now to drive the revenue equation, as opposed to driving up rates. So again, positive for consumers. We're going to see fewer price increases, although, as I said just a second ago, AT&T is implementing a price increase on some of the older plans starting in 2Q. So that'll help to lift that wireless service revenue.
Got it.
But you don't have that dual engine of rate increases and subscriber growth at work. So
all right, very good.
Hey, John, I think AT&T is not going to be alone.
All right, very good, John. Appreciate getting some of your time. John Butler, Senior Telecom Analyst of Bloomberg Intelligence, giving us the latest in the world of telecom. Again, Deutsche Telekom, reportedly by Bloomberg, that may be thinking about buying the remainder of T-Mobile that they don't own. So we'll stay on top of that one. This is Bloomberg Morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks pushing higher, oil rallying as well. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Golden Crest Metals. Inflation, tariffs, and volatility have some investors turning to gold for stability. To get a free gold and silver info guide and learn how to add metals to your IRA or 401k tax and penalty free, go to goldencrestmetals.com/guide. That's goldencrestmetals.com/guide. A slew of strong corporate profit reports lifting stocks a day after President Trump extended a ceasefire with Iran. Right now, the S&P is up 61. We're at 71.25, up by about 0.9%. Record, by the way, on the S&P is 71.26. That was set last Friday. Dow Industrials up 405 now, up 0.8%. NASDAQ up 310, up 1.3% again. S&P just shy of a record. The VIX at 19. We've got the 10-year 4.28%, the 2-year 3.79%. Spot gold is up 0.3%, 47.32 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude is rallying 2.8% now, 92.19 a barrel. Brent 101.30, barrel of Brent up by 2.9%. Tesla will be the main focus of corporate results after the close of trading today. Ahead of its report, Tesla up now by 1.1%. Also reporting after the close of trading, Texas Instruments, and also we'll be hearing from Lam Research. All of this is the SOX, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Exchange Index, eyeing its longest winning streak ever after 15 days of gains. Again, recapping, stocks push higher. S&P right now at a record, up by 0.9%. Scarlett and Paul, that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. We are looking, of course, at stocks in the green with the S&P, NASDAQ right around record highs. And you know, it's been a remarkable comeback for the equity market from the start of the war.
Yep.
We saw this big drawdown, but then especially now that we have this indefinite ceasefire, or as you were telling me,
I don't know. I'm now
5 days, 6 days.
I don't know.
Okay, one or the other, and it could change again in the next hour. Nevertheless, stocks have made a comeback. Bonds have not made the same kind of comeback.
No, but I kind of feel like the bond market's been steady. You know, I mean, it feels like we've been 10-year at 4.25 forever. We're in that kind of range, 4 to 4.5%. It seems fair. Like it just kind of feels like the capital markets in general are been pretty orderly about this whole thing.
All right, so let's bring in Priya Misra. She's a fixed income portfolio manager at JP Morgan Asset Management. How are fixed income investors looking at the geopolitics of it all right now, Priya?
Sure. Thanks for having me on. So there's a lot of cross currents. I think all markets, including bond market investors, are looking at the resilience in terms of corporate profits, in terms of earnings, as well as the broad macro data. Now, we haven't had a lot of data, but we had retail sales. We're seeing layoff numbers staying low. You know, so I think there's a sense that the economy came into this shock with a lot of resilience. And the US is somewhat insulated from the oil shock. Now, I will say there's an assumption here that the oil shock doesn't last for a very long time. You know, is that a few weeks or a month? Probably. But I do think that, you know, there's a hope here. There's cautious optimism that this will end, that oil prices will come somewhat lower. But I think the fundamentals are just extremely strong, both in terms of balance sheets, earnings, as well as the macro data. And that's why corporate spreads, whether you look at high yield spreads, investment grade spreads, they are all near the tighter end of the range. You know, interest rates are a little bit higher than before the conflict, because I think if there's some damage that's being done, I think this does, in terms of inflation, this pushes out if and when the Fed can cut rates. So there's some upward movement in rates, but I'm kind of with Paul there. I think 4 to 4.25 is a very fair range. We're actually thinking above 4.25 is a level to start to own some duration, because if this lasts for longer, I think that's when the growth shock can start to get priced in.
Priya, what did you make from Mr. Kevin Warsh's hearing yesterday in Washington, D.C.?
There was a lot said, but in terms of details, we actually didn't get a lot of details in terms of, you know, what kind of framework Kevin Warsh wants the Fed to reconsider, or specifics in terms of monetary policy. But I do think we heard a few things. Number one, I think we've heard this before. He was consistent. He's not a fan of using the balance sheet. Now, I would argue the Fed uses the balance sheet when, when interest rates are much lower or zero. So it is an unconventional policy tool. I don't think the Fed's using the balance sheet now. So I know Kevin Walsh would like to shrink the balance sheet. We didn't hear much about how he would go about doing that, or what sort of regulation changes would be needed. But I think that we did hear consistent with his views. He didn't give us too much specific in terms of interest rates. I do think he wants to rethink data, inflation, but I think the Fed is doing some of that right now. They're looking at the underlying components of inflation. Kevin Walsh talked about the trimmed mean, the trimmed median. Yes, I think the Fed currently is looking at a bunch of things. So I don't think he's very far from the committee on that front. Where I struggle a little bit was his point on communication. I think he'd like the Fed to communicate a little less. I don't know, it's a democracy. I think he'll have to get the committee on board on that front. And on forward guidance, I think he doesn't believe in forward guidance here. And I don't think the Fed really is doing a lot of forward guiding right now. They're saying data dependent. So, I think there was a lot of pushback from Kevin Walsh on the way the Fed is conducting policy right now. But we didn't hear that much on what he would like to do. He reiterated independence, which is a good thing. We want an independent, we want a credible Fed. He said the president's not asked him for any particular policy action. I think that was good news to the market. Right. But I did walk away from that hearing thinking he's going to get confirmed once the DOJ investigation's over.
Right. Once the DOJ investigation is called off. That's the thing right now. We don't have any sense of when that will be. And if anything, the Trump administration, the president, seems to want to move forward with what the DOJ is looking into. So how do you think about the time for transition? Because Jay Powell will likely stay in place until there is movement on Kevin Walsh.
Right. So I think Jay Powell stays for now. I think the Fed is unlikely to do anything right now. So this may be not a big market event. If Jay Powell stays on and Kevin Walsh comes in later this year, whenever the DOJ investigation is concluded, I mean, you kind of wonder, it's a game of chicken right now between the DOJ and the Fed and Senator Tillis, and who gives in, and maybe